2 of the mystery bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the 406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. Yes. 1 million!
反正出局超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be? Congratulations, you won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the friends who showing up here at the home. This is my first, second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we try to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A warm welcome to the broadcast booth here in Taipei. It is finally time for the Asian Poker Tour main event, Day 2 coverage. Vidor Singh alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Vidor, we've been out there on the floor this morning. I think the only word to use to describe the atmosphere out there is just electric. The place is buzzing, and understandably so, given that not only did we reach the $1 million guarantee, we absolutely smashed it with over $2 million in the prize pool, mate.
Well, we knew there was a chance we would cross 2 million when we kicked off the day with some alternates on the list, some people yet to go, and here we go. Day 2A is kicking off. $2 million USD in the prize pool. And excitingly, we know what the payouts are going to be.
Tell us, how much for first, mate?
11.2 million Taiwanese dollars. That's almost 360,000 US dollars. Henry, what are we talking about here for about a $1,600 buy-in?
Yeah.
This is going to make and break careers.
I mean, look, man, you got over 200 buy-ins up top in a $1,600 event. I couldn't put it better. This is a really career-defining tournament for a lot of these guys. We had a lot of qualifiers on Natural 8. Some people satelliting in from as little as $3. There was the $30 satellite. So, yeah, I mean, without further ado, let's throw it down to the main stage as action commences. We're diving straight into the action. Looks like a single race pot.
I am super pumped to get the action going. As you know, Henry, we have been waiting to get the feature table going because We had way too many runners today. We had to set up extra tables just to accommodate all the players. We had to play 10-handed. The players have been battling it out for hours already as we catch up to the action here on the feature table. We see the list of players here. We will be telling you more and more about the players, but as usual, lots of diversity on the table. Players, of course, representing Taiwan. We're sitting here in lovely Taipei. Also from Hong Kong, China, South Korea. APT remains the most diverse place to play poker, the melting pot in Asia. And I'm super excited to kick it off with you, Henry.
Yeah, it really is, mate. I mean, we've already tried to guess at how many nationalities are being represented here in Taipei. We've spoken about the diversity of this festival, the amount of women that showed up for the ladies event, obviously, and just the numbers here for this main event really sends a message to the poker world, not just poker in Asia, but the poker world, that the APT is here to grow the game and here to stay. And you can have the team, and you can have a team that wants to help grow the game, but it wouldn't be possible without the players' support, right? The players showing up to support what we've been trying to, aim for and strive for with the new era. And I mean, just overwhelmed by the turnout here. How's it going, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat? Already see 50 of you watching over on the Asia Poker Tour YouTube channel. Henry Kilbane alongside my good friend and co-commentator, Vidal Singhal. We've got a long old day ahead of us. The plan is to play into the money. How about we dive back into this hand straight off the bat, Vidal? Bottom v big blind, top pair v 10 high flush draw. Spicy pot, potentially.
Certainly the kind of flop you're hoping for when you peel with 10-6 of clubs. Nice flush draw and an over to go along with it. Certainly Sangyo and Lim will not be going anywhere in this hand anytime soon.
Yeah, the big blind range as well. Going to have more two pairs here. Going to have more sets. Certainly a range advantage on this board texture. Obviously lacking over pairs, but Lim just opting to check call. Turns a pair, picks up some showdown in the form of 6 of spades. Apologies for the graphical delays, just catching up. 28k in the middle, 63k the effective stack. See what Lee comes with, few options on the table.
The 6 of spades on the turn, there's certainly a scary card, connects with a lot of the calling range of Lim.
Yeah, a few straights completing, a few two pairs as well. Looks like Lee undeterred, reaching for chips. Setting up a very natural river SPR by the looks of things. Looks like 16k into 28. It's in the realm of 2/3.
Great bet there, just realizing where he might be at in the hand. He has a solid top pair, and he knows that he will be stringing along a lot of hands that have a pair and some sort of a draw. Usually you'd be looking at something like a pair and a straight draw on a board like this. So Lee deciding he wants more value, probably betting small, willing to reconsider if he faces a raise.
Oh wow, I love this. I really like this. We've still got plenty of equity if we do get called, but just pushing our fold equity here on this turn card, as you alluded to, some of the straights, two pairs get there. Really putting Lee in a tough spot here with his top pair. It's not an easy call.
Definitely not. It seems like the range of hands that you would be ahead of are actually far slimmer than what you would like. Queen 9, not even the strongest top pair, and Lee does look pretty pained, but look at the price that he's getting, almost 2.5 to 1. With 216k behind, he can't afford the call, which perhaps might be the reason he's looking at his chips and counting what remains.
Real tough spot straight off the bat. It's obviously very easy to just be like, oh, top pair, right, cool, but as you correctly dissected, big blind range. Well, he does make the call, Vidor, and Lim at risk, but still has 32% equity. Looking for a 10-6 or a club. See 14 outs once. And he gets there. Queen of clubs, corner pocket. Lee improving to top 2, but Lim with the rivered flush. That is a hefty pickup as well, Vidor. That's a 60 big blind pot. Hour-long clock.
He's got to be feeling really great, not only about the run out, but his play as well. It actually ended up getting him max value, and that's what tournament poker sometimes is about. You take these high-risk spots such that maybe you get your opponent to fold, and once in a while when you bink it, you get a huge pickup. But credit to Lee there for making a pretty difficult call look easy.
Yeah.
Got it in fairly ahead at over 60%. Such is poker sometimes.
Yeah, definitely part of the game, especially in these large field tournaments. You know, there's obviously a ton of variance involved. I remember just before we went live earlier on, sorry, no, we'd actually gone live when we threw it to Fred to do the shuffle up and deal. See, the dealers had already started dealing. We wanted to start the tournament at 12 sharp. I saw this poor gentleman come back for day 2, you know, super excited. Ace King against Ace Queen, Queen on the river, and it's just like, oh man.
First hand.
Like, first hand of the day, dude. But we've all been there. It's what we sign up for. It's the game that we all love.
And look at this, Henry.
It's a
Over
pretty
20
big jam,
bigs.
yeah.
Under the gun, ace 10 suited. Decides to take all decision making out of the game and just goes all in.
Yeah, that's a pretty sizable open jam, especially 9-handed under the gun, but it's going to pick up the blinds. The big blind ante. See Jimmy in the chat, natural 8. Got Chi Y in the chat, or CHY rather. Who else we got? Let us know, of course, whereabouts in the world you guys are tuning in from. A lot of nationalities represented here at the festival itself. I'm sure we got a diverse chat to match that.
Well, we saw a lot of flags there, but I think we were missing one. Lee Honchung, or I guess that would be Honchung Lee, my apologies, also from Hong Kong. So yeah, diversity is always in the flags, and let me just once again summarize what we're playing for here, because I am just blown away by the numbers. 360K USD to first place at this event. Absolutely monster figure, but as we move down the payouts, I mean, over 4 players at this tournament will make over 100,000 US dollars. Just an incredible amount, making, I mean, a bump or maybe just an absolute boost to your bankroll, depending on where you're starting from, considering we have qualifiers from as low as $3 from Natural 8.
Can we just talk about this heads-up match that we're going to witness? There's a $152,000 difference between first and second. That's normally like a top prize. That's like a main event payout. And whoever, obviously we're talking 3 days from now, gets to heads up, I think we're playing for 100 buy-ins, mate. Like, come on.
If we don't see a deal, then I will be talking to the players, because that is a crazy amount. But of course, I'm hoping that they don't play for a deal, because then we'll have one of the craziest heads up of all time. But like you correctly said, that's a few days from now. Today, of course, being day 2.
Yep.
Players play until they get into the money. That's going to be day 3, and we will be joined by over 25 players who actually made it to the money already from the comfort of their own homes by playing the day 1 on Natural 8 online.
Oh, we saw a 7 in there. Hello, top boat on the flop. Jung licking his lips. 17.5k in the middle, just 40k behind. How about that for a flop? Kick things off. Your day 2. I'm already thinking of Vegas and the Mirage, you know.
Well, you missed an adjective there, Henry. Nice censoring. Vegas and the bleep Mirage.
It's no longer there, by the way. Mirage no longer exists.
True.
Interesting to see bet from Cheong. 755 obviously has a range advantage in terms of overpairs, but certainly a ball texture. It's the big blind defending range you want to be somewhat cautious of. The small blind, going to have a lot of medium to, like medium strength pocket pairs, as well as some suited broadways, weaker ace-x. 4 clubs on the turn.
Well, Lee had everything going for him in this hand, in the sense he had ace-king. He had a huge chip stack to begin with. He had the betting lead. But he's run into the absolute nutter butters, as they say, and question is, with the 4 coming on the turn, He might start thinking that Sai's range is now being smacked by this turn. Might want to slow down having just the naked ace-king.
Yeah, still has showdown. Unfortunately, Lee doesn't pair up. Sai with top boat, just over pot behind.
Sai, no doubt, thinking about whether he can put all of it in the middle, considering the almost 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio. There we go. Does get it all in, and Lee looking at ace high on a 4-runner board. Might find the easy fold here unless he thinks Sai is really getting out of line. As we move on to the next one, let's just remind everyone watching, 201 players will be paid. We started day 2 today with 614 runners. We'll be joined by about 30 more getting directly into day 3. So about 1/3 of the field trying to make it to the money from the absolute craziness we saw on the floor. Hopefully you saw our stream earlier where Henry and I did a bit of a walkabout around the floor.
That was fun. Yeah, the old pit walk.
The old pit walk, the F1 pit walk. Super fun.
See Brian Metzger in the chat saying, nice infographics. What are the chip denominations according to the color? Great question, Brian. So the orange chips that you see are 1K chips. Then the blue turquoisey kind of colored chips are 5K chips. And then the purple chips, I believe, are, I was going to say 25Ks, but that'd be too much given the amount of... they're 500s.
500s, there we go. We see the blinds there.
500s. So purple 500s, orange 1Ks, blues 5Ks. Appreciate the question, Brian. And anything else you guys need to know from us, we do have all the info, or, well, yeah, we got all the info in front of us. And
if we don't, we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
Speaking of info, I do want to highlight some of the players on the table, perhaps when they're in the hand, but we have some local Taiwanese poker superstars on the table that I want to talk about. Eric Sai comes to mind, approaching almost $1 million in all-time earnings.
Wow, there we go. That's quite the feat.
Of course, some of the players maybe not as well known, and that's what I like to see. Some new faces.
Yeah, like dream scenario for me would be, you know, final table with a couple of well-known faces, but then I want some dark horses, man. I want some online qualifiers. I want some people that are typically playing $100 buy-ins, $200 buy-ins. They've taken a shot at this main event. Those are stories, you know, the feel-good stories that we kind of live for in this community.
I want an online qualifier to win it all. Moneymaker Effect 2.0,
yeah.
Asian poker boom, leading to global poker boom, which we might be in the midst of already, Henry, as you were talking about earlier. I think we're living through a poker boom. Certainly the excitement on the floor seems to suggest so.
Wow, Hawk just folding the gut shot there to a 1 big blind stab. Interesting. See if he continues, I guess, with his stack size. Just playing a little bit more snug. There's a lot of local players at the tables. We will, of course, be mixing things up. Elki out in the field. Punat Punsri already qualified into day 3 over on Natural 8. Saw Frankie from Next Gen Poker. 200k subs on YouTube. He was out here. I believe he said to me, in this part of the world on vacation, just taking a bit of time off from the madness of, you know, all the content that he was creating out in America. And then he saw this advertised somewhere. It's like, can't miss it. You know,
wow.
You try and get away from poker for a vacation and it just drags you back in.
And the advertising team here at the APT just finds you and lures you in.
Love to see it.
Jacks for Lim. One of those sickos that I was referring to earlier is in fact a player in seat 4. Sangbyom Lim from Korea, looking at over 312,000 USD in all-time earnings. Not his first go-around, certainly, but once again, to repeat, we're talking about a first-place prize of 360k USD at this event alone, so talk about life-changing scores on the line here. even when you've had the kind of success that Lim no doubt has had leading up to this point, you're looking at the potential to double it. And look at that. Seat 5. Min Jung Sai, King Queen off in the cutoff. Not the juiciest of holdings, but he decides if he's going to be in the mix, he's going to do so with a 3-bet. And a small one at that. 3 bets for 20k. Gets rid of the ace-jack from seat 6. How interesting sometimes how these hands play out. King Queen often a fold in the cutoff, maybe even a call and appeal. Instead, he 3-bets it, gets the ace-jack to fold.
Yeah, I definitely prefer the 3-bet with the offsuit combo. Just unfortunate to run into top of range.
And a quick all in there by Lim with the jacks, almost signaling, hey, I have a real hand, you know. You don't see all in bluffs. Hey, he did, excuse me, he does make the call with King Queen. I'm very surprised, and as it happens, he makes the right call there. He's going to be flipping.
That is a sizable call-off. Looking at a 50 big blind pot. Ace-3 deuce so far. So good for Lim. Has the spades covered as well. So dodge 6 outs once. There you go. Wins the flip with the jacks. They do find the hold, and maybe a slight misstep there from Jung. Obviously, we're only just joining the table. These guys have been playing for 3-4 hours, so there's always some, you know, dynamic that we're not familiar with. Maybe Size Reed was just Lim's been incredibly active with his, you know, big stack. And
I think once he decided to 3-bet, he just figured he was spot committed, and what do you know? He was just in a flip. You got to win flips to win tournaments. Such is the nature of the beast. We end up losing our first player from the feature table. Of course, we will be finding a replacement shortly. But momentum now towards the player from Korea, Sangbom Lim, looking to double his all-time earnings, as I was saying earlier. And as you were saying, Henry, these players have been playing at the feature table for a couple of hours now, which means they're a little more comfortable, and you can usually tell by just listening to the table chatter, a little more comfortable making jokes, smiling, getting in the mix with some weaker holdings once in a while.
well, it's not to smile about. 2 million in the prize pool, life-changing money up top. Going for a mini boom here in Asia. Pretty phenomenal turnout. I mean, what? Was 614 through to day 2. Going to be playing down to the money. 201 places paid. Min cash of just north of $2,500. 2,550 to be exact. That top prize, I mean, obviously long ways to go, but when you see those payouts announced, you're sat there with, you know, an average stack.
It starts getting real.
Of course it does, mate. We're all guilty of it. It's only like the elite, the highest echelons, the 0.0001% that are just unfazed by the payouts until they get down to the final, which I understand, you know, don't want to get too distracted, but we can all dream, right?
That's what tournament poker is all about. A chip, a chair, and a dream. And we see the stack sizes there. A few big stacks now on the table, between the 80 to 100 big blind range. Short stacked at 13 big blinds. Plenty of play left, not only because they have a decent stack, but also because of the structure being so beautiful. 1 hour levels, small increments. Really one of the highlights of the APT across all stages of the tour is the amazing structure, especially of the main event. There's a reason we have the number of entries we do. It's because players know they're getting the most bang for their buck, the most poker, the most skill edge that they can exert, long, comfortable levels, and of course the most fun. You're not here to play bingo. Three deuce off for the player under the gun. That's Dennis. Dennis Kunsu with over 200K in all-time earnings. Probably talk more about him once he's in a hand. Speaking of being in a hand, an ace on the button. It's going to be good enough for Su Sheng Wang. Can't say we blame him.
Wow, small blind, king queen suited. What, 13 bigs as you mentioned. Alright, this is just a call. The question is the stack behind. Do we ISO just flat and then get out of the way should the big blind come over the top? Yeah, those are calling chips. So have a flip, potentially. Big blind does get out of the way. These ones are always such a sweat, man. I mean, you're ahead with the ace-4, but
you don't feel like you're ahead.
Yeah, you got 56% equity. Let's see 5 cards, dealer. Well, how about it? The ace-4 deuce backdoors. He's a king and a king only. No dice. Short stack doubles up. Healthy stack now, Vidor. Shy of 30 bigs.
Yeah, effectively we don't really have a short stack on the table, which fair game. That's what day 2 is all about. Plenty of poker to play. And Hong Chung Lee could certainly afford that little hit to his stack. Still over 80 big blinds.
How about it? How do you win with the ace-4 there, man? I'm always sweating that one. I've already stood up out of my chair.
I know exactly what you mean because I play a lot of sit and goes. And, you know, you just go all in with an ace so much and heads up, and you always get called off by kings. I never feel like I'm going to win.
Yeah, I know what you mean, mate. By the way, for the viewers at home that are maybe interested in finding out more about the tables out on the field, maybe some friends or family members out there playing, we do have our live reporting team, some of the best in the business, out on the floor, getting live updates from all of the tables. You can head over to the AsianPokerTour.com, click the live reporting page, and you will find everything you need when it comes to day 2 coverage of this main event. Some big names out in the field. Elke, we mentioned him earlier on. Got Frankie from Next Gen Poker. Have the StarCraft.
That's right.
Big dogs in the mix as well.
I remember when Elke used to be the only StarCraft legend playing poker. Of course, the world has quickly changed. Gaming globally and poker started intersecting. Especially in Asia. I feel like we love both gaming and poker in Asia. And of course, if you find yourself on the live reporting website, don't forget to check out all the other events we have coming up in the summer. APT Hanoi starts later this month, 26th of May, followed by APT Da Nang, both in Vietnam. Both are going to be amazing.
Yeah, the team get no days off. I mean, wrap up here on the 7th, and then what, 20 days until we're on the floor again for another live event.
It's all for the players. It's so that you always have a place to go. When you're just craving the live poker, live tournament action, there just isn't anything like it. I mean, when we were doing our little pit walk earlier, Henry, just the riffling of the chips, the buzz in the air. I mean, how do you replicate that?
This is a limped pot, by the way. Somewhat surprising, I guess. These are 2 monster stacks. Check down all the way to the river. See if Lim maybe wants to try and... No, not interested. This one's going to get knuckled through. Chop it up, gentlemen.
Certainly surprised to see the check back on the turn there by Lim. With the pair, the flush draw,
I guess,
straight draw.
You know, Dennis from the small blind is going to have more traps, but I think the trapping part of his theory or strategy is going to start at a much shallower stack depth. You know, when you can induce the 15-20 big blind jam from the big, but 90 effective But hey, look, early days, day 2.
It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Certainly an unsaid rule of tournament poker is 2 big stacks try not to tangle with each other. And I think that might be what's happening there. Small blind versus big blind, always so interesting. And one thing people don't realize if they tune in to a hand that is happening between the small blind and the big blind on any table is that there's just sometimes hours and sometimes days of history that goes into any small blind versus big blind. Various strategies these days. Oh, look at that.
What's going on? These are 2 of the biggest stacks at the table. 76 big blinds effective. Side opening from under the gun. Dennis with the button 3-bet. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a sizable pot.
Ying Sai, of course, is Eric's side. That's what he goes by. One of the crushers in Taiwan. Looking at over $1 million USD, that is, in all-time earnings. And Dennis in seat 2. No spring chicken. Over 200K USD all-time. Just actually final tabled a one-day high roller for 10,000 US dollars. Now has 3-bet ace-king, and who can blame him from the button? He's going to be hearing from Eric's side with his pocket kings. Question is to trap or 4-bet?
I think at this stack depth we just want to start building a pot out of position. Opening from under the gun. We know we're up against a strong range. 10s, jacks, queens, although I don't think 10s 3-bets button V under the gun at this stack depth. Certainly still want to get value from jacks, queens, ace, king, of course.
The position of the opener is going to play a huge role in this hand. Under the gun open, gets 3-bet, and decides to 4-bet. That is a very different range from, let's say, if he was opening from the cutoff or the hijack, because you tend not to play back if called out after an under the gun open.
Yeah, certainly going to have more 4-bet bluffs from the cutoff rather than under the gun. Let's see how Dennis proceeds. Ace, king, O. North of 70 effective. May even see him just make a disciplined fold here.
Seems crazy to say, but all options really on the table for Dennis. Just depends on what he knows about Eric's play, how he's observed him playing so far.
Given the story that Sai's telling here, opened under the gun, 8-handed, button 3-bet, he's now come back with the 2.5x 4-bet.
What you hate to be doing in this situation is folding if your opponent has the same hand,
Right.
ace-king. Certainly something that goes through you. Of course, you block ace-king when you have ace-king, but look at that. I mean, he blocks pocket kings as well. These things do happen.
The good thing for Dennis is he is closing the action in position. Maybe peel one off, see a flop, and just get away cheaply on a non-ace high board. Really thinking this one through, and I can't say I blame him. 75 big blind effective, 4-bet pot under the gun V button. Not the easiest spots to navigate, especially with ace king O. Nice fold, sir.
Wow.
Nice fold.
Henry, what am I watching? Just the
think
level of
about-
play. Can they see each other's cards? I mean, I'm looking at the cards and I might not have folded. That is such a good fold and just shows how tuned in Dennis is there to realize that Eric Sai, as I said, one of the great Taiwanese players, would not be doing this with a hand where ace-king can navigate comfortably.
I tip my hat to you, sir. Not an easy fold. It's going to look back at that one and, I mean, the group chat's going to go wild, mate. They send that one over to him.
And he certainly made it look easy. It looked like he had, I don't know, ace-10 suited. Thought about it, face the 4-bet, let it go. So this is the level of play we're talking about here, ladies and gentlemen. This is perhaps why you're tuned in. If you're like me, I just love good poker. Day 2 of the main event here at the APT Taipei. It's exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, and if you're not in the main event, you can join us for the players' party later on tonight, 9 p.m. local time at Babylon, which is just across the road from very recognizable landmark. Don't know if you've heard of it at all, the Taipei 101, 6th tallest building in the world. 506 meters, I believe. 506.4 meters.
So you know what I heard about Taipei 101 is that they have one of the fastest elevators in the world. What was that ride like?
I didn't get the chance to go up, but thanks for the needle. I have a whole day on the 8th, so I am going to go and check it out. Go up there. Jumping back into this multi-way pot. Is 9 deuce in there from the small? I was about to say. I'm a bit sus.
Okay, slowly the hands are whittled down to just, seems like King 5 suited and Queen Jack off. Relatively reasonable holdings, as opposed to say a 9 deuce.
Just waiting for the dealer to update production crew. Hijack the cutoff. Checking over to Dennis, going to try and realize his equity, doesn't get there. With the check mark.
It strikes me that Dennis knows he has a big stack, knows what to do with it, and wants to keep it that way. I mean, that ace-king fold, so impressive.
Yeah.
It does give an insight into the mentality of how much he values his stack. He knows that instead of taking a marginal spot with something like an ace-king where he might end up in a flip, and as it happened, he would have been dominated by the kings, he wants to wield his stack in just high equity and high EV spots, it seems like. So 4 players above the 80 big blind mark. Effectively 4. I mean, can you even call them chip leaders when there's 4 of them? With 4 big stacks on the table. And they're all pretty deep. And I suspect we're going to have some very, very interesting hands down the road on this feature table at day 2 on the main event.
Yeah, long old day ahead of us. Yeah, at the CTP in Taipei. Record-breaking Asian Poker Tour main event. I mean, one of the biggest main events in Asian poker history. All the viewers watching over on YouTube, let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And as always, if you could take a couple of seconds to just click that like button. It really does help push this live stream to a wider audience. It's been proven, actually. There's recently some information released on the YouTube and Twitter algorithms that the #1 thing that the algorithm looks for isn't comments, it's not retweets, or it's not shares, it's actually likes. Like, likes is the #1 driving factor. So it really does help us grow the channel and grow the game. Always much appreciated. Natural 8 saying, Sussy Henry. Sounds sus, Natural 8.
Another reason to hit like is so that your YouTube algorithm knows the next time we are live and streaming, they put it in front of you. So it's like a win-win.
Do you drink your double shot? Had it yet, or are you saving it?
Well, I'm saving my double shot. You mentioned it's going to be a long day.
It is.
What's funny is, yeah, it's going to be a long day. And I'm super excited because we're playing down to the money. So what helps is the adrenaline just starts kicking in as we get closer and closer to the money. Not just in the players, which we'll see, but also in us, in the booth over here. Because we know that we're approaching 201 players and day 3. So everybody inches towards this massive first place prize of over 360K USD. So to answer your question, Henry, I'm hoping I don't need it, but the chances are I will be pounding it pretty soon. That's a Starbucks double shot, of course, in case you guys are thinking something
You
else.
elitist. Oh, double. Okay, I see what you mean.
Coffee is my point. For double shots of a different variety, Players Party at 9 p.m.
Party. 9 p.m. Greg's going to be there. Natural 8 saying 100 likes and I'll drop a Q&A. Those of you that were with us on Tuesday, Natural 8, we're giving out tickets left, right and center. $10 tickets, $20 tickets, and we also have the $888 flip out. All you have to do is play some Natural 8 trivia. Click the pinned link. It's free to enter. Do of course have to have a Natural 8 account. And you will automatically be entered into the free roll, into the flip out.
If this is the first time you're joining us for our coverage of the APT Taipei, let's just take a moment along with me to look at this beautiful feature table. 3 screens at the back, good lighting. I'm a guy who loves production, Henry, and I'm just blown away by the production here at the APT, not just with the feature table, but all the content we have coming from the floor. Our friend Greg Goes All In has been just doing some amazing work talking to players. Make sure you subscribe to the channel too. Stay tuned with everything we're putting out.
Playable hand in the cutoff. Size 73 bigs to start off with. 7 of clubs. Round 2, the big blind. Clubs dominated. Fortunately for Young, no clubs. Has unfortunately flopped a small piece in the form of bottom pair. Sire with a pair of 7s.
Call it confirmation bias, Henry, but Eric Sai just has the look of a crusher. The determination with which he puts out his bets and also the speed with which he acts. There's this huge intimidation factor, don't you think? Look at his focus.
He's got that read. Yeah, it does seem very dialed in. Understandably so, man. Not too often these tournaments come round. Let's check through on the deuce of clubs turn. Some pot control from Sai. So let's going to check through. Or check down to the river, rather. Seems to do with the A7. Certainly some value to be had.
Well, there we go. You said he's dialed in. Just knows exactly where he's at in this hand.
The old bet, check, bet line. Only real concern is like Jack X of diamonds that rivered second pair, but still managing to go for that thin value. Love the sizing as well. Third pot. Really targeting those 7x, 5x.
The line that you just mentioned, bet the flop, check the turn, bet small on the river. So hard to play against because, of course, with 2 diamonds on the flop, certainly some draws possible that would play the exact same way. Take a stab on the flop, maybe take a free card on the turn, realize their equity, maybe miss. Ace-X of diamonds, any 2 diamonds really. Take a stab on the river, and wouldn't blame Lee if he convinces himself into a call. But look at that great fold by Lee. Realizing his bottom pair could easily be beat by the 7 that Eric Sai did have. Perhaps a winked jack on the river. So the rich gets slightly richer as we see the chip stacks 16 big blinds is the shortest stack. Plenty to play with, but those big blind plus big blind antes do come around and really pinch. The big blind ante structure, in case you're not familiar, just means that whoever's in the big blind is putting the antes for the entire table. So you saw there 1.5k small blind, 3k big blind, 3k and big blind ante.
How did it take us 25 years
I know.
to come up with that?
It is just so efficient. If you're slightly new to live tournament poker and you have never played with traditional antes, it will seem like the most antiquated concept of all time that every individual player had to flick a small chip in there, and the dealer could not start dealing until all 9 players had anteed up, as they say. That's where the expression came from. And instead some genius came along and said, hey, how about the big blind just post for the table and we can live our lives and play some poker. Doesn't really make a difference to the math, of course. You're still playing the same every orbit, and really when you put it in as the big blind, those chips go in the middle, so you shouldn't count them as part of your bet in any way. But it really does start to make a difference when you reach the final table. Just a new element to the game to think about. Because, of course, when you go down to something like 4 or 5 players, the big blind ante remains the same. Coming back to the action here, flop misses pretty much everyone. Chong remains ahead. The pocket sixes. Hon Chong Lee, I should say. On the button.
That side sticking around with the ace-queen. The pre-flop raiser. Still have the best hand. Chong could obviously just be stabbing with some hand with backdoor equity. There you go. Queen on the river, nut second pair.
We saw Eric go for value with third pair. This time it seems like he's checked. Lee perhaps thinking about turning his hand into a bluff. Can certainly just check behind with a showdown value. Oh, I believe Eric only checked now.
I think given the run out, feels like a dicey bluff. Like Eric can still have tens, queens, ace-jack even. Are you really targeting like 8s or 9s that you're trying to fold out? Maybe a 7-8 suited. Gets shown the ace-queen. Nice little pot going Eric's way. If I'm not mistaken, you were saying earlier on, Hong Chong Lee already run deep here in an event.
That's right. I believe he cashed almost 77,000 US dollars in our biggest buy-in event, the $10,000 buy-in event. And at least according to his Hendon Mob, Henry, that's about 70% of his all-time earnings.
Wow.
So this series has already gifted a huge chunk of his all-time earnings to Hon Chong Lee in seat 9 there. And he's, of course, hoping to quadruple that, I believe, with this event.
Be quite the story. Codfish over on YouTube said, I miss the days when the dealer would get annoyed at one specific player who always forgets the ante. I remember those days, man. There was always that one guy just had a few beers, talking and chatting to everyone, not paying attention. And then there'd always be like the 1 or 2 dealers that would just like refuse to deal.
Oh,
which
yeah.
was their right, by the way. But yeah, they like just refused to deal. And everyone was like, dude, come put your ante in. Just like, stop slowing down the game.
It's crazy. It's crazy to even imagine that now. Look at this. Wing Hong Yao under the gun with Queen Jack off. Getting frisky. Queen Jack off. Pretty weak hand to open under the gun.
Yeah, 7-handed, but yeah, 100%.
That's true. That's definitely a part of it. Perhaps the fact that he has to post the big blind and the big blind ante. Another element to consider. Makes you a little bit friskier. You have to pay double the blind the very next hand.
They've got to defend. Come along for the ride. He is dominated, of course. Ace, king, 4. Couple of clubs. See if Hong fires out a c-bet. No dice, checks through.
A club on the turn for good measure. On Chong Li now, 79% equity. Certainly not the prettiest board for 8s.
Oh, the case queen, the non-club queen, has given Lim and Hong the pot. Interesting choice for Lim to try and lead here into the field on this board texture. Let's get looked up by the Queen Jack, obviously, as the 8s hit the mark. They've got to chop it up. I could get behind it. Small block bet. Feels a bit thin, but who am I to judge?
I'm always impressed when players play as though they can see everyone's whole cards, you know? You can't really judge if they make the perfect, perhaps results-oriented play.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Lines going up, 1.5k, 3k. Price of this main event getting more expensive now. Some of those shorter stacks out there. See, still a long old ways to go. Hour-long clock. Plan is to play down to the money today. 201 places paid, min cash of $2,550.
It might not seem like much. Of course, you're maybe 1.6xing your buy-in.
Right.
But of course, everybody's going for the top prize here, those monster payouts. But as we approach the money today, I just want to point out to anybody watching, anybody who's planning to be along with us for the ride, it's not so much about the amount, but really getting a return on the massive effort that you've put in over the last 2 days. Some people have played, I meant to say, multiple flights,
right,
just to get to this point, to have a shot at winning it all. That's when the tension really dials up. It's almost like you want to return on your time. You want to be able to tell the story of cashing at the APT Taipei main event. Looking forward to the tension ratcheting up as the day goes on. Reasonable hand to open. Queen 10 suited on the button.
For the old 2.5x. Hong with the defend. Potential hand to just jam from the big at this stack depth, ace 10. So now he's really opened the door for Dennis to kind of just outplay him post-flop. I think a 16 big blind rejam from the big is more than reasonable. Now you just kind of end up playing a bit of a guessing game. I feel like you're forced to pill at least one street. Gets difficult when you don't improve on the turn. Yeah, that is no improvement, and in fact, it's given Dennis queen high flush draw and another reason to bet on the turn. He's going to try and realize his equity. Front door spades completing. And Yao's going to knuckle it on over for a third time. Fortunately for him, gets to just show down the ace 10.
That worked out really well for Wing Hong Yao, and I think Dennis will be pretty disappointed with the outcome of that hand. Not just because he lost, but of course, turning the flush draw equity. Certainly would have considered a bet there. Some aggression would have taken down the pot. You did mention that you would have expected Wing to maybe consider jamming from the big blind with the ace 10 off, and I believe, having tried to look up a lot of the players on our feature table, my suspicion is that Wing Hong is more of an amateur versus Dennis, who we mentioned has over 200,000 USD in live earnings. And I kind of like sometimes watching these non-standard plays, very textbook to jam over the top over a dealer button open. But here we actually saw an interesting hand play out. That's the kind of eclectic mix of players I like to see at a main event feature table.
Yeah, I could have put it better myself. Raymond Sukovic in the chat asking for the payouts. We had 614 players come back for day 2, 201 to make it into the money. The min cash of $2,550 with the top prize, Raymond, of over 360,000 USD. Plan is to play down to the money today, and well,
look at this, Henry.
How about this?
Top pair versus top and bottom on a 3-spade board.
Side just gonna flat. It's the check call, full spade. We're gonna slow down the amount of money that goes into the middle on this turn. First check through.
Both players likely disappointed. Little does Xu Sheng Wang realize might be getting away cheaply thanks to the turn.
Looks like this one's going to check through, and wow, the Jack 4 counterfeited with the 5-5 run out. Counterfeited indeed.
If he'd put a little more zing on it, we might have had a meme on our hands.
I always feel for like the all-in situations where it's like pocket sixes against, you know, ace queen, and just comes like 9, 9, 10. Oh, 10 on the turn. Those ones are always brutal.
Always good to see some smiles. Players have clearly settled in. They know it's a marathon, not a sprint. All eyes on the prize. That doesn't mean you can't be a little bit jovial on the poker table. Try to have fun. And really, it just keeps your mental game strong as well. If you're an absolute crusher, as we see Eric Sai focus up, I commented earlier on how dialed in he always feels. Yeah, you might have it in you to just stay completely focused for 4, sometimes 5 days in a row. But it's not everybody's ballgame, and honestly, it takes a lot of reps and training and practice to get there.
Yeah, honestly, I would go out on a limb and say there's nobody in the world that can stay focused for 4 or 5 days. I mean, even at the higher echelons of the game. That mental fatigue does kick in, even for the best trained minds out there. It's not easy.
And managing that is sometimes at the top level the biggest edge that you can create for yourself, really.
100%, dude.
Can you still play your B game when everybody else is playing their C game at the end of a long 10-hour day in a tournament? Then you have a huge edge.
I mean, especially in 2023, you know, we've had more and more people talk about preparations that they make for these long live series, whether it be morning routines, whether it be pre-game routines, going for walks, getting sunlight, stretching, meditation, whatever it is, eating a healthy diet.
Having AG1. A little shout out to AG1, Henry. A little supplement drink that you love.
我就说我又不是 Ivan Lee， 他是 Pro 来赢我们钱的，我是来 for fun 的。我就是有牌我就用力锤，没牌我就一直 check。我明明就默默在旁边也要蹲下。
I already commented on how I love the look of the feature table we have at the event today, for this series rather, I should say. Loving these chairs as well. They look bright, they look comfortable. Purple, one of my favorite colors. Royalty, apparently, it suggests.
Oh man, it just reminded me of this song from my childhood that we used to do this stupid dance to. Oh my word. Flashbacks.
Well, you know what's next, Henry.
No.
channel your inner Greg and sing the song.
It's called the One-Eyed, One-Horned Flying Purple People Eater. And we used to do this, dance to it. Just childhood memories. I do apologize. Shout back to the poker. Get too distracted.
If there's one thing I love about doing commentary at the APT, it's getting to know you a little better.
Yeah, spending time, your co-com. It's nice as well, we've had the opportunity to spend some time outside of the booth. Not always the case.
Blinds, as you mentioned, went up. Shortest stack on the table, still 21 big blinds. Certainly not in any sort of danger.
Looks like the players are standing up, maybe. No, surely not going to break, just grabbing their phones. Next break will come at the end of this level.
Getting a little stretch in. Also a big part of the mental game, I bet, sometimes.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Some movement.
They do say that sitting is the new smoking in terms of the impact it can have on your health long term. Talking of which.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Stand up.
I think that makes us chain smokers here in the booth. Not the worst idea to get a stretch in. A whiff and a whiff for the small blind and the big blind. And now the game begins. Who wants it more?
I've seen a lot of passiveness rather post-flop so far. Makes sense just given how deep we are and the structure of the tournament. Trying to pick it up a gut shot, 2 overs to the deuce in the tray. Nice hand to start barreling with as he does go for the 2/3, 6K into 9K. A little bit of posturing from Young. Can't sit the mark.
And you mentioned the word passive. I mean, some people think it's the worst thing you can be in poker, but let's not forget we're looking at the feature table on a day 2 of the main event. Players are just getting into the groove. They want to be able to figure out their opponents.
Eric just found out the ace-king v kings that he folded ace-king. 30-minute delay catching up for the players. Talking of kings.
Wow.
How about that for timing?
Is that why Songbom was looking around while people were just mentioning kings repeatedly? Like, how do they know?
See if anyone else wakes up with ace king this time around. That would be creepy. That would be creepy. For round 2, the big blinds. No dice. Raise and take for the kings.
Eric, who had been super stoic and dialed in, certainly very animated and amused and impressed, really, by the fold from the ace-king, of course, that he saw on the stream, likely. I do wonder, Henry, what do you make of Eric sort of announcing to the rest of the table what was going on in that hand. The live stream, of course, is delayed by 30 minutes, just in case anybody is confused about the timing of everything that's going on the table. So Eric would have just gone on, probably checked his phone, seen what his opponent had. But he is announcing it to the rest of the table. Is that kosher?
I think it's fine. You know, it's information that everyone has access to. Whether or not they would have, you know, managed to find that information or had people feed it to them, but I think it was more so just how impressed he was by the fold and kind of just complimenting his table mate. It's like, wow, dude, you laid down ace king. Like, it's fine. It's talking of ace king, Dennis limping from small. Gets out flopped on the jack 5-5.
It's as I was saying earlier, small blind versus big blind, always so interesting just because players have different strategies they come in with. Dennis clearly effectively trapping, but usually it also implies he'll be balancing this when he has strong hands as well as weak hands, going to be limping on the small blind. Doesn't work on the flop this time and just lets it go.
Wow.
He's just not attached to ace king. It's a drawing hand, as they say. Not that strong, apparently, in his mind.
We need some luck. We need some luck. Yeah.
So Eric Sai, that's Yingyi Sai, top of the list there. 86 big blinds, 259K. Chip leader on the table. I believe he's 8th on the all-time Taiwan money list.
Is he really? I love scrolling through those lists. You find some OGs that have been, you know, around for 20, 25 years. Just been grinding it up. Expect to see a lot of this for the time being. There's a lot of single raise pots, a lot of late position v big blind type of confrontations. Just makes a lot of sense given the stage of the tournament we find ourselves in.
I find it instructional, really. I mean, this is what the middle stage of a tournament is all about. Can't just try to win every pot.
Yeah, there's a lot to learn. Can really just get the notepad out, take some notes. Yan Young Lee, ace of diamonds, 2 overs on the 9-4 deuce. He's going to check behind. Big fan of this as he turns. I mean, the Jing card. Jack of diamonds, top pair, top kicker with the nut flush draw. Now he's going to try and extract some value from Wing's pair of nines.
Quick angry call there by
That was a pretty angry call.
It's almost like he knew he'd been just completely devastated by the card on the turn, but just has to continue with the hand.
37K in the middle. See what size Yan Young Lee goes for here. That 10 of spades does complete a couple of straight draws. Although you could argue Queen 8, 7-8, unlikely to continue. The only hand he's really concerned about going to be King Queen. Value hunting he goes.
Queen 10 says Yao. Certainly a likely holding considering the check on the flop, the bet on the turn, and now a value bet looking bet on the river.
It's very easy to get attached to your flop top pair and then kind of feel hard done by the run out. See if he can get away from this. It's for half of his stack. Yeah, nice fold. Discipline laydown. Very easy to level yourself into thinking that Lee just has like a 1 diamond type holding an ace king and ace queen. Maybe some 5s through 8s kind of holding with a diamond. Could fold. 15 bigs and a dream.
Certainly plenty of bigs. No need to rush it. 1 hour levels means you get to see a lot of hands before you need to start getting too frisky at this stage of the tournament. By the way, Dennis, who's now once again in the shot, I noticed him doing something that's a big giveaway, big tell as to how much of a sicko you are. Double chip riffling, both hands at the same time. If that doesn't represent strength, I don't know what does. All in from the small blind, ace-9, easy jam. Gonna get through against the 8-6 suited of XI. Nice little pickup when you're the shortest stack, exactly what you need. Uncontested. Add a few big blinds.
哪有太多？你17000，我这个42550， 2点多倍而已，对不对？2.5x 而已。然后 flop K72嘛。K72打完了。然后我背啊。然后。你肯定背啊。然后你扣啊，然后反正打。
You know any chip tricks or just the old riffle?
Yeah, just the old riffle. I can. Maybe flick 1 chip through the middle kind of thing, but you know, nothing I ever focused on. As soon as I got good enough to impress non-poker players, I was done.
There we go.
I had my poker player bona fides. I could riffle the stack.
Yeah.
Could do that little 1 flick.
I remember trying to teach my mum the 3 chip where you pull the middle one down,
That's the one I
spin
can
it
do.
around,
Yeah.
and then flick it back up. Yeah, didn't spent about an hour trying to teach her and gave up. But
wait, you try to teach your mom, and the thing you choose to teach is a fairly difficult poker chip.
Well,
trick?
she saw me do it, and she's like, "Oh my God, how do you do that?" I was like, "Well, I'll try and show you."
I tried to teach my mom how to send an email, and it's been 20 years, so.
See if Yen wants to get sticky here with the 8-7 suited. He's out of position facing a 3x. Certainly been one of the most active players at the table. Suited connector going to hit the mark. Dennis getting dealt ace-king every other hand. Finally wins one. Was 0 for 2.
Yeah, the curse is lifted. I mean, you can't win with ace-king. Really start to question things. Good discipline shown there by Lee. Tempted, probably, to peel with the 8-7 suited, but knows better than to put in a huge chunk of his stack with that hand.
Shout out to our title sponsor, Natural 8. We are obviously hosting that Kahoot Natural 8 trivia. 10 questions. Just click the link at the top of the YouTube chat, the pinned link. Opens up a form. For every correct answer, you get 100 chips into the Kahoot flip out. $888 in that one. It will be automatically registered once you fill out the form. Do, of course, need to have a valid Natural 8 account. Best of luck.
I believe our graphics might be a little bit off here. So I do believe we have a raise from
Lee?
I believe so, Han Chung Lee. We'll figure it out in a moment.
Hong Chun Lee in the big, rather. Okay, so hijack open. Got to play a hand blind with Hong Chun Lee. Why not? Spices it up a little bit.
Always fun.
Yeah, that is a fun flop. for a blind hand. Lim with the 2 overs and a gut shot.
Good chance for you guys, the audience, to play along. What would you do?
Sizable C-bet. It's a big blind range, half pot. Something you see too often. Just trying to deter those gut shots, those overcards with some backdoor. I do apologize. Showing 3.5K. I thought it was an 8K C-bet. That's a purple chip, not a blue chip. My bad.
Han Chung-Lee has decided to pounce on the tiny C-bet, as it turns out. Raises it up to 15K.
It's an awkward spot for Lim. Given that he blocked some of the semi-bluffing hands, the Jack 10s, Jack 9s, 9-6s. So he obviously holds the Jack 9 in his hand. 2 overs and a gut shot, backdoor hearts. How about that for a turn?
What a card on the turn. Just one of the perfect cards for Songbom to now be fairly committed to this hand. As the board gets more and more interesting for Han Chung-Lee now, we don't know what he has. Once again, if you're watching this along with us, just know that we're as clueless as you are. And surely as clueless as Songbom must be feeling. With the raise on the flop, Han Chung-Lee essentially saying, I have a 7. Perhaps some draws, many of whom connect with the 6 of hearts as well.
7 or a strong 8. Expect to see some raises from hands like Ace-8, King-8. Really fun turn card, given that we are playing this hand blind. 46,000 in the middle. He's going to continue telling the story on this turn. See what size he's gone for. Sizable pot brewing the door. One of the biggest pots of the day, at least post-flop. North of 100,000 in the middle.
What a great time to not see what Han Chung-Lee has. Just makes it all the more interesting. An absolute brick on the river, though. The deuce of diamonds, I believe. The graphics should update fairly quickly, but we did see the camera shot. There we go. So, Songbom Lim has absolutely whiffed on the river. Han Chung-Lee has been telling a story ever since he raised on the flop. Does he want to continue that story?
Well, Lim powerless to do anything about it. Unless check to just jack high.
That's a lot of chips.
Yeah, it looks like Lee really trying to tell this story here. Trying to extract max value from the overpairs of the world. I don't know if I believe him. He has defended from the big. Certainly have 4-5, 9-5, 10-9, all the full houses. Now a little bit of a hand funeral for Lim.
A hand funeral. I like that.
With his monster draw.
Seems like he's simply posturing. Not sure to what purpose, really, unless he is considering making some super sicko move of coming over the top. His hand doesn't seem like the right candidate to do it, of course. He has some of the cards he wants his opponent to have, such as a jack with the jack 10. 9, of course, would be a lot of straight draws. So he is blocking, or reverse blocking as they sometimes say, the hands he wants his opponent to have, but Perhaps he wants to maintain his image for why he was calling on the flop in the turn.
Lee does have 50k behind. And maybe running through options if there's ever a world where... is there still enough fold equity, you know?
You'd think not, considering only 50k behind. The pot has 173k already. Really seems to be giving it a think. Color me confused, Henry.
The Jack High does eventually hit the mark and a big old pickup on Zhong Li. Ciao to Fitness Farang in the chat. How's it going, buddy? And hi, guys. Hope you're doing well, dude. A friend of mine from back home in Phuket.
Eric Sai asks, will we move out after the break? Yes, indeed you will, Eric.
Change table after break.
Which is to say, we will be getting 9 new fresh faces at the end of this level. Eric says the feature table is too far from the toilet.
He's got a point.
It's a big poker room, and the feature table is on one end. I'll grant him that. But you get the nice purple royalty gaming chairs, Eric. Come on. Some things are worth it. Good trade-offs. Get the bright lights. You get to send the link to your family and friends so they can support you. Some players, I have to say, not the happiest when they get put on the feature table.
That's true. Yeah, always mixed reviews.
They don't want to see, they don't want to show, excuse me, what they're up to at the poker table. They don't want to show their opponents. They don't want to show their family and friends. They don't want to show future opponents, maybe. Under the gun +1 open, Sangram Lim certainly has some momentum behind him. King 4 defends in the big blind. Quick c-bet, but with middle pair, Lee is certainly not going anywhere. Domination rotation, as they sometimes say.
Yeah, we've had a lot of this today already.
Tiny continuation bet, certainly very standard these days in tournament poker. He decides to call as we head to the turn. 5 in the turn, great card for Lee to see. Makes it all the less likely his opponent has a 5. Does check on the turn, and a dangerous 3 of clubs on the river. All kinds of straights and flushes getting there. He does get the check mark, but I doubt he's feeling too comfortable. Probably looking to show this one down.
Let's see what Lim does with King High. It does have some showdown value, but you'd expect hands like 8-6, 7-8 to bluff this river. If Lee had got to the river with a busted gut shot. Third club, the 6Xs, the Ace-Xs now improving to a straight. Really only targeting Deuce-X or a 4X. I do apologize, Lee hasn't even checked yet. I thought the camera was panning around to Lim. Turning his hand into a bluff. It was kind of mergy almost.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to qualify that bet. The board got as wet as it gets. All kinds of straights and flushes coming in, as I said. And Lee decides to sort of, yeah, mergy, block bet.
No, sorry, it's not. I was just saying, I was just thinking it through in my head. It's not mergy at all. I mean, like, what you're hoping to get called by. Like, he doesn't have any deuce X, he doesn't have any 3X, right?
More like a blocker, perhaps.
Feels like a bluff.
Definitely could represent a lot of those flushes and straights. So interesting play so far. Most of these players playing super solid, super steady. Eyes on the prize, and the prize for now, at least the first milestone, 201 places paid. Minimum of 2,550 USD. And we will be playing till we are in the money today.
Yeah, biggest talking point of the day so far, that ace-king fold. Earlier on in that 4-bet pot, very early into the stream. It's like Lee's gone for the 3X from the small. Dennis just kind of folds.
Okay, okay.
Feels pretty snug.
I'm making a mental note of Lee as well. Queen 4 off, small blind, little 3.3x open.
Yeah, I like it.
Let's see how that balances out in the future.
Big fan of that. So that's how things stand at this feature. I believe the dealer said that the table will be staying after the break. After the break, none other than Greg Goes All In will be jumping into the booth for a few hours. Got to make him earn his money, you know. Let's get him in here and send him off to the party.
Well, Henry, that's where he really earns his money. Because he is always the life of the party.
Listen, man, I've seen it, and I don't know if I want to see it again, Vidor, after Fukuoka. I'm happy knowing Greg is, you know, the suit, the hair, just very polished young man.
Well, you know who was the deadliest combo? Greg and Elke at the players' party in football.
Right, yeah, that's true.
And Elke, although we haven't seen him on camera yet,
he's
out there.
He's in day 2.
I cannot wait to see what floral arrangement he has in his attire today.
Yeah.
And how that translates to his moves on the dance floor at the players' party. And if you are in the main event and watching the stream, or perhaps, well, in the area, or maybe played some other event of the series, player party, 9 p.m. tonight at Babylon, close to Taipei 101. Look at that.
Like
little set.
Yeah, Wing limped from under the gun and then called the 3X raise from sight. Little set for our man. He's been super dialed in at this feature table. Certainly someone to keep an eye on the rest of the day. Seems like the type of player that can go all the way, by the way.
Absolutely.
Just has that presence, that air about him. So I believe this is going to be the last hand before the break. The clock is running down. And I've just received word that we will be swapping tables during the break. So I stand corrected. So 9 fresh faces be coming over to the main stage, getting their spots in the limelight.
So last hand with Eric Sai for a while then. Ace-10 suited, he finds under the gun. Raises it up. Hon Chung Lee, once again, perhaps something wrong with the RFID reader at that seat number 9. So we will not know what he has in this hand as well. but he has decided to come in for the ride.
Yeah, he does have his cards on the reader. See whether the team are going to take a look at the table during the break. Hopefully we'll get that fixed. Although I must say, it does add a nice element. A little surprise factor. Play a hand blind. Although obviously it is unfair to everyone else if it is only one opponent. Ace-10 tray. Top 2 for Sai. Middle pair, backdoor diamonds for Dennison. How about that for a sneaky check? Slipping it on over.
Sort of a rain check, as they call it, considering it's multi-way on a slightly wet board. Might be a line that he's taking with even something like an ace-king, and of course when he misses with something like a pocket pair. It seems to have worked, so to speak, because Hon Chung Lee is let out. Now what does Dennis do? We've seen him make some great folds. Well, understandably...
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Is that a raise?
That is not a call. Right as I said the word understandably, I thought he might peel off a card considering he had middle pair.
Sai just sat there with top 2.
That little check has induced some crazy action behind him, and he has to be licking his lips here. Top 2 is just an absolute monster.
Dennis maybe just not giving Lee much credit in the ace-10 tray. Probably safe to say that ace-king, ace-queen, maybe not ace-queen, but ace-king 3-betting pre. Feels a bit out of line, to be honest with you. Lee can still have 10s, 3s, ace-10 suited.
Yeah, let's observe the size of the raise as well, Henry. 9K from Lee. Dennis makes it 23K. It's almost one of those strategies sometimes where you're trying to get a free check on the turn. Of course, Eric Sai will be making sure that Dennis gets free nothing here.
Action back on Lee. Bumped up to 23K. The overcall from Sai, the initial pre-flop raiser. Already 82,000 in the middle. Before we've even seen a turn card. I'd love to see the click from Lee. Keep us guessing. Certainly have 3s. Certainly have 10s, especially in these positions. Maybe ace-10 suited himself, although only one combo of that. Let's make the call, and all of a sudden, Vidor, we're paying 96,000 chip pot going to this turn. So brick rolls off. Spades.
About as blank a card as it can get, given the action on the flop. As it happens, the person who had been raising on the flop has the most mediocre holding, and they have checked to him on the turn, so wouldn't be surprised if Dennis sort of realizes he's likely behind in 2 spots in this hand. Checks behind. And a brick on the river as well. And now Eric has to know he has the best hand. Most likely. Lee, of course, did overcall on the flop as well.
Yeah, a lead here would be incredibly strong. Check overcall to then lead into 2 players. Kind of a fan of like either a blockish sizing or just slipping the rope. Lee can still have value, you know. Lee can still have a hand like ace-jack, ace-queen-o.
Oftentimes when you're value betting, you want to think about what bluffs can I represent. Eric Sai could have overcalled with, you know, a Broadway club draw or something like that, but would he be leading into 2 players? Tough to say. Tough to represent a bluff when you're Eric Sai, but he does have top 2, and certainly Lee, if he had something like a naked ace, could have made 2-pair himself or feel fairly attached to something like a strong ace. hefty bet. 52K to about 96.
Yeah, just north of half pot.
I do agree with you, Henry. It's always nice to have this spicy mix of not knowing what Lee has.
Yeah.
But man, if he folds and we never find out, I'm going to be so
It's
sad.
like earlier on when he check raised flop, barrel, turn, barreled river. Feels like an ace-jack, ace-queen type holding. Doesn't strike me as the type to tank or posture unnecessarily. This seems like a genuine decision. Be ace-3 suited, ace-4 suited, only a couple of combos available. Does let it go. Feel like that was value, Vidor.
I tend to agree. Dennis likely posturing here. We've seen him make some tough laydowns. This would not be the toughest laydown of the day for him, for sure. He needs to be giving Eric a lot of credit for bluffing with effectively air here to be ahead with his king 10.
Maybe that tank from Lee has got Dennis kind of second guessing. So what if Lee tanked that long, did Lee fold a hand like ace-jack, like a strong ace-x? That would then obviously reduce the amount of ace-x that Sai could have. So is it Sai with the busted flush draw, as you mentioned earlier on? The club Broadway type holdings, king-queen, king-jack, queen-jack. Certainly possibilities. Counted out a call.
Yeah, great point, Henry. These multi-way pots have exponentially more variables to think about sometimes. As you correctly said, literally the time that Lee took to fold could be one of the factors.
Wow.
He does make the call, and he's going to get
How
the bad
about it?
news.
Gets shown the top two, and Sai picks up a monster 200k pot. Now nursing a 387k stack as he gets moved to the outer table. But remember the name, chat. Ting Yi Tsai, certainly someone that we're going to be keeping an eye on. You can check out all the live updates over on the AsianPokerTour.com live reporting. Vidor and I are going to be going on break for 15 minutes. And when we come back, Greg goes all in, joining us in the commentary booth with a fresh set of faces and players. Don't go too far, 15 minutes away from resuming coverage of the Asian Poker Tour Taipei main event. I'll see you guys shortly.
Guys, over there, middle. 22's in the middle, over there, middle table. Siyam to, brother.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Satoshi, still the chip leader. Ace-10 off in the low jack, as you said, Henry. Under the gun +3 on the graphic. Bumps it up. You love to see it. Except the timing might be slightly off here. John having pocket jacks, and Julian wakes up with kings.
Oh my word.
Here
Did
we
he have
go.
kings twice yesterday against Ace King?
Indeed, and it worked out perfectly both times. Got it all in with monster pots.
Well, if there's ever a world where John gets away from this setup, this is going to be it. He's open from under the gun. Low jack has 3-bet. Julian from the small blind, moving all in. So the cold 4-bet out of the small. John going to ask for a count.
What a situation. If Satoshi had taken the conservative route, maybe called his ace-10 off, or even folded, something he could have considered, we know how this hand would have gone. Julian all in, John always calling. Now John has to worry about the stack, and the only stack really that has him covered. That is 3-bet him. He certainly cannot go all in over the top without worrying about what Satoshi might have. A proper 3-bet that was, by the way, to 450K, representing a lot of strength.
Oh,
Wow.
well played, sir. Oh, wow. He makes the call.
Didn't he fold King Jack earlier?
Hang on a minute. I'm so confused, but he does have the key card. The Ace of Hearts. The overcard to Julian's Kings. 5 cards to come. Take a bow, Bert, by the way. Bert Perry folding the jacks. Oh, my word.
The moment you said it,
Oh, my word.
I expected it. I knew it'd be in the window. I didn't even think it'd be anywhere else.
That
I knew
is
it'd be in the window.
absurd. What is happening so far this tournament? The 3 of diamonds does present a gut shot for Satoshi.
Stay alive and the river card.
Ace or a deuce, whoever's calling out the action. 6 of clubs, wow.
Wow. Satoshi, with his 3-bet, has effectively rescued Julian from busting the tournament. He would have been all in Kings versus Jacks. Bert Perry would have comfortably bad beat Julian with his trip jacks. Gilbert in the chat pointing out Albert fired all 3 streets quite a few times in yesterday's stream. Well, no one is surprised, surely. Just looking at the carnage we've seen just today. Queens again. This monster is being dealt out, leading to interesting situations here and there. Julian built a healthy stack for himself. Came in one of the shorter stacks.
Oh my word.
It's almost tripled up since then, since the start of the day. It fold with the jacks, but of course would have won the hand. And as much as you want to be extremely rational,
Wow.
What a decision.
He folds the
Throws it in
10
again. It's correct again. Henry, what are the odds there's a 10 on the flop, man? Come on.
Don't. Come on, man.
It would be just too much to bear.
Ace King for Chen Dong against Julian's pocket queens.
We really are on the verge of the first elimination here. Dong Chen does need some help. Is in a flip. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. I knew it.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves, and enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, you know, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we tried to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
Welcome back to day 2 here at the main event of the Asian Poker Tour. My name is Vidar Singhal. I'm joined in the booth by Mr. Gregory Lau, or as we call him, Greg Goes All In.
That's right. Hello, hello. So glad to be back in the booth with Vidar for our record-breaking main event here at APT Taipei, located at the Asia Poker Arena, the largest poker room in all of Asia. And even then, it was almost not big enough to accommodate the insane amount of demand that we had for Degeneracy. We had a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. That's about 1 million USD, and we completely smashed that. Now 60 million plus Taiwan dollars, more than $2 million in the prize pool. Wow, look at this table. Look at that star right there. Look at that stud. Seat 5, LP from France.
Before we get into any of the crazy numbers that we've been addressing here tonight, let's just take a moment to soak in Mr. Bertrand Grospellier, or as he's known throughout the world, Elky.
Elky, poker professional, but first turned was a professional StarCraft player to begin with, and transitioned into poker.
Just one of the absolute beasts of all time, joined by some other personalities on the table, which we'll tell you more about as well. But as Greg was saying, we almost didn't have the space. We put up 6 extra tables to account for over 600 players making it to day 2 today. As we play into the money, 201 places will be paid. A min cash of 2,550 USD. The buy-in, of course, was about 1,500 to 1,600 USD. But the prize that they're all playing for, 360,000 US dollars up top to the first place finisher, over 200,000 to second. It has been an absolutely incredible event so far. Over 1,300 players have showed up, smashed the guarantee and doubled it, as Greg just mentioned. So if you've been joining us from earlier on in the day or are just joining us, welcome to the Asian Poker Tour main event.
Yes, welcome, welcome. Huan Yin. Yes, 1,434 entries to be exact. And again, this poker room holds 47 tables. We added just a few more to accommodate the start of day 2. But I'm quite surprised how quickly the player pool has dropped. We start today with about 600-ish players, and now down to 300-ish in just the first few hours. So, think we'll get into the money today, Vidar?
Well, absolutely, which is exactly what we're going to be playing down to. But as you mentioned, 300 or so players left, 201 paid. It's starting to get to that time when you can almost sense it, you can taste it, you're getting close to the money. You know it's a more and more achievable milestone, and maybe you're looking at the first place and all the other payouts as well and starting to let that factor into your thinking.
And Elky is so sick. Max late regged into this event. Did something similarly back in Fuquoc. Unfortunately, no dice for him there. No cash. But let's see if he can't spin it up here at APT Taipei. Max late reg, start of day 2. Hopefully we'll see him back here for day 3. And who knows, maybe even a final table.
Of course, we will be joined by an extra 27 players once we do make the money and play day 3 tomorrow, because those are the players who have qualified from our online flight on Natural 8. I mean, what a great offering to just sit in the comfort of your own home, play day 1 of the Asian Poker Tour main event, and just make it directly to the money and join us day 3. You know you've made the money, you can book your tickets to Taiwan and just know that you will be walking away richer than you first sat down.
Yes, Natural 8, our title sponsor here at APT Taipei. Very generous. If you want to pick up some of that generosity, you can check out the link in the pinned comment in the live chat. Looks like we got an all-in and fold already as we wait for the graphics to catch up here. But looks like Li Shu Chi Quan goes all in with ace queen offsuit and gets a bunch of folds. So first hand back to picking up the blinds. Oh, the graphics are different too. Nice little step up. Very nice. Love to see it.
So of course we're looking at a completely new set of players here. We did switch around the table that is now our feature table, which is why you're seeing Elki sitting right there. C5, I believe that would be. There we go, the chip stacks, much shorter stacked on this table, the players. We see a lot of middling stacks between the 10 and 20 big blind range. Suchi Kwan Lee under the 10 big blind range.
And Canada leading the pack. I love to see it. I am from Canada. Love seeing that maple leaf right at the top there of the chip count.
In fact, Greg, a lot of Canada and Singapore representation, your two homelands, so to speak.
Yes, correct. So Liu Yuan Chung of Canada representing us hosers. Love to see it. And yeah, my history has been very, very interesting. Ethnically Chinese, born in Singapore, moved to Canada when I was a child. But enough about me. Let's talk about the other Canadian. Liu with ace king under the gun, massively covering all of the other players. And as you said, yeah, the chip distribution here, quite unfair, very much in Liu's favor, as all of the other stacks pretty short here. Looks like, as we wait for the graphics to catch up, Liu opens under the gun, gets a bunch of folds. Elki may or may not have called or be in the tank. Nope, he's folded, folds all the way down to the blinds. There was and a call from the big blind, it seems like. So heads up to a flop between Liu and the big blind.
Did Elki really fold Jack-10 suited there?
Yeah, I noticed that. It seemed a little odd as well. Perhaps considering again being up against an under the gun range and short stacks to his left, that could just easily just jam over.
Listen, Greg, if Elki did it, it's probably correct.
Yes, and did someone order a refrigerator? Because we've got a bit of a cooler here. Top pair for both. One player severely outkicked. I don't know who to root for. My native land, Singapore, or my current land, Canada. But looks like big blind's going to check. Liu's going to bet and going to be a call. Off to a turn, which doesn't change much at all. Goes check, check, it seems like. And off to a river already. Cameras on the Liu.
I believe the river is a spade, the jack of spades.
So front door flush does get there. Liu might be kicking himself just a little bit for not betting on the turn, but looks like a bet and a call. And Chua Feng Ji outkicked. He's going to lose his pot. And the rich just keep getting richer. Another big pot for our chip leader at this feature table, Liu Yuan Chung of Canada. Oh, Canada, our home on the native land.
Greg, we're not supposed to have favorites here, you know. But I completely
Poker
get it.
players are like children.
Exactly.
There's always a favorite.
Whenever I do see an Indian poker player on a feature table or final table, there's some piece of me that's rooting for them. And by the way, we do have a few Indian players still out in the field. I did happen to see a few, meet a few. It's pretty cool how players are flying down all the way to Taipei from India. Not a short journey, by the way.
Yeah, tell us about your journey.
Well, my journey was annoyingly long, but perhaps that's on me. I did not book the right flights in advance, but these poker pros and these poker grinders are much better about scheduling their travel than I am. But more importantly, they just could not bear to miss the value and the experience on offer here at the Asian Poker Tour. So just goes to show players are coming from all over the world, as far as Canada, India.
Canada, India, Azerbaijan, Malaysia, Korea, Japan, Thailand.
What do you think
America,
the over-under on number of countries represented at this main event
I
is?
don't know. It's at least 2. All right, we got an under the gun raised by Sue of Taiwan, getting a call from somebody. I'm going to assume it's the big blind. Yeah, it looks like it's under the gun versus big blind. Again, our chip leader getting into the mix with ace 8 as flop came. My memory escapes me. Flop comes queen 8-7. So both players with a piece, both players with a pair. Let's go from there. Sue with top pair. Gonna bet when check 2. Action back on Liu Yuancheng, who does have middling pair. Gonna make the call. It's ahead of a lot of range, just C bets. Turn is 4 of clubs, bringing in a backdoor flush, completes the 5-6 straight, but otherwise doesn't change much for their current holdings. As action goes, checky check, river, deuce of diamonds, every river ever. And Liu opting to check here, back to Sue.
Quick check by Liu with a hand that might consider value betting on a board like this. It is going to make Sue feel a lot more comfortable with his fairly good top pair. Certainly might want to go for some value.
Yes, and slightly disguised as well with the check back on the turn. So curious to see how Sue of Taiwan plays this. Gonna go for value. 30K in the pot. Going to bet what I believe is gonna be 15K. And a call. And Liu Yuancheng, our chip leader, gonna lose a little bit of chips, but hey, many more chips in the reserve.
We have some people saying hello in the chat. By the way, hello to all of you. To all the people watching, do let us know where you're watching from, who you might be supporting. And of course, do not forget to hit that like button.
Smash it.
Yeah, smash it.
Helps us grow the game of poker in Asia. Doesn't just help us with the channel, which is much appreciated, but helps us with just the bigger picture. Growing the game, the great game of poker in Asia. Hopefully we'll see you at some of our future events. If you want to learn more about those events, you can go to apt.poker for all of our schedules and upcoming places. We're going to Hanoi, we're going to Da Nang, we're going to Korea, and we'll see you there.
I'm super excited. The schedule just got locked in for the future events coming up this summer. Vietnam, just an amazing destination also, just like Taiwan for poker. You and I, of course, had some fun in Phu Quoc. Now, Hanoi and Da Nang next on the schedule. See you guys there.
Elke getting into his first hand on this featured table, putting out a bunch of chips here. King, queen offsuit on the hijack, starting with 10 big blinds. Does not go all in, it looks like. Just putting the majority of his chips forward, perhaps?
Sort of the modern day all-in. Just keeps a few chips behind, just to have something to fidget with, I suppose, while other players make their decisions.
Effectively an all-in, leaving himself behind one big blind. It's gonna get around as everyone folds, and Bertrand Grospellier, aka Elke, taking down his first pot of the day.
Times it perfectly. What else do you expect?
And what bad luck. 44K in the pot. Hand 44. Blinds are 4K, 4K. Oh, man. Inauspicious number. Inauspicious number. I was helping a player have a seat, find a seat earlier on. And they always mistake me as the floor because I'm always wearing a suit. And he was table 4, seat 4. And I was like,
uh-oh.
Okay.
Sorry, buddy.
Here you go. And I walked away.
See you outside in a bit.
Yeah. Hello, everyone in the chat. Thanks for being here. Again, folks, Natural 8 is our title sponsor. Natural 8, of course, being Asia's largest poker online poker room. And they've got a fun little trivia link in the pinned comment where you can answer some trivia questions as long as you have an eligible Natural 8 account. And you'll immediately get entered into a $888 flip out. If you didn't hear a single word I just said, too long didn't hear, free money. Free money in pinned comment. Check it out.
What is that you said, Greg? Did you say free money?
Free money.
Well, I certainly heard that.
Again, folks, you're watching day 2 of the main event here at APT Taipei, the launch of the new era of the Asian Poker Tour. And what do we mean by that? We hear that being thrown around all the time these days. New era of Asian Poker Tour, new era. What does that mean? It just means that we've revamped a lot of things to bring you the best quality poker experience possible in Asia, nay, the world. Brand new trophies, brand new equipment, new locations, new partners. It's just a grand old time. New commentators, maybe some new hosts here and there.
Speaking of locations, this room just built, fresh off the press, and has absolutely smashed it in catering to one of the biggest fields in Asian poker of all time. What a great experience it's been so far. What do you make of the venue, Greg?
Massive. Massive, pleasant, spacious, bright. Lots of facilities. It's just solid. Aesthetically pleasing. That is hard to find. I would say, like, I would say poker players in general, not the most, in terms of dress or wardrobe, not the most aesthetic people. To sort of find a poker room built by poker players and to have such a beautiful one, oh, what a blessing. We're going to see 3 ways to a flop here, folks.
Let me pause you there, Greg.
Sure.
I did catch a side of the flop on the camera. The graphics not updated yet. I believe we're looking at a top pair versus a bottom set situation. There you go. The graphics updated. Queen 4-5 on the flop. The case 4 coming out on the flop. We have Lou with bottom set.
And with such a low SPR here for Tio, who has top pair, we're likely going to see a bust out, unfortunately. Doesn't pick up more equity with a club. And now, like a zombie with a crayon, Teo is drawing dead. Ace on the turn might help him get away, as we see a check and a bet from our chip leader with the set. Running hot for Liu Yuancheng of Canada. And Teo gets away here.
What a great fold.
8K bet into, wow. It was an 8K bet into 37 and manages to find the fold. Wow, really sick. Yeah, front door flush comes in, overcard on the turn.
He's going to be super happy when he looks at that on the stream. He just played it in a way that absolutely minimized not only losses, but in this case, just absolute disaster. Surely he was on his way out had he gotten frisky at any point in the hand. Now he gets to live to fight another day.
Natural 8 themselves in the chat, adopting a very Gen Z vernacular in this live chat. Has been the theme in the past couple of live streams. I'm here for it. I love it. I'm a stan for Natural 8. Greg is right. Free money always from Natural 8. Long story short, Natural 8 understood the assignment. Round and round the button goes. Hand 47. 2K, 4K. Starting stack was 25K, I believe. And an all-in here. Elky opens it up to 8K. So yellows are 1K, blues are 5K.
I didn't know about this. Okay, noted.
Just like when we used to watch.
We're yet to see the hand that has actually gone all in, but quick fold from Elky there. King 9 suited, not going to cut it to make the call.
Yeah, you do white. Why you do black? Like, you know, I did hear she never said anything.
Pocket tens.
Yeah.
For Masatoshi Tanaka, player from Japan, has over 50,000 USD
They got someone in the back
in all-time earnings.
with her, so
Yeah,
you better be on your best behavior.
And when I say that, chat,
She did tell me the black.
I mean in live poker, of course. Some of these guys are absolute online sickos as well.
Sickos. Elky coming in max late regging. Started at 25K. Has spun it up to 42.5. Still only sitting on 10 bigs though. If anyone knows how to navigate with a short stack, I'm sure it's going to be our poker professional, Elky. Purples, I assume, are 500.
They are, and I assume they'll be taken out of play soon now that the blinds are at 2K, 4K. Elky, by the way, known for his eclectic outfits and vibe. And of course, his signature sunglasses. Rocking the sunglasses.
The sunglasses.
Rocking the hair.
Let's focus on the safety pins around his shirt collar today. Did you notice that?
Oh, not yet.
Yeah, once we got to take a look. Sorry, I feel like I interrupted you.
Oh, not at all. I'm such a fashion pleb that I didn't even realize what fashion gimmick he has going on today. In fact, I was going to comment on how he's wearing black. And I was sort of disappointed because he's usually so eclectic and colorful and popping.
Yes.
Before we cut back to Elky, seems like we do have a hand here. King 6 off, good enough for Tomoyuki to defend.
Tomoyuki starting with a check to our pre-flop aggressor here. Teo Kokloon of Singapore. As flop comes ace 8-5. Top pair, good kicker for Teo. Tomoyuki with king high. Backdoor straight, just going to let it go here, find a better spot with 15 big blinds. Yeah, you can see Elky there. Around his neck, you can see something kind of shiny. You would assume that it'd be a necklace, but don't let it fool you. It's a ring of safety pins.
Okay. Okay. So, no floral attire. Instead, it's like some fashion statement piece.
I don't think necessarily a fashion statement. I think it's a practical choice. You know those moments when you need a safety pin
and you just put 20 of them?
And you just don't have one?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's not going to be the case for Elky today, or anyone within his proximity for that matter.
Elky, man. Just always so entertaining. You, of course, did commentary with him in Fukuoka. He was super fun in the booth as well.
That's right.
And super fun at the Players' Party.
That's right.
So I hope he's making an appearance at the Players' Party tonight. That is, of course, unless he's still playing in the main event, which is also likely. But just in case you haven't heard yet, maybe you're around in Taipei, maybe you are playing the main event and watching the stream. Players' Party tonight, 9 p.m. at Babylon, which I believe is right next to Taipei 101.
That's right. Yeah, if you happen to be a player listening on in, come join us for some drinks, food, music, good times. Going to be an open here from our chip leader, Liu of Canada. 9K, I believe, was the raise.
The old 2.25x open. Relatively standard.
Call here from the cutoff. Liu has 10s. He's opened that up. The cutoff has called. Looks like the blinds fold. So we're going to see pocket pair on pocket pair action as flop comes. Ace, Jack, Deuce, 2 overcards to both pocket pairs, but some pocket pairs better than others. Pocket 10's holding right now. Liu going to continuation bet another 9K into 28K. And a quick fold from Chun with third pair. Folding the worst hand, that is the goal. Liu betting the best hand, that is also the goal. And just another example of a well-played hand by both players.
I was telling Henry, anytime you play as though you can see your opponent's whole cards, it's a win. Used to be sort of considered this like theorem of poker, which is probably too grandiose a term for poker. It's meant for true mathematics. But the idea was if you play a hand as though you can see your opponent's hands, you play the hand perfectly. And I love how that makes a lot of intuitive sense, but then poker evolved. And the rule became if you play your range as though you can predict your opponent's range perfectly, that's when you're playing perfect poker. It almost took the game from trying to make soul reads into trying to play perfectly against all possible hands your opponent could have in that range. Thereby making the game 100 times more complex for the likes of us, of course.
I sometimes wish I had a time machine just so I could go back and play
be the
poker.
richest poker player of all time.
Correct.
You think you could? When do you think you'd need to
Maybe
go
not
back?
the richest. Even at that point, I'm sure there's still better poker players than I am, but I'd be doing a lot better than I am now, that's for sure. Hey, I think I saw a raise and a jam Hijack probably raised, made a reasonable raise pre-flop. Curious to see what cutoff wakes up with the jam. We do apologize for the slight delay in our graphics. Lisu Chi-Kwan of Taiwan jams with 8s over the Ace-Jack open, but Yoshimiya of Japan waking up with Ace-Queen on the button. Late position versus late position versus late position. We're going to see Lisu Chi-Kwan flip for his tournament life with 8s versus Ace-Queen. Flops the middle set, looking really good, and it's going to be guaranteed the double up here by Yoshimiya.
Little needle with the queen at the end. Hate to see it.
Poker gods are so cruel, so sadistic. Maybe at best, kindly, has a funny sense of humor.
Little fist bump. Suchi Kwan Lee. Loving that shirt, by the way, Greg. From Mr. Suchi Kwan.
Yes, I feel like Elky wants to add it to his collection.
I love the way he goes all in.
All right, take a look at our players here. Lots of 3 Taiwanese people representing. 1 Canadian. Maybe 1 or 2 Singaporeans, and of course Elky with the French flag by his name. Does reside in Korea now these days.
As you mentioned, a couple of players from Singapore, and let's not forget a couple of players from Japan.
Yes.
Masatoshi Tanaka, seat 6, and Tomoyuki Yoshimiya. Or Yoshimiya? How would you say that?
As best as I could.
Well, to the extent you watch this later, Mr. Tomoyuki, do forgive us. Doing our best here in the booth. It's just part of the amazing diversity of players and names that you see at the Asian Poker Tour that has us struggling sometimes.
Liu Yuan-Chung of Canada, our chip leader, has run hot to get up to this spot and continues to run hotter. Picks up Ace-Queen suited under the gun with an open to 9K. Looks like there was a jam by Yoshimiya Tomoyuki of Japan for 8 big blinds with the kings. Looks like he's going to fold around. So it looks like Yoshimiya is going to be all in for his tournament life with the kings. The 59% favorite to double up. Needs to fade the ace or clubs. 1 club on the flop. No ace. Pretty safe as the turn brings another club. Needs to fade a club or an ace. And will do it. What a sweaty run out on this double paired board with the flush draw. As you can take a better look now at the safety pins around Elky's neckline there. Has always been known for his eclectic sense of fashion.
Seems unimpressed at the moment.
It's like, kings just one seat to my right. It could have been me. The Sentinel randomly commenting Huani Lee in the chat. This is a really, really obscure reference to back when I was in Manila and was doing commentary for, I believe, a Korean player named Huani Lee, whose name I just loved saying.
Huani Lee?
Well, it was a graphical error where it was Huani Lee.
Huani Lee?
And I don't know why. I loved saying that name. I'd be like, action back on Huani Lee! And he was running hot too, so I'd be like, Huani Lee with kings. If you didn't know the context, you'd think you were watching a wrestling match.
I see it. Yeah, I could see it soccer as well.
Yeah.
Huani Lee with the ball.
Goal! Goal! Can you imagine? Oh my, that'd be a good meme for me to do actually. If poker commentary was done like soccer commentary.
Oh yeah. What do you think the all-in would go like? Don't forget to add the Asian twist.
I don't want to freak out our staff here in the back because I would get pretty loud.
Okay, good call.
I don't want to blast out the. Maybe if we see a really sick hand, I'll lean into it a little bit more.
Elky decides to meditate a bit,
and he's back. Ace Queen, running very hot on this table. I've seen it like 5 times now in the first few hands. But Yoshimiya Tomoyuki on the hijack goes all in for 18 big blinds, or pardon me, is a raise to 8K by Yoshimiya Tomoyuki, very reasonable. And then what I believe will be a jam from Tanaka Masatoshi of Japan. some Japan on Japan action here.
Precisely what I was going to say, and both are just very strong holdings and might have to find their way to the middle, considering they both have fairly short stacks compared to some other players on the table. Tomoyuki, ace queen suited, 16 big blinds behind, facing the jam. 70k to call off. Does represent the majority of his stack. Ace queen suited is likely just too strong to let go.
Just asking himself, am I okay flipping with a lot of under pairs? Am I completely crushed by ace king? Or am I dominating hands like ace jack, ace 10, and makes the fold here?
Big fold.
Massive fold. Is only a flip. Did fold when he was behind 46% equity.
I really do like what this says about his decision to open in the first place. Of course, 18 big blinds is usually too big to just open jam. Hands as strong as ace queen suited, but it does mean when he's opening to 2x, he's doing it with the intention of making some big laydowns.
Taking a look at our chip counts, Liu Yuancheng still a chip leader here. Lots of middling and short stacks. 2 players under the 10 big blind mark, 3 players around the 15 big blind mark, and Liu Chen of Singapore just crushing and taking the lead here, representing, sorry, not of Singapore, of Canada. With a massive chip lead, 64-ish big blinds.
If I'm not mistaken, there's a few players on this new feature table we're yet to see involved in a hand. Understandable, there's various stack sizes at play, but just goes to show where we are in the middle stage of the tournament and the structure of the tournament. So of course we're looking at day 2. We are inching closer towards the money, and play today will go on until there are 201 players left, all of whom will be in the money. But also the structure of the tournament, 1 hour levels, small increments, just means you have a lot of play. No reason to get frisky or out of line unless that's something you really want to do. You can sit around and wait for a few orbits before things really start to hurt.
Speaking of money, once again, reminder that this was a record-breaking event. 1,434 entries.
And Greg, speaking of frisky, ace-6 off, not the most unreasonable of holdings, and ace in the cutoff is fair enough to open. Ace-6, kind of on the uglier side, because you can't really make a wheel. It is offsuit. And does run into the ace-king of the chip leader in the small blind.
He's just been running so card alive on this first couple of orbits of this feature table. Makes the 3-bet 26k and a fold by Tanaka. As Liu Yuancheng picks up more chips as the rich just get richer. 61 big blinds this deep in the tournament. I love this shot. Just seeing Elke right smack dab in the middle of the shot, flanked by his fellow poker players with the displays, LED displays in the back. Oh,
yeah, it's great.
Talk about value.
By the way, I was talking to Henry about these chairs that the players are sitting on at the feature table.
Yes.
I think we spoke about this in the booth sometime, but purple color of royalty, I believe, right?
Yes, that's right. Has been associated with royalty historically by several cultures, I believe. But today...
That's appropriate for the feature table then.
Oh, yes. And there goes a bunch of Elke's chips, a lot of them of which are purple. Curious to see what he's woken up with here. And mind now, before we did see him put his chips forward, but it was an almost a jam. He left himself 1 big blind. This time commits to the all-in, goes completely all-in for about 9 big blinds.
25.5.
Less than 9 big blinds, 8 big blinds. And Chua Fengji with even fewer chips, 6 big blinds, gonna call. So Elke all in here. Needs to find a queen or 10. Finds a 10 and the open ender.
8 and an 8 only.
And that's gonna be a good game for Chua Fengji of Singapore. Day 2 of the main event. Good game. Ayas in the chat for Chua Fengji. That was a bit that Henry and I started developing 2 days ago.
Oh, I saw.
Instead of GG's in the chat. Let's see some Ayas in the chat for Chua Fengji. Good game, good game.
I was watching your coverage and saying Aya mentally whenever somebody was knocked out.
Yes.
Or there was a cooler.
Yes. Big Ayas. Someone in the chat wants to know payouts and chips. Payouts, I can tell you that there's 60 million Taiwan dollars in the prize pool. Number one, first place takes home 360K USD. Min cash is going to be 2,550 USD. And entry was 1,600 USD, I believe.
Give or take.
Give or take. You know how it is with the economy. Like a yo-yo. Give or take. Give yourself some leeway. Hand 55. All right, Masatoshi Tanaka. King Jack offsuit on the hijack. King Jack on the hijack. Opens it up. And it folds around. And in a nutshell, not too much happened in this hand.
Well, this is what the middle stages are about, Greg. Got to steal some blinds. Got to make sure you're still in the mix. Stay above that 20 big blind level. And as I was telling Henry again earlier, I mean, frankly, I find it instructional when players in these stages of the tournament really show a lot of patience because, you know, it is a marathon, as they say. And we discussed this last time around. If you can just steal a few blinds here and there, you're untouchable in the tournament, aren't you?
Yes, well, it was what a wise man once told me. His name was Vitter Single, I believe. Was if all you do in an orbit is steal the blinds, you win the tournament.
You know what else I was listening to is Henry pushing back on that concept.
Oh yeah, what did he say?
I think it was the two of you in the booth, and you were like, well, what about at the end? Well, okay, great. Reach heads up, then. That's not a bad outcome, too, if you just steal a blind every orbit.
Yeah, you just chip down the guy blind per blind. It still works heads up. It makes sense. It makes sense. I'm Team Vitter on this one.
Awesome. Henry,
take that.
You've been bested.
Tomoyuki Yoshimiya of Japan raising up to 8K under the gun with King Jack suited variety this time. Everyone folds. And hand 56, day 2 main event feature table. In a nutshell, not much happened.
We are inching towards the money, of course. 201 players will be making the money. We will be getting an updated count on how many players left, but safe to say maybe 100 or so players will be going away with nothing from this point on, but the majority of the remaining field certainly inching towards that milestone. And as I was saying earlier, Greg, it starts to impact your play, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's a game of endurance and consistency. It's one of the things I struggle most with the game. Is I know what the general theoretical right thing I should do is, but jamming is fun.
Indeed it is.
And folding is boring. So yes, a big game about endurance, resilience, and not just playing well, but playing well consistently. A little bit of a cumbersome all-in there. Blind versus blind takes it down, and you take it all back.
Well, jamming is fun, as you said. It seems like he made a fun activity out of that jam.
It is fun. It is fun. So not in the money yet to answer a live chat. Hello, guys. I'm from Indonesia. Salam Kenal. Welcome, welcome.
Hello, hello.
The Sentinel wondering if Courtney still plays poker recreationally. David says Greg no Golo. I don't know what that means. And Gilbert Go says playing 7 deuce is much more fun. Yes, Gilbert Go. It is very, very fun.
You know, speaking of what you were talking about in terms of knowing what the right thing to do and actually doing it, it's funny because in a lot of sports, the difference between training and execution is understandably very vast. So what I mean by that is you can know what to do in, let's say, a tennis shot or a soccer kick, but actually doing it takes, well, sometimes years of practice to be able to execute. In poker, technically, there should be no difference between training and execution. If you know what to do, There's no skill stopping you from your hands doing it, from announcing the right thing to do. But still there's a difference in your brain. You might know what to do, but your brain just executes something different. It's fascinating.
What I'm going to glean from that conversation is that I need to practice the physical action of folding my cards more.
Of listening to your brain, exactly.
Pocket pair on pocket pair action. As flop comes, a bunch of overcards to those pocket pairs. Interesting to see how this is going to play out here. I believe Teo was our pre-flop aggressor. Oh no, I lied. Plus Su Qianyu with the deuces as our pre-flop aggressor. Currently with the worst hand post-flop. Gonna make a C-bet though. And it's likely gonna get the better hand of pocket fives to fold. Actually, Elki's in the mix here with 7-6 offsuit defending the big blind. Makes the call with bottom pair. As turn brings what I believe was a queen.
I think a big reason that Shin Yu-Su continued telling his story, even though he was multi-way with pocket deuces on that board, is because one of his opponents only had 10 big blinds. So the pocket fives did get out of the way, but Elki does not call 7-6 off to fold when he hits a pair.
Absolutely. And being an early position open, King 10 gonna be much stronger for Su's early position raise. And pocket pairs, small pocket pairs, under pairs if you will, good contenders for bluffs. It looks like Su probably continued the aggression on turn.
He did, in fact, and he takes it down, and mad respect. I mean, double barreling first multi-way and then continuing to tell the story on the turn against Elki is, well, it takes some guts to do that, let's just say. I know I'd be a little bit intimidated.
And gets Bertrand Grospellier, a.k.a. Elki, renowned world poker pro, to fold the best hand. As Elki would say, so seek, so seek.
So seek.
Gilbert. Oh, sorry, yes, go ahead.
Oh, my apologies. I was going to ask, you remember the scene from Rounders where Matt Damon recounts the story of just beating Johnny Chan in one hand?
And he was like, I'm the best. I beat him in one hand. I'm the best.
Well,
yes.
The idea is that you feel like you could do it, you know, like probably poker legends at the time were just considered these like gods of the game. Obviously, we didn't have live streams, much less instructional books written by them in terms of how to play. But you think in the modern era it counts if you beat like a poker legend in just one hand? You think it's a story to go home with?
No. I mean, like, yes, it's a story. And it feels good, you know. But there's a reason that when high stakes players or notable influencers in the space go heads up against each other, they do so over a very large sample, tens of thousands of hands. Oh dear. I see queens in the mix, raised from the cutoff. Elki picking up ace-jack offsuit with 12 big blinds in the small blind versus the late position raise. Gonna jam here. It's a great hand, good showdown value. Can get a lot of late position opens to fold, but is gonna run to the top of Su Chi-Kwan's raise here. So Elki all in for his tournament life with ace-jack. Needs to find an ace or a jack. Needs to find an ace or a jack. Sorry, just an ace. Needs to find an ace! And it's going to be no dice. And we're going to witness Elki get eliminated from the main event here at APT Taipei. Say it ain't so. But I guess we'll see him at some side turbos, I guess.
And the Players Party.
And the Players Party.
GG, Mr. Elki.
GG's to Elki. Big ayahs in the chat for Elki. And now that's a story to go home with.
That is a story. Busting out a poker legend is certainly a story, no doubt.
And Mr. Lee of Taiwan now with 33 big blinds, chipping on up. As we are now temporarily 7-handed, 8-handed on this table.
Gilbert Go and chat, frequent viewer and commenter, says it's not your brain wither. He's referring to the difference between knowing what to do and actually doing it. It's not your brain, it's your emotions.
No, it's muscle memory. I have to train folding cards over and over again in different ways.
It's all the same. Emotions and muscle memory, I think it's somehow related.
Same. GG Elki says natural 8.
Some condolences from our title sponsor, Natural 8, Asia's biggest online poker room. Fully licensed, 24/7 support, instant deposits, lots of opportunities to win free money. Should you join Natural 8? This is what I say. Well, naturally.
Nicely done.
Thank you very much. It's not natural 7, not natural 9. It's natural 8. Speaking of 8s, Chen Yu-chen had pocket 8s, raised it up, everybody folded. 8 players remain at this table. Our Japanese players, under 20 big blinds, and Koklun Teo, our shortest stack with 10 BBs.
Just a reminder what we're playing for, over $360,000 US guaranteed to the player who finishes first in this tournament. But 4th place onwards, we're talking about 6-figure USD scores, $107,000 US to the player who finishes 4th, 147 to 3rd, 208 to 2nd, and 360 plus to 1st place.
$1/3 of $1 million to 1st place.
$1/3 of $1 million. Million.
Reminds me of the famous Bare Naked Ladies song. If I had $1/3 of $1 million, if I had $1/3 of $1 million. Is that Bare Naked Ladies? I believe so.
And by the way, let's not forget, we are playing in Taiwan. The actual payout is in local Taiwanese currency, $11.2 million. So actually a 7-figure score.
Oh, pardon
Certainly
me.
if you're a local too.
If I had $11.2 million, if I had $11.2 million Taiwan dollars, I'd buy some new Romian. Yes, I'd buy some new Romian. You know what new Romian is?
Oh no.
Taiwan. Best known food is New Romian, which means beef noodles. They're known for their beef noodles.
Oh, I cannot wait to have some. Say it again.
New Romian. New means cow. Ro means meat. Mian means noodle. Put it together, you get cow meat noodle. Or just beef noodles.
Oh wait, mian. I lived in America for a while. They just call it main, like lo mein.
Yeah. There you go.
Uneducated, I tell you, these Americans.
No. Tomoyuki with Ace Jack from Japan. In the cutoff, gonna raise it up to 8K. Looks like it folds down to our big blind with a decision here. Big blind's gonna fold, so Tomoyuki gonna take down the blinds. Stealing the blinds.
Did the blind just fold with ace-10 off?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me?
And it's the right fold. He was severely dominated.
But how? How do they know?
Feeling range. This is the new evolution of poker. So we went from trying to read a person's specific hands to more game theory optimal schools of thought with reading ranges. I would like to introduce the new era
of
poker theory. The feeling range. Sometimes you feel it.
Greg,
sometimes you don't.
I'd give you credit for anything, buddy, but this is Phil Hellmuth's white magic.
Yes.
Just in another form.
Ah.
It's trademarked. It's copyright. We're going to get sued if we try to give it a different name.
I'm a plagiarizer.
Just call it white magic and give Phil Hellmuth the GOAT the credit.
I'm going to plagiarize it and rebrand it as Greg Theory Optimal.
GTO.
Gilbert Go. GTO.
One of my favorite eras of poker content was the Mike Postle incident, and without going into it too much for those unaware, there was this element of Mike Postle looking constantly down into his lap, where perhaps he had some device that helped him, perhaps he didn't. But calling his play Cross Theory Optimal, CTO, was one of the funniest things Joey Ingram has ever done.
I didn't realize it was credited to Joey, so wow, big shout out to Joey Ingram,
CTO,
making a little Little shout out to Joey on the APT Taipei live stream. Hey, we got some big hands here. Hijack opens with queens. Cutoff defends with ace-3 suited. Big blind, small blind defends. Big blind maybe defense comes along. Probably not.
And how about that flop? Queen 3 deuce when you have pocket queens is just one of the most aesthetically pleasing flops you can hope for.
So top set right now. The flop nuts for Tomoyuki. Gonna check. I believe it should check and flow to Tomoyuki.
Masatoshi Tanaka does have a decent piece of this board. Middle pair, top kicker.
No club for consolation for Chen Yu.
No spade, you mean?
No clubs, I meant, because he had Jack 10 of clubs. Oh, no clubs on the flop.
Ah, I see.
Yes, yes, yes. No spades in his hand. Same, same.
Same, same.
Different words, but same, same.
Well, as it stands, Masatoshi thinking he's likely ahead, and on most boards, against most opponents, he might be with his middle pair. He's run into what is currently the nuts.
Yeah, top set, a very natural trap, natural hand to add to your trapping range. We're gonna play it slow, we're gonna play it fast. Looks like we're gonna play it fast as we're not off to a turn, so a check raise here by Tomoyuki. Must be a sizable one. Oh, no. 25K. Clicky
Tiny.
click.
Click raise.
Both players notably are very short here in stacks. 10 big blind versus 14 big blinds.
I think a bit greedy by Tomoyuki to sort of reveal the strength of his hand. Very few hands would be bluffing with the click raise there, and it does make a hand as marginal as Masatoshi's ace-3 off suddenly look like a bluff catcher, making it all the more easier to fold. Understandable that he would get excited, but with the queen of spades as well in his hand, maybe he didn't need to rush it. Give his opponent a little more opportunity and rope to try and catch up to his monster. There we go, does get the extra 13K in chips from Masatoshi, who's now down to 14 bigs. Of course, the effective stack being Tomoyuki's 10 big blinds. Another spade makes Tomoyuki's hand all the more stronger and just instantly goes all in.
43K into 69K, set himself up for a turn shove. That was always a plan. Front door flush comes in. Yeah, but so be it. I've got top set and outs and blockers, a jam and a fold, and Tomoyuki Yoshimiya of Japan taking it down, increasing his stack now to 125K in chips. About 30 big blinds.
Good pickup. Increases the stack by almost 50%. So largest stack still. Player from Canada.
Canada, a very large country. Lots of land. Lots of space. Not a lot of people.
How many people does Canada have?
It's at least 2.
Solid line. I'll take the over. I do ask because I come from New Delhi. 30 million people in New Delhi.
Wow. That's a lot of people. And that 30 million,
and
that was the guarantee in Taiwan dollars that's been smashed by APT Taipei main event. Now 60 million. Sorry, I gotta do my due diligence.
Yeah, if we took the whole prize pool, we could give 2 Taiwanese dollars to every citizen of New Delhi.
Hey, yo.
And those are the kind of massive stakes we're playing for here, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so Tomoyuki back into the mix here, starting with 30 bigs, raises it up on +1. Our chip leader from Canada, Yuan Chung, coming along with these suited connectors on the cutoff.
Look at this.
Oh.
A squeeze. Chin Yu Su, ace-9 off on the button. Sees the open under the gun +1. a call from the cutoff, sort of a perfect squeeze spot as they call it, which means somebody opened, somebody flatted, and then you raise it up. He has picked out a good spot, which is to say that the under the gun +1 open was with a relatively weaker holding of pocket fives. Really good radar there, super impressive. Ace line off could easily have hit the muck.
Pretty, but I'm not gonna call.
And Yuan Cheng Lu, I mean, being the chip leader shows that he's willing to essentially fold a very, very callable hand. What do you think of that, Greg? Like, that's a lot of information to be giving away.
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes it's not all about sometimes it's about the camaraderie. Sometimes the value of camaraderie, which sometimes includes, showing people your hands or what you folded or what you bluffed them off with, is more important than giving information sometimes.
And listen, I mean, I know you mean it from just like a fun EV perspective, because
the entertainment value, positive perspective.
Sure, you want to be having a good time, and it actually helps your mental game. But I actually do agree with you, even from a in-game, like a meta game perspective, which is that maybe if you build this camaraderie, players go weaker on you in marginal spots, and maybe they don't attack you as much because you were nice enough to show them. So it can have some returns, but I tend not to be in favor of giving away information for free, not just as a principle, but in this case, you are showing that you're not willing to gamble despite being the biggest stack. I mean, somebody effectively got a squeeze play on you, and you showed them that you folded a pretty good hand.
Yes, you're right. I can understand that. Invites potentially people squeezing more light and trying to get you to push you off pots if they know you're overfolding. Hey, Masatoshi with the ducks. The deuces +1 goes all in for 11 big blinds. And Mr. Lee of Taiwan in the big blind with blackjack. That is a good hand there, ace-jack, for both blackjack and poker.
It's cutting out calling chips. I think this is going in there, and we're going to be in for a flip, perhaps.
It is from an early position raise. It is an early position jam, so it has to be concerned about being dominated by ace-king, ace-queen. Masatoshi's range is uncapped. He can even have kings, queens. Mr. Lee does block aces. Gonna make the fold here.
Oh, there we go. Did cut out chips fairly quickly. Decides to not take the marginal spot. Fair enough. Avoids the flip.
And Yu Xiang Chang on YouTube is asking, how many minutes does this live stream delay?
Exactly 30 minutes.
Half an hour. Everything you're seeing now happened half an hour ago.
And in case anybody's wondering why, it's simply so that nobody can use live information. After all, we are showing whole cards, which makes the stream a lot more interesting and entertaining. But as long as a hand does not take half an hour to play, nobody can get an edge by watching the live stream.
Yes, the live stream is delayed half an hour, but you're talking with Vidar and I live, so feel free to chat with us in the live chat. We love interacting with y'all and engaging with y'all.
That's right. Test us out. See how live it is.
Anything you want to ask at all, I am an open book. You want to ask about the event at APT Taipei, about the location, about the promotions, about upcoming stops, about what I had for breakfast, what I look for in a partner, anything, open book.
What did you have for breakfast, Greg?
I had one of those. I had to think about it. I had one of those like triangle rice things from 7-Eleven. You know what I'm talking about? It's like the triangle rice things, and in the middle of the rice thing, there's like some sort of meat, different whatever. I got like the pork one, whatever, and seaweed wrapped around it. That thing. And onigiri coming, as I've been informed by the staff backstage on the switchers. And onigiri.
There we go. Now I learned something, the chat learned something, and it sounds like you learned something, Greg.
I learned something. Wow, I wish I had that voice in my headset and I just at my disposal at all times.
ZGPT?
ZGPT, yeah.
Answer to every question. Z, of course, directing the stream, voice in our heads whenever we need.
Pocket fives, Yuan Cheng of Canada Chip leading at this table, representing my home on native land. We're gonna raise it up to 9K. It looks like it's gonna be a call behind on the cutoff by Yu Chun of Taiwan with the Jack 10 suited, one of my favorite hands. Makes the call, and also, wow, the button's gonna come along here with Ace Queen of Hearts versus the under the gun raise. Going to elect for a flat, gonna make like some roadkill and flat. Folds down to the blinds.
Suchi Kwan Lee, Ace Queen suited, of course, a very strong hand. Decides not to 3-bet or squeeze in this situation because, of course, the open was from under the gun. Giving a lot of respect to Yuan Chang Lu.
Small blind getting out of the way. Do we have a big blind special? We just might. Uncertain yet as flop comes Ace Jack 9. So top pair, great kicker for Suchi Kwan Lee of Taiwan.
Look at that.
Pair
All
jacks.
4 players with exactly 1 pair. Top, middle, bottom, and under pair.
Oh my. Four ways to a flop. Don't see this too often, being multi-way. Gonna check to our pre-flop aggressor.
And Lee, of course, with the ace-queen, has a very underrepresented hand here.
Pair Jack's gonna get out of the way here. Heads up, a fine defend, but multi-way up against multiple ranges. Have to make tighter folds.
Pretty ambitious stab from Yuan Chang Lu with the pocket 5s.
Just range betting there. Pre-flop aggressor, though, into 4 ranges. Unlikely to get folds, and as a result, Mr. Lee does call. Goes check on the turn. And Yuan Cheng Liu of Canada asking, 你有多少? How much do you have left? Leveling.
25.
Mr. Lee here puts out a big bet, 25. Oh, not that big, pardon me. 25 into 86, less than a third. And Suchi Kwan Lee here, just top pair, with top pair, top kicker. Misdraws all about that he doesn't block. I imagine he's gonna have to make this call here.
Lu just trying to use his stack, really, to try and get some sort of a result in his favor. Like I said, Lee's hand is just so underrepresented. Pretty much is forced to call here. Should be happily calling, frankly. Very likely to be ahead. Weaker aces can easily be value betting here.
But of course, Liu doesn't
Whoa,
have...
whoa. What am I watching here, Greg? Surely not. Surely not. What just happened?
Surely is, as Yuan Cheng Liu gets the bluff through, utilizing his image, his stack, his uncapped range to his advantage, and getting a massive fold.
That is a
from
huge
Suchi
fold.
Kwan Lee. I have now learned, if you want more fold equity, just go, 你有多少吗? How much do you have behind?
That might actually have played a role, to be honest. I mean, that is a huge fold.
Speech play. Hey, looks, Elky's MTC got replaced. We've got a new player here in seat 5. Welcome, welcome. Has a whale on his shirt. Hilarious. I love poker merch.
By the way, how appropriate that this beautiful venue has a nice little pond right at the entrance.
Oh my god, I haven't even thought about that.
Full of fishes.
That is so... Vitter is referring to the... there's a koi pond with a artificial waterfall leading into this area. So beautiful, so gorgeous.
Beautiful.
It's completely gone over my head that it's just a bunch of
You
fishes
must
out
become
there.
one with the fishes
Oh
to
my
enter
goodness.
the Asia Poker Arena. How cool is that? So the man from Canada, Lu, seems to be dominating, or at least coasting, on this table so far. We have seen some eliminations. We will be getting more information on the new players that are joining us. In the meanwhile, if you're in chat, if you've been with us, don't forget to let us know where you're joining us from, what you're looking forward to for the rest of the series. And of course, hit that like button while you're at it. Helps us a lot. Get the word out. Helps you as well. Next time we're live, the algorithm gods more likely to let you know. And trust me, the action is just going to get spicier and spicier from this point on as we approach the money bubble. And we will be playing until we hit the money today. This is day 2 of the Asian Poker Tour main event. $1 million guarantee has been smashed and the prize pool is over $2 million US, one of the biggest tournaments of all time in Asia and globally.
Commentary brought to you, of course, by myself, poker YouTuber Greg Goes All In, and I'm joined by my esteemed colleague Vitter, single of India.
Let's not forget YouTuber / meme lord you are, Greg.
Yes. I make memes for a living. It's not easy work, but someone's got to do it. I make comedic sketches about poker on YouTube. But yes, I make memes about poker for a living. And occasionally, I am so fortunate to be invited to come out to Asia and work alongside the APT to bring you these live streams. And if you enjoy what you're watching, folks, please hit that like and subscribe button. Keep up to date with all of the live streams that are going to be happening in the next few days here at APT Taipei, the new era of Asian Poker Tour. And hit that notification bell as well. People always forget to do that. Notification bell, very important. You can manually, because even if you're subscribed to a channel, the algorithm, the YouTube algorithm, might not let you know when the people you're subscribed to upload.
Well, I've hit the notification bell on the Asian Poker Tour channel, and that's the reason I saw you and Henry go live for the influencer event, and what a great decision that was. Such an entertaining stream, both in terms of the play and the booths.
That was a very joyful stream. Taking a look at our chip counts here, Mr. Deo of Singapore, 7 big blinds, Masatoshi following shortly behind there with 10 bigs, a huge distribution, pretty wide distribution of stack depths here at this table. Going to make for some very interesting play and dynamics, so don't miss a thing.
I just cannot get over this shirt. It is like an art piece that you just get to wear.
I can get over this shirt. It's so minimalistic and cute. I really want it.
Where's that whale from? That whale looks familiar.
I don't know, but it looks like it's seen some things, you know what I'm saying? Suchi Kwon Lee with the 7s. I imagine opened it up here on the +2. We do apologize with the slight delay on the graphics. Raises it to 10K here. Going to fold around to the small blind who folds, and down to the big blind who looks like they've called. 10-9-8, 2 spades flop. An open ender for Suchi Kwon Lee here as we wait to see what big blind has. Big blind has ace-7, so with the same open ender, and they both hit it. And this is going to be so sick. Suchi Kwon Lee thinking, oh man, I have the straight, and I double block it. Nope. Blockers don't matter.
Suchi Kwon Lee, though, does have the gut shot straight flush draw, I believe. 6 of spades on the turn.
6 of spades on the turn. Oh, snap. 60% equity, actually.
Free rolling.
Free roll.
Very interesting to see how the players navigate this board texture and their holdings. Of course, the flush did come in, but I believe it did go check-check on the flop. Flush draws seem less likely when that happened. So you got to be betting for value, and if you're in Chien Yu Su's situation, there we go. Both of them end up with the chop.
Jack severely devaluing both their hands as now any queen makes a straight. But welcome to Chop City. Chop Suey, baby. As both players have the same hand, a straight to a jack.
Little small value bet / blocker from Suchi Kwon Lee. Gets insta-called. Fair play. And fair to say, most of the players have now sort of settled into their groove, but so far with the varying stack depths or wide distribution, as you called it, and there we go, we see the stacks again, between 7 and 81 big blinds. Every player seems to have their own objective, really. Some of them, of course, need a double up. Obviously, 7 big blinds. Just looking to get the chips in there. Those big blind antes really kill you. You have to put in 2 of them when the big blind is on you. But some of the players just sort of playing a little bit passive, just playing based on whatever cards they're dealt. Just goes to show you can have various approaches to a tournament, especially in the middle stages. Are you trying to make the money? Are you trying to chase every plus EV spot? Are you trying to chase only high EV spots?
Are you trying to chase low EV spots?
Are you trying to chase pocket aces?
Well, there you go. Soo-Chi Kwon Lee of Taiwan with the aces +1. I have imagined they've raised. Folds around to the small blind. Lee wants action, and we'll get action. Pardon me, it folds down to the button to our chip leader, Yuan Chung Liu of Canada, who picks up ace-queen offsuit here. Does make the call or 3-bet? Call or 3-bet?
Call, I believe.
Call, and again, also notably, Soo-Chi Kwon Lee makes a pretty unorthodox open here to 15K when blinds are 2K, 4K, 4K, and almost 4 big blind raise.
I think that's perhaps... Oh, my apologies. There is a 3-bet, and you are so right, Greg, about the sizing. 15K on a 4K big blind.
Oh. And an all-in and a call. I imagine that's just between Liu and Lee. So Liu...
The unorthodox raise absolutely working for Lee here.
Wow.
The chip leader, of course, had enough chips to sort of get them in there, but is going to be hurting were he to lose this hand, which seems more and more likely. Aces versus ace-queen, about one of the worst situations you can be in pre-flop. There we go, aces get the check mark.
And aces gets the double with aces and jacks. 9 kicker, exploitative open, gets paid off in a huge way. And our chip leader, Mr. Liu, loses a big chunk of chips and loses... No, doesn't quite lose the chip lead, but the margin has definitely been decreased.
Sort of go-chip leaders now with the person he just doubled up, Soo-Chi Kwon Lee.
97-5.
Yeah, we can see Yuan Chung Liu still ahead here with 56 big blinds, but the gap between being chip leader, between chip leader and second chip leader has definitely gone a lot smaller, setting up an entirely new dynamic at this table. Again, folks, you're watching day 2 of the main event here at APT Taipei, the new era of the Asian Poker Tour. Commentary brought to you by yours truly, Greg Goes All In, and my colleague Vitor Single. 104 people watching the live chat. Feel free to drop us a line and say hello. And if you wanted a reason, a monetary reason to engage in our chat, if you take a look at the pinned comment in our live chat, you'll see that the Asian Poker Tour has posted a link to a Google Doc on which you can fill out trivia questions and immediately be entered into an $888 flip out hosted on and by Natural 8. If we have any players listening in today, remember that tonight at 9 p.m. at the Babylon Taipei, the players party will be hosted there. So come by for some really good food, good drinks, music, and good times. The players party of every happens every series, and it's always one of the highlights for me.
Legendary player parties at the Asian Poker Tour.
Legendary. It's gonna be legend. Wait for it.
Dairy. What was the one? Legend, and I hope you're not lactose intolerant because dairy.
Dairy, yes. How I Met Your Mother references. Anybody? Anybody? Anyone? You watch How I Met Your Mother in Asia? No? Okay. Pocket 3s for Tomoyuki Yoshimiya, +1 with 29 big blinds. Looks like there was a raise, and now action on the button here, who makes a raise to 25,000. Chen Yu-Su of Taiwan with the ace-king suited variety, hearts variety, makes the raise. Blinds get out of the way. Pocket 3s now. Thinking what to do after raising to 10K versus a 3-bet to 25K. Starting with 26 big blinds, or having 26 big blinds. Being in +1 versus a button raise. What do I do in this spot? This one spot out of literally millions of different permutations of spots in tournament poker. I hope that just gave you a slight glimpse into how complicated this game can be and is.
It really is pretty crazy.
Oh, hey, check out. This is nice. 236 players left remaining. We're in the money at when?
201.
201. So 235 more players before we're in the money and everyone can breathe a slight sigh of relief.
Well, Greg, I have to say things are moving along pretty quickly. We're playing down to the money today. So that means only 34 players to go before the end of the day.
I just might be able to roll up to this party a little early.
That is crazy. Well, let me just say for anybody watching, I do expect action to slow down as we approach the money because, of course, the stakes are high, the milestone is big, and the play does tend to slow down, understandably, as players get close. But look at the progress, so to speak. Of course, that means a lot of pain of bust-outs has been caused here. 614 players came in to day 2 today. So many players, in fact, that we had to play 10-handed at the start of the day simply because there wasn't enough space at the largest poker room in Asia. And here we are, having made quick progress all the way down to 235 players. 201 make the money. This is it, guys. We are now in the sort of the late stage of the middle stage of the tournament. Everybody can just taste it. They know they worked so hard to get here. Some of them have played multiple flights. They all want to make the money, but 34 of them will be going home with nothing because tournament poker is brutal.
Speaking of which,
well, how about finding kings when you're down to 5 big blinds? Kok Loon Teo came into the table short stack, will happily show down his kings, getting called, understandably given the short stack.
We've got action. Looks like a heads-up all-in here. Kings versus ace-8s. And Kings all-in for its tournament life. Needs to dodge the ace or the running 8s. 8 on the flop. Makes you sweat. Oh, dagger to the heart. Ace on the turn. Needs a king and only a king as the river is a queen of diamonds. And that's going to be a good game for Kok Loon Teo of Singapore, whose kings have gotten cracked here. Just 30-ish off from the money. Tragedy, devastation, disappointment, but all smiles.
Takes it well.
Takes it well.
Much credit there for taking it as well as he did. So close to the money, as you said, Greg. Gets it in as good as you can, but such is the nature of the beast. Gets eliminated by Hiroki Kato from Japan, I believe.
Aya's in the chat for Mr. Teo of Singapore.
Yeah, on the turn.
As we have a special little cameo. Henry Kilbane in the commentary room. Doesn't have a microphone. If he wants to speak, he's going to have to speak up a little loudly. But hello, hello. Coming in here to check out the sweat. Henry, how are you? He says, I'm good, man. I'm good, mate.
Are you doing a British accent?
I don't know. my British comes out Australian sometimes.
Australian?
Australian.
Well, one more elimination as we just saw, which means one more spot to be closer to the money. Some quick math here, about 230 odd players left, which means 9-handed per table. Let's just say we're looking at 25 to 30 tables. We just need 1 or 2 players from each table to get eliminated and we're in the money. If you look up, see all the tables, you subtract 1 player from each, and you're in the money. You get to go home, you get to tell your friends and family you cashed at the biggest main event of the Asian Poker Tour, and you get to come back, play day 3, and hope to win it big. And speaking of coming back to playing day 3, once again, let's just call out what an amazing situation Natural 8 had provided to play a day 1 from the comfort of your own home. We had 27 players play day 1 on Natural 8 and make it all the way to the money on day 1 itself. Because it is online, they play the same amount of levels as the players will be playing live. 27 players come in tomorrow as well to play day 3 directly. So if you have been hesitating for some reason to maybe come down to an Asian Poker Tour event, just know that you can even play from the comfort of your own home, as long as you play on Natural 8. And for any future events, don't forget, there are always satellites Satellites for this event were as low as $3.
Can
And
you
the top
imagine?
prize is going to be $360,000 US.
Can you imagine 120xing your money?
120,000 Xing. You forgot
Yes,
the
correct.
1,000.
Correct. The numbers are so big, my smooth brain cannot comprehend it.
120 is good enough. How about 1,000 times that?
120,000, yes. Got some fresh chips and fresh blood on the table as we see a new player here with the black sleeves, white accenting, white mask. Top right of the screen. Gonna make the fold after a jam from one of our players.
What do you think, Greg? That's intentional? The white mask, the top sleeves being white. I'm always trying to take some fashion tips from
Poker players?
Well, yeah, I mean,
You're looking in the wrong places.
I don't know, man. In Taiwan, I find like some really spiffy ones.
You know, to be fair, yes. Taiwanese players tend to be.
I mean, just look at the shot right now. That shirt, I just cannot get over. I just need to know what is going on with that shirt. It is so vibrant.
So it looks like Masatoshi, short stacked with 10 big blinds, goes all in with ace-jack suited. A fine hand for poker, a great hand for blackjack. Gonna get all the way to the button. Looks like it's gone all the way down to the big blind now. Gentleman with the the shirt and the minimalistic whale graphic and the big blind. Gonna make the call here with 9-8 suited
And the bow?
and the bow.
A bow for good luck.
A bow for a preemptive thanks for this pot. We will see, but Tanaka all in for his tournament life as flop comes queen, deuce, 3, 2 hearts. Tanaka has the flush draw and is ahead with ace high. Kato needs to find a 9-8 on the river. It's not going to come, and that's going to be a double up for Masatoshi here of Japan.
That bow I'm still thinking about. What a gracious move. To call someone light and give the bow.
A gift, if
The
you
folded
want.
hands, the namaste, as they would call it
Namaste.
in my country.
Yep.
Well, they wouldn't say namaste because that's with an accent. They'd say namaste.
But looking some chips staying, at least chips staying within the Japanese circulation. 3 Japanese players here, all closely connected here. 36, 26, 22 big blinds. 3 Taiwanese players, and at the very top, representing my homeland, my home country, Canada. Canada. It's hard to chant. Canada.
What is the chant of Canada? What
I
do you
don't
say?
know.
Go.
Go
Maples?
go
Maple
Canucks.
Leafs? Canucks, exactly. Go Wayne Gretzky.
Gretzky.
Who would you say is the pride of Canada, Craig?
The pride of Canada.
Jim Carrey?
Yeah, he's up there. Jim Carrey. Bieber's notable, but I don't know if we talk much.
Surely
of,
Bieber's not the pride of
No,
Canada.
no, no. I just said he's notable. I didn't say necessarily he was the pride. Who else? Canada. Who else did we make? Michael Bublé, of course.
Ah, Michael Bublé.
Birds flying high. You know how I feel.
You know
who
the
else?
Canadian who is legendary to me?
Who?
Russell Peters.
Russell Peters. Love that guy, of course. Peters talking about very notable stand-up comedian. Was very popular in the late 2000s.
Absolutely seminal in sort of globalizing comedy for non-Americans and perhaps non-Australians and non-British people. All 3 of these countries had very thriving comedy scenes, but Russell Peters just such a phenomenon. Indian-Canadian.
What was your favorite Russell Peters joke or line?
Well, firstly,
Just
it would
'cause I
have to
don't
be
feel-
appropriate.
Just because I don't feel comfortable doing an Indian accent on live stream.
Somebody gonna get hurt real bad. The old
That's
classic.
classic. Good old classic.
We should apply that to poker too. Like, if you call, somebody gonna get hurt
If
real
you
bad.
call. Hey, speaking of which, Chen Yu-Su of Taiwan with the pocket queens. Gonna raise up 10K. If somebody calls, they just might get a hurt real bad. As flop comes Jack 10-8 over pair and gut shot for queens. I imagine, yep, small blind comes along. with the pair of 10s and the same gut shot on the flop.
Pretty rough flop there for Masatoshi Tanaka. Certainly enough to keep him involved in the hand, but unless he hits another 10, or of course a 9 for a chop, he's absolutely dominated on this board, and Shin Yu-Su might feel comfortable continuing considering he has a gut shot to go along with his overpair. Get some more chips in the middle, start building this spot.
Looks like big blind's in the mix as well with the dumb end of the gut shot with the 7.
You hear? Surely Chun Yu-Su thinking about a bet here. Would not want to give a free card to the two opponents in this hand.
So it is going to be a bet of 25K. Large, rather large bet. 25 into what was 20. Wow.
34, I believe.
Yep, 34.
Makes sense, the board being as draw heavy as it is.
Wow. And Tanaka going to let go of the pair of 10s and the gut shot.
Very disciplined.
Move on to our next hand.
Player is definitely looking focused here as we inch towards the money.
That's right. Last we checked, we were 236 players left remaining. 201 players get into the money, and that will be the end of day 2. Hand 74 now of day 2 of the APT Taipei main event with a record-breaking 60 million Taiwan dollar prize pool, more than double our guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. Chen here of Taiwan goes all in with the lucky 8s. Very auspicious number.
Goes through, I believe.
Goes through, and that's a fine result. Picking up the blinds. If all you do in a tournament is pick up the blinds every single orbit, you win the tournament. Take a look at our player positions here. 4 Taiwanese players. Taiwan representing very well on the home turf. 3 Japanese players, and of course,
the 3 Japanese players, they're just dominating the middle of the table there. Seat 4, 5, and 6.
Nice. You know what they say, birds of a feather.
So I believe the next level will take up the big blind to 5K. And there we go. We have hit the next level. 2.5K, 5K, 5K big blind, 5K ante on the big blind. 12.5K in the middle to fight for every time a hand starts. These numbers are just adding up now.
Just like death and taxes, another sure thing in life. The blinds ever increasing. Ace 9 gets out of the way from +1. +2 folds, +3, +4 folds. Looks like we're action's on the cutoff now. Or it might be the button, pardon me. Action is on the button here. Button's gonna raise, it looks like. The blue chips are worth 5K. Raises to 20K if I'm not mistaken. It might have been a verbal like 16, 70K. But I know 4 blue chips went out there. We have already seen a unconventional 4 big blind open earlier, and then aces versus ace queen hand. Action now on the small blind. Looks like a button open with 10-6 off. Using the it was 11K. Blue chips are 5K.
The old 2.2x.
2.2x.
He is the chip leader on the button. Certainly expect any two to be opening there.
All right, and takes it down. Yeah, Wu here, a new addition to our table, bringing in fresh chips and coming in as the chip leader, taking the chip lead from Liu. Liu now with 42 bigs.
You know what's been fun to see, Greg, is some of the familiar faces from some of the feature tables and final tables we covered in Fukuoka.
Absolutely, such as?
Oh, I saw Bert, the
Yes!
Australian sensation out there.
Yes, Bert really proving himself as a regular here at the APT, and
the man with the most fun rail, I believe,
yes,
by a mile.
The Aussie rail is so fun.
Of course, some other familiar faces, not just from the APT and Fukuoka, but also just the circuit in general. Some of the crushers we were talking about, Bachara from Thailand, other Thai players also.
Kitty Kuo in the mix as well, who of course is a notable personality in the poker world. But it's my first time meeting her here in her home city. Of course, also an ambassador for Natural 8, and if I haven't said enough already, Asia's largest online poker site. Pachara, of course, as well. Who else have we seen? From India, Jasmine, we've seen as well.
One of the World Series of Poker bracelet winners from India, Abhinav Iyer, still in the mix, I believe.
All right, so heads up to a flop button versus big blind. Flop comes, queen high. Big blind checks in flow to Liu from Canada.
Chen with the gut shot, the short stack, and a dream against effectively still the chip leader on the table, perhaps a co-chip leader.
Liu just gonna c-bet on with the range advantage on a board that connects very well with that range.
Sometimes it just looks too easy, doesn't it, Greg?
Oh, poker? Easy game.
Open on the button, get your opponent to miss, continuation bet, take it down, move on to the next one.
Just hit.
Just hit, yeah,
just
even
hit.
easier.
It's so easy. So, bottom of our stacks here, Chen and Tanaka with 15 big blinds, very playable. Heaps. I'm learning more and more, like, cause I get very panicky in tournaments just because I'm primarily a cash game player. I'm used to 100 big blind, 200 big blind stacks. So whenever I get down to like 30, 40 bigs, which is usually the average that you'll have in a tournament, I get very panicky.
Yeah.
But I'm learning more and more that 40 big blinds, heaps. 30 big blinds, heaps.
I know what you mean. It's an adjustment I had to make myself when I started playing tournaments. And more so, even when you get down to something which we would consider very low, say the 10 big blind mark, patience is still actually the name of the game. Depending on the stage of the tournament you're in, of course, and maybe later stages, ICM, etc. plays into it. But more and more, and especially as I've been commentating, I've been noticing that patience tends to get rewarded. Once in a while, it does backfire. We just saw an elimination, Kings versus Ace-8. Usually you want to have enough chips to have some sort of fold equity, but you know, there were some sort of milestones for panicking. 10 big blinds used to be one of them, and it seems like that's no longer the case.
Liu of Canada picking up 8s and raising it up to 11K. Gets a call by a suited connector on the button, and big blind comes along with 8-7 as flop comes Jack 9-5 Rainbow. Sue with the best hand with a pair of 9s.
Pretty spicy board, actually, because the 8-7, of course, is a double gutter.
Surprised to see 8-7 get out of the mix versus the single bet. Rainbow board, straight draws have a lot more value to them when on on rainbow boards.
What just happened? Did the 8-7 not realize they had a double gutter? I mean, how can you?
They're hard to see.
They are hard to see. That's the beauty of them. But you're supposed to see them when you have them.
That's why they're great, because then they're hard when you hit. Oh man, it's hard to see.
But you also have to realize you have them, I suppose.
I guess so. 10-9 going to be the best hand here by the river. River bet now for value on the button by Sue.
I like it. A confident value bet.
25.
Second pair, not the best kicker. Still just knows where he's at.
Liu does double block the Nutter Butters. Will he get creative here in the cutoff?
Lou is pipped, as they say. He has pocket 8s. The next best hand would be a pair of 9s. And there we go. He pays off a pip. What a great value bet. And he shows it again. He does like to show his cards, Greg. That's a lot of free information.
Yes, it is free information, but sometimes I feel like it's also you can also use that information to exploit.
That is true. I don't think that's what he was doing in that moment. I think it was sort of frustration. But you are right in that some players are really good at showing their cards and then adapting to what they showed. But given this is the second data point I'm getting, he showed the fold he made to the squeeze play earlier when he had something like, I believe it was 10-9 suited. I think this is just a man who's just friendly.
Yes.
Shows his cards.
Well, he is Canadian.
Oh, he is Canadian. That's right.
We can't lie. Every time he wins a pot, he probably says sorry. Sorry, sorry.
Yeah, I was about to ask, is that how they say sorry in Canada?
Yes, yeah, I said sorry. But then like the super stereotypical Canadian would be like sorry.
Sorry.
And then Americans are like sorry. And 78 of APT Taipei main event day 2 as we get closer and closer to the money bubble. 201 players get into the money, and that's where we end our day. 230-ish players left remaining. Looks like a button open here to 10K, 2 big blinds, very reasonable. It's going to be with a very reasonable hand as well, if not strong. Ace-10 of hearts by Chen from Taiwan. Action on the small blind now, who we've seen make tight folds in the past before. Seems to have a bit of a decision here on the small blind. Curious to see what they have, and it's going to be a fold on the 2. Oh, wow. Lee making a tight fold with king-queen offsuit on the small blind versus an open on the button. And big blind's also going to get out of the way. No big blind special. And what a great seat to be in on the button there, knowing you have 2 potentially tighter players, knowing that you can steal the blinds a lot wider. 7 deuce, my favorite hand.
Never lose.
Four Taiwanese players, 3 Japanese players, and 1 Canadian. All of them vying for the top prize of the main event, a whopping 360,000 US dollars.
And change.
And change.
And when we're talking about change, we're talking about change that is probably the first place prize in some of the smaller tournaments we have in the series.
Absolutely.
Could be as high as 365,000 US dollars, depending on the Taiwanese exchange rate. More importantly, 11.2 million Taiwanese. That's 7 figures.
And lest we forget also the beautiful main event trophy, brand new line of trophies coming out for this launch of the new era of the Asian Poker Tour here at APT Taipei. All of these were custom made by a trophy making company. Yeah, specifically a trophy making company.
Well, a lot of thought has gone behind them, and if you haven't checked out the video of one of the co-owners of the APT, Michael Soiza, discussing the thinking behind the trophy, it is absolutely amazing. The thought that has gone into it, and also just goes to show the level of care and passion going behind this event.
Yes, the level of thought.
And that trophy, Greg, we haven't had a chance to discuss it yet. Oh my God, it is gorgeous. It is like a statement piece for life to have on your mantelpiece.
Yes. And it's made out of gold. 24 karat, baby. So a little extra bit of value there. Hey, check it out. We got a pot brewing here. Tanaka with the deuces, raising it up from under the gun. Ooh, with Jack 10 suited, gonna use that as a 3-bet candidate, +1, try to ISO and get hands behind a fold, fighting for position, but not gonna get out of the way is Sue with 7s from late position, who makes the cold call of the 3-bet, and action's gonna get back around to our pre-flop aggressor with the deuces versus the 3-bet and the cold call of the 3-bet. Man, it's with these small pocket pairs that you just want to see a flop so bad, and then when you can't, it's like, why? I just want to set mine.
It's what we were discussing. Your brain knows no, but your heart is saying yes.
My mind is telling me no, but my body is telling me yes. But it is going to make the call as flop comes ace-10-5 here. Ooh, who made the light 3-bet pre, gets rewarded here with the best hand on this flop of ace 10-5. Has pair of 10s here. Can't be too comfortable with the ace on the flop versus a raise and a cold call and then a call.
Certainly one of the unsaid rules is when you 3-bet, you get to represent the aces. He does check in this case. Of course, your 3-betting range often has a lot of pocket pairs as well that might continue this way on an ace-high board.
Continuation bet. No, a check from Uho, and now a bet from Su with the under pair, sensing perhaps weakness.
Really using position to try and win this pot with pocket sevens. Sort of a merge bet. Maybe he's ahead with the sevens, gets a fold. Maybe he gets to represent an ace and gets lower pocket pairs to fold. In this case, Jack 10 of diamonds, all kinds of backdoors, straights, backdoor flush draws.
Oh, wow. And Wu not making the call, not making the fold. Check raises here with middle pair. Backdoor straights and backdoor flushes. Does have the best hand as well.
It really isn't even about that anymore. It's that looming bubble that Wu knows he can use to his advantage, having his opponent covered. Having enough backdoor equity to start applying maximum pressure and getting what's known as leverage on his bet. He's saying, okay, you need to call 35K right now, my man. 178K in the pot. But what do you think happens next? The next bet's going to be bigger, and the last one's going to put your whole stack at risk, perhaps even the next one. Effectively, this is ICM pressure. Losing a chip hurts way more, and gaining a chip is valuable. Bluffing with the best hand, but credit where it's due, putting maximum pressure, gets it through. Does end up having a nice pickup there by actually checking on the flop. A little bit rich get richer situation, which is exactly what you expect as we near the bubble here. This is crunch time. If you have a decent stack, it's time to really step up the pressure and try to put yourself in a great position for after when the money bubble bursts.
As we take a look at our chip counts, Wu extending his chip lead by a massive amount, 91 big blinds. Not even coming close as our second in chips. Our Canadian 39 big blinds. No extremely short stacks that are sweating profusely as we get closer to the money bubble. But things just might change. Action now, folding around. And looks like we're going to see an open here to 15,000. Could very well be 11, 12, 13, or 14,000, but there are 3 blue chips out there. Hello.
2 black aces.
And 0 action. Wah, 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 wah. Hey, but you picked up the blinds, so you won. Can't be too upset about that.
Yeah, but did you, Greg? But did you? One of the less bittersweet, I should say more bittersweet feelings in poker. Not getting action with aces. But you are right. Important to keep in perspective. You won, you picked up some chips. You're still in the tournament. Life is good.
Life is good. Life a bit stressful for Tanaka, our short stack with 11 big blinds representing Japan.
As we were just discussing, yeah, you still have to be patient, but now at this stage, you actually have to probably get up, stand up at least, and take a look around at some of the other tables and see what 11 big blinds means to you. If there's a lot of short stacks out there, it actually needs to go into the calculation of what to do in these sort of bubble or close to bubble scenarios as we do approach the money bubble. Last we checked, and I believe that was at least a half hour, maybe longer ago, 235 players left. Let's assume we're down to something closer to 225, give or take. 201 places paid. Over 2,550 USD guaranteed as the min cash. That's maybe 1.7x the buy-in. But once you make the min cash, everything's still left to play for. Over $2 million USD in the prize pool here. And 365,000 or so to first place.
Life-changing money to be had here, folks. Take a look again at our chip counts. Lots of middling stacks here. Pretty comfortable, unless something bad happens. Likely going to coast into the money, but Tanaka of Japan with 11 bigs going to have to do some short stack ninja navigation here.
Another milestone, perhaps before the money bubble, for players to think about is that we are approaching the next break.
Ooh, hello.
Now, we started at sharp noon. It's sharp 7 p.m. right now. 7 hours these guys have been grinding. So as much as we say, hey, we made short work of the player field, 7 hours they've been at it. And who knows how much longer to go, considering action does get a little bit more stilted as we approach the bubble. So the break is going to be, and there we go, actually, players do take a look at the clock. The break will be a great opportunity. I believe we have about 10 minutes to go.
Oh, wow.
To sort of reset yourself.
And Tanaka looks like he's going to take it down pre-flop as our short stack, shoving for 11 big blinds with pocket eights. Not going to get any action. Surprised to see a quick fold from Liu from Canada with King Queen.
Did not want to call off that relatively speculative hand against the sort of tighter range that Tanaka has shown so far
For
most
like
of the hands.
third, or close to a third of his stack near the bubble. That's fair, that's fair. Back in again. You can see action kind of slowing down as we predicted here. As we get closer to the money, a lot of the middling stacks are gonna have to tighten up a lot here. Highly incentivized to wait for the short stacks to bust out. No
Yeah,
sense in
I have
risking
to
their
say the shorter stacks are adjusting really well. They're going all in more and more, thereby putting the maximum pressure even on the middle stacks. Some great poker being played, even though it might seem very pedestrian, some of these plays. It's actually exactly what theory and some calculation on the table dynamics would recommend. Let's just do one more quick summation, Greg, just because I have the numbers in front of me. Flight A, 437, by the way. That's a new record for an opening flight. There are tournaments that have that as the total number of entries, for crying out loud, but our main event had 437 players for Flight A, 317 Flight B, 251 for Flight C, and as you might expect, 183 fewer players for Flight D because a lot of players are in the money, have made it to day 2 already. That's over 1,400 players, an absolutely smashing new record. And we did have 194 players out of that in the online day 1 on Natural 8 as well. And we started off day 2 with over 600 players, as we mentioned, whittling it down to about the 220 odd or so we have left here today. 201 of which will make it to day 3 and be in the money. And they will be joined by the 27 players from the online day 1 as well. What a series it's been. Henry and I, when we were sort of forced to not have any stream because of the vast number of tables we needed to lay out to support all the players for day 2, we did mention some of the other record-setting events we had. The largest opening event as well, 751 entries. I mean, that is an absolutely monster number for a kickoff event. That's like, once again, more than most main events. That was won for about 40,000 USD by the local favorite, Chia Yunwoo. Then one of the largest super high rollers, a 5,000 US dollar buy-in. 117 entries, yielding 130K first place prize. The largest women's event as well, 143 entries. How was the final table yesterday, Greg? You were following the action there.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, action was great. It was a tough, fierce battle, especially down to the final 3. Played well until 2 a.m., which is probably one of the later end times for our single-day flagship events. But yeah, I think most notably was that I was told that the previous record for entries for a women's event here at APT was 60, and yesterday we had 143 players, I believe, enter, so more than doubling our previous record.
Amazing. And you see more and more women on the floor for all the side events and the main event as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible seeing the game being grown.
Yeah, it's a testament to how inclusive the game is made by the Asian Poker Tour. The environment being a lot more friendlier. And it sort of propagates upon itself as well. You know, the more you see women playing such events, the more you're likely to come out and perhaps bring out some of your friends as well.
Totally. Just seeing yourself represented more in any event, any activity, really helps you. You know, the barriers for entry of lower class.
Absolutely.
Helps you get into it a bit more. So,
by the way, as I talk about some of these records, how about the Mystery Bounty Hunter, an event that is my favorite, that you actually were helping pull out the bounties for, and that is an amazing video, by the way. Anybody in chat who hasn't watched Greg help the players pull out the bounties from the envelopes, so fun. What was that experience like?
I just get to live vicariously as people peel all day.
You are more excited than them sometimes because they're in shock.
Yeah, the one guy who won the million Taiwan dollar bounty was so sick. He was just so shocked. Like, you could tell the money really meant a lot to him, and it was just this old man who was just shaking. He was shaking, and it was beautiful to see. But for the cameras, yeah, I had to hype it up.
Talk about, I mean, he won about $38,000 US.
That's right.
Off a buy-in of $500 US.
That's right.
And is he the one who said he'd buy a car?
Yes. When we pressed him, I was like, "How are you gonna use it?" He was like, "A car."
670 entries that had. And then even the small events, the smallest buy-in at this series, by the way, is $160 US. Just to put that into perspective. $10,000 buy-ins, $160 buy-ins. There's something for everyone.
Actually, if I'm not mistaken, there was a single day for Holden where it was like around $80 and $90 US. And we had a lineup for a registration all the way until outside, up the stairs, past the koi pond, out onto the streets. They probably won't do that event again, but it did happen, yes.
Well, hey, for whoever got to experience it, I hope they had a blast. And if you're a PLO player, like many people I know, even the smaller buy-in PLO event, once again, the $160 range, had 154 entries, $5,000 up top. It's just been absolutely incredible. The excitement in the room just could not be parallel to anything at the start of the day today. Of course, as we head towards day 3 tomorrow, there will be fewer players in the main, but plenty of side events. I expect the floor to be equally buzzing. Speaking of buzzing, Greg.
Yes.
It looks like you certainly will be making it to the players' party.
Oh, yeah?
What is the plan there?
The plan? The plan is to have no plan. The plan is to go in there.
Leaf in the wind.
Leaf in the wind. Go with the flow. Be open to new things and experiences and people. And just take life in. Just flow like a river does. Buzz like a bee. Probably just drink. Kato of Japan going to raise up with the pocket fours here. Under the gun, too, with a pretty contendable stack. 31 big blinds, middling here. Going to get all the way down to our big blind, who has 14 bigs. 10-6 suited. Again, near the bubble here, you can sense, you can feel the energy in the air. Knows that If he calls, it's going to be hard for him to realize his equity, as he's likely going to face a lot of aggression. If he flops a pair of 10s, even then facing aggression is going to be a tough spot. But something pot odds. Great
Suited.
price to call.
Suited.
Yeah.
Now 14 big blinds. Can't mess around. Close to the bubble.
A more disciplined man than I. Yoshimiya of Japan.
New player in seat 1. Tough name. I'm going to go with Ota, not the Nariyasu that I see. Not too tough, to be honest, but we struggle here sometimes in the booth. My apologies to any of the players who watch us sometimes absolutely butcher their name pronunciations, but we try our best, and we see it as a good sign for the diversity, the fact that we have to struggle with unique names from different nationalities. We do hope you bear with that. And hey, anybody in chat, maybe they're friends, or maybe if you're the player, you did not say your name correctly, find me on the floor, let us know in chat. We'll make sure we correct it. And here we go, Ota, already in the mix. Ace-10 of diamonds. Certainly good enough to open it up from the hijack. Yu Chun Chen has been a bit snug. Just been picking his spots, pocket 8s. 65k goes in the middle.
Wow.
Reasonable 3-bet jam. Now Ota, were to get back around to him, does have a good holding and enough chips to potentially consider a call here.
It's going to look pretty strong by Chen here of Taiwan, shoving with the 8s, shoving as a shorter stack near the money bubble. Ota does have to worry about ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king, jacks-queen, kings.
Absolutely, but it does tend to reveal your mindset. Ace-10 suited would be good enough were it not for all the factors you just mentioned, of course. Because, of course, you do end up flipping against a wide variety of hands. There we go. He does call it off.
Okay, so Chen of Taiwan, all in for his tournament life with pocket 8s. Needs to fade the ace. Needs to face the 10.
Oh, he does. He goes for the standing up equity as well.
Yes, the further you stand away from the table, the more equity you get. As flop comes, king 4-3. 8s are holding. Needs to fade the ace or 10. Chen all in for his tournament life. Wow. Needs to fade the ace, the 10, or the jack. River, it's the jack of diamonds. The nuts on this board, and that's going to be an elimination here. And that's going to be a good game for Chen of Taiwan. Big ayas in the chat. Eliminated close to the bubble.
Tough luck there. Does give a fist bump on his way out. Taking it well, clearly. Being a consummate professional. So Mr. Ota actually does pick up perhaps a little 20 or 30% boost to his stack.
We're getting close.
I just heard someone say, we're getting close. And by the hubbub and energy that I can even hear in the room here, I get that sense as well. We'll know for sure once we go for hand that we're on the Stone Cold bubble.
I do believe, Greg, this is the last hand before the break, so actually it will give players a chance to, once again, I like to use the word reset or recenter themselves, because when we come back from this break, it is time for the money bubble. We heard the floor announce, I believe we're getting close. We will find out the exact number of players left, but let's just assume it's somewhere between the 210 and 220 range. That means we are now just 10 or 20 eliminations away from the money bubble, and things are getting very, very tense.
Yes, and with the amount of tables we have going here, with only 10 more people to go, anyone's game really. Could go either way. Could go really long. Could be really short. Only one way to find out. Stay tuned. Hijack versus Big Blind as flop comes king 8-3, giving Ota top pair 10 kicker, and Tanaka with 6 high and very optimistic draws. Checks your pre-flop aggressor to Ota with top pair here.
By the way, Greg, I should mention, as this hand might be over considering the 6 high that Tanaka finds himself with. I should mention that this upcoming break is actually a dinner break.
Oh.
So it's actually a 60-minute break. Either this was the last hand or we will be playing the last hand very shortly right now. But that does mean a 60-minute break, so I do not expect anybody in chat to be staring at the screen for 60 minutes. But certainly do realize that when we come back from this break, we will be in the money bubble. It is going to be a very exciting stretch of poker that you'll be in for. So make sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification button if that's what you haven't done already. Maybe keep the stream on if that's what helps you tune in. But set your alarms. Make sure that you join us once we do come back from this break. Certainly, these players will be just in it to win it because they are playing for $360,000 US. It's going to be amazing.
You won't want to go anywhere, folks. Probably last hand now, hand 89. As it folds around, past the hijack, past the cutoff, past the button, blind v blind. Tanaka with 10 big blinds. The suited gapper. A tempting hand, but at 10 big blinds. Oh, wow. Goes all in here with 9-7. Is ahead against 8-6 offsuit.
And Wu apparently needs to think about it with 8 high.
Sure. Adding it to his feeling range, asking himself, digging deep, do I feel this? I am the chip leader. This is chump change to me. Gamble, gamble?
He knows there's no bounty, right? He has 8 high.
I know the tank fold strategy does come into play as we get closer to the
Oh, I
bubble.
see, for break. Oh, there we go. He was tanking for the break, which you correctly said. So good on Tanaka to actually get that little pickup. Good on the 8 high to tank down till the break. And there we go. We have hit the break, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 60-minute dinner break. So why don't you guys go and get some dinner, or perhaps whatever part of the world you might be, the appropriate food as well, while Greg and I will go and get some dinner ourselves. But make no mistake, when we return, we will be effectively playing the money bubble. Always the most exciting stretch. We are playing down till the money. 201 places paid. $2,550 will be the mint cash, but $360,000 US up top. It's all to play for here at the Asian Poker Tour main event day 2. My name is Vidar Singhal. For Gregory, Greg goes all in. We will be signing off and see you after the break.
Sit 4, table 22. Sit 4. When you sit 3. Yes. Alright, guys. Make a move. Guys. Phone over there.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Maximum pain. That's the mantra of the day. The poker gods have decided to deal out maximum pain to John Perry.
Third card, another deuce.
Wow.
6 outs.
Let's not forget the person at risk, Dong Chen, on the verge. One card away. Deuce would also do it.
Is a 7.
Not gonna be it. And Dong is the first person out.
Round of applause, guys, for Chen Dong.
Round of applause, fist bumps all around. What a dramatic hand to exit on. And John seems to be taking it fairly okay. I know I would be losing my marbles sitting there in his spot. Satoshi, still the chip leader. Ace-10 off in the low jack, as you said, Henry. Under the gun +3 on the graphic. Bumps it up. You love to see it. Except the timing might be slightly off here. John having pocket jacks, and Julian wakes up with kings.
Oh my word.
Here
Did
we
he have
go.
kings twice yesterday against ace-king?
Indeed, and it worked out perfectly both times. Got it all in with monster pots.
Well, if there's ever a world where John gets away from this setup, this is going to be it. He's open from under the gun. Low jack has 3-bet. Julian from the small blind moving all in. So the cold 4-bet out of the small. John going to ask for a count.
What a situation. If Satoshi had taken the conservative route, maybe called his ace-10 off, or even folded, something he could have considered, we know how this hand would have gone. Julian all in, John always calling. Now John has to worry about the stack, and the only stack really that has him covered. That is 3-bet him. He certainly cannot go all in over the top without worrying about what Satoshi might have. A proper 3-bet that was, by the way, to 450k, representing a lot of strength.
Oh,
wow.
Well played, sir. Oh, wow. He makes the call.
Didn't he fold King Jack earlier?
Hang on a minute. I'm so confused, but he does have the key card. The Ace of Hearts. The overcard to Julian's Kings. 5 cards to come. Take a bow, Bert, by the way. Bert Perry folding the jacks. Oh, my word.
The moment you said it,
oh, my word.
I expected it. I knew it'd be in the window. I didn't even think it'd be anywhere else. I knew it'd be in the window.
What is happening so far this tournament? The 3 of diamonds does present a gut shot for Satoshi.
Stay alive and the river card.
Ace or a deuce, whoever's calling out the action. 6 of clubs. Wow.
Wow. Satoshi, with his 3-bet, has effectively rescued Julian from busting the tournament. He would have been all in Kings versus Jacks. Bert Perry would have comfortably bad beat Julian with his trip Jacks.
It is day 2 of the mystery bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the 406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 1 million! Yeah!
本来出局超干的，现在很爽，换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be?
Congratulations! You won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the friends who showing up here at the home. This is my first second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Min Lei picking up ace queen on the big blind versus the button open. Taking again the passive route as the middling stack here, again very incentivized to pot control against the big stack and wait out, bide his time and outlast the short stack. Both players making top pair here, and three-handed, that's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I said wow because talk about having an underrepresented hand. Min Lei simply flat called in the big blind. The range of that is super wide. Ace queen pretty much at the top of that range. Jinwoo Kim comfortably bets out for value, and now is Ngok still afraid of the ICM, or does he realize that he has an absolute monster and wants to put more money in the middle?
More money, more fun. Looks like a raise to me. About 400,000. 400,000 raise. Min Lei.
Alarm bells need to be going off for Jinwoo here. What is Ngok feeling comfortable raising it up with the short stack still in the mix, 3 players left at the final table? He's quick to make the call, and I don't blame him, but taking some time to really think about this decision could serve him well.
Interesting turn card here, pairing the board, improving both players to 2 pair. Jinwoo Kim's kicker no longer plays, has 1 chop out, has chop outs on the river now, needs a king for a chop, and Min Lei taking an interesting line of check raising flop and now checking turn.
We see the outs actually, an ace, a 10 or a king will do it, so certainly not drawing dead, but cannot win this hand.
Small bet now, 400k. I can understand the check by Min Lei as Jinwoo Kim might be calling with a lot of 10x's versus the check raise. Which of course now improves to trips. So exercising pot control once again. Just check calling here with the best hand. Aces and 10s, queen kicker as the river brings the Bink City for Jinwoo Kim, smashing every single river and finds the chop out here.
And how the tables have turned now that he's in position with the 2-street betting lead, probably feeling comfortable that his opponent does not have a 10, given that he checked the turn and now the river. He check called the turn, of course, Min Lei, and now check the river. Jinwoo actually goes all in, and now Ngok has to be in the blender thinking, does my opponent actually have a 10? What a crazy turn of events in this hand, thanks to how Min Lei played the hand, underrepresented his ace queen throughout, is now calling either as a bluff catcher with his top pair, aces up, I should say, with a king kicker.
Yeah.
Or, at best, chopping the pot. And given the ICM implications, what a sick spot, Greg. How the hand has gone is so confusing in a way.
Jinwoo Kim trying to get value here from perhaps I could say try to get ace X's off a chop here. Now that his kicker doesn't play, maybe some king high flush, some nut flush draws that make a pair of kings on the river. But either way, what a sick spot here. Jinwoo Kim, wow, gets the fold. He's so sick. He's so sick.
I'll tell you what, Greg, that is not one Gokmin Lee will enjoy on the playback.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves, and enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, you know, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we try to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
Hand number 196 of the day, closing in on that 200 hand mark since we kicked things off at 1 p.m. local time over 10 hours ago. Limited pot, these hands could collide on certain board textures. 10-9 v 9-8. Limited pot as we head to the Queen Jack 8 board, and what do you know? Jinwoo Kim has flopped the nut straight. Gokmin Lee has bottom pair. And a gut shot to go along with it. Little does he know, be drawing to a chop in the form of the gut shot needs running boat cards.
How do you think that feels, Henry? Just flopping the nuts at this stage, getting bet into.
Wow, check raise from Jinwoo. Got to fast play this. I understand this at the stack depth. Obviously, the wider ranges of heads up. Got to have plenty of semi-bluffs. Want to make sure that's balanced with value as well.
And just think about the very last hand. He was getting completely out of line with 3 high. Gets an opportunity to essentially balance. Look at that. Strings along Gokmin Lee. Understandable bottom pair and the straight draw. This spot is ballooning up with Jinwoo in complete control. King doesn't change much, but does make the board a little more dangerous for bottom pair. That straight draw still in the mix for Gokmin Lee, and is that going to be enough to keep him in the hand? Jinwoo very likely to continue putting chips in the middle with the nuts here. Well, no longer the nuts, but second nuts.
1.6 million in the middle is the local Vietnamese player. It's the effective stack. Potential scare card for Jinwoo, allegedly. Right. Gokmin Lee can still have hands like kings, ace king, king 10. That's obviously if Jinwoo didn't flop the nut straight. So had he check raised with a hand like Jack X, Queen X, maybe worlds where he would slow down on this perceived scare card, but does fire 900 into 1.6, setting up a very natural river jam.
Great point there, Henry. It does sort of define his range very differently when he continues to fire on the king. The backdoor club draw also does allow Jinwoo to represent some bluffs.
7 of diamonds completing the board. I think the great thing for Jinwoo is unblocking all of those pairs, of course. So many hands that he can extract value from.
And talk about balance, we just saw Jinwoo completely run over Min Lee. Oh my god, he goes all in, and we have the first situation where we might actually be in that potential territory of closing this out. Were Min Lee able to find a hero call?
It is a flopped bottom pair. Some of the semi-bluffs that check raise flop, King 10, King 9, Ace 10, do get there on the turn, but Min Lee out of time extension chips. We saw this in the main event, making a decision for the title and the 16,000 difference between first and second as he heroes it off with bottom pair.
It is over, ladies and gentlemen, and what a sick hero call. I mean, obviously incorrect in this instance, but Min Lee clearly not afraid to put his tournament life on the line with that hero call, and with that, we have crowned a champion to the high roller, and it is in fact the man from America, Jinwoo Kim.
GG's. Albert, not the best start to this final table, but still very healthy. 57 big blinds. Opening in to John Perry's big, who is going to defend. Spades dominated. Oh, 10, 10, 7. John flopping best, but Albert still with 34% equity. A few options on the table here for John.
Fold is not one of them. You don't call 7-4 in the blinds to fold 10-10-7 on the flop. He decides to proceed with the call.
Well, 7 of clubs on the turn, giving John the check mark. Albert drawing to a chop.
How about just binking it? Feeling extremely comfortable in the hand. A 10, of course, could be part of Albert's range, but with 2 of them on the board, feel a lot better about having the best of it when you have bottom full house there.
John actually got a lead into Albert.
I don't know about that decision. I mean,
did he just say raise?
Can I retract what I said a second ago?
Wow. Albert just not one to deal with players betting into him well. Second big misstep this final table so far, although, I mean, this could work. Don't want to say it like it's preordained that he's going to lose the hand, but
there is a scenario in which Albert wins the hand. John is not going to be the most comfortable customer here, but he is going to continue after all. He has a full house. And mind you, if Albert had a 10, I sincerely doubt he would be raising. If you have a full house in Albert's shoes and somebody's donked into you, you are calling just to keep the other person's bluffs alive. Wow.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing here, Vidor.
John needs to think this through. I'm almost afraid to look at the YouTube chat because they must be going crazy, but really, the only question is, does Albert have a 10? And easy for me to say looking at the cards, but is a 10 ever playing this way? If anything, John might think that a chop is likely, considering the aggression that Albert has shown and the spot that we're in. You tend to think that your opponent is not just bluffing with air that often.
This would be for the chip lead, if I'm not mistaken.
What is going on here, Henry? What are we witnessing?
Oh my word, he's made the call. John Perry is the new chip leader. And Albert, who came in today 1 of 9, has now dropped down to 8 thin chips.
Love it. Bert giving a huge shout out to his rail. He is the new chip leader. 83 bigs, a 5 million chip stack, probably the first to cross the 5 million mark. Albert sitting in understandable shock, and the rest of the table might have a situation brewing here.
Yeah, Hayato in the big, currently 4th in chips. Facing an open from the chip leader from early position. Good to defend with the ace-9, is dominated. Really annoying spot given the presence of the 2 sub-10 big blind stacks, but does flop the nut flush draw. You can see a lot of those clubs dead, however. Only 5 clubs remaining.
Pretty much a mandatory continuation spot for Albert, not just because he's the chip leader. With the king on the board, you have the pre-flop advantage of being the initial raiser from early position. Certainly a king is part of the range you can represent. But Hayato will not be going anywhere. Not flush draw. Extremely strong. And a raise pretty much out of the question, given that he is a middle stack. As you mentioned, a little frustrating. You're a little handcuffed because of the ICM pressure. And also maybe not Hayato's style from what I've observed yesterday. Very calm, very cool and collected customer. Really picks his spots for aggression and clearly makes it work to his advantage.
Well, 630 in the middle, going to this 4 of hearts turn. Action on Albert, does check behind. And how about the nuts on the river for Hayato? Finds the club. Unfortunately, Albert with just ace high. Not much value to be had for the Japanese player.
With the cash he will be accumulating today, he will be crossing $400,000 in his lifetime cashes. A wonderful milestone for him to achieve. Hayato, that is. As I was saying, Henry, I was super impressed with his play yesterday. He actually went maybe an hour without getting involved in a hand. And, you know, as a commentator, you tend to notice and maybe think, hey, maybe this person is playing a little bit passively. Maybe their strategy is to try and make it to the final table and that's it. But really wasn't the case once he stepped it up. Showed aggression in so many spots, made some hero calls, and tended to be right more often than not.
What is Albert thinking of doing here? Facing the river probe. Sub half pot river probe from Hayato.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
Oh my. It's Hayato's world and we just live in it. Gets bluff raised while having the nuts from the chip leader. Can you imagine the emotion inside Hayato right now?
You're on a final table, an APT main event. There's 121k up top. You've led on the river. After turn went check check and the chip leader is raising into you. I mean, this feels a bit like theory's gone out the window and we're just blasting here.
Yeah, I said Albert Gorelick might have come in with a plan, and it seemed like it didn't matter what was on the board. He wanted to execute that plan. That plan was pressure. That plan was aggression. He's picked the wrong spot here, but credit where it's due. I mean, it's not easy to make bluff raises on the river, whether you're the chip leader or not. Albert just gets the bad news with the all-in from Hayato, and this hand is over. Albert might Hollywood a little bit, of course. He's got to be throwing up inside.
Yeah, Hollywood to save face for a bit. As the ace-jack finds the mark, and that is a huge pickup for Hayato, increasing his stack by more than half, or more than 50%, up to 3.5 million, and now moves up to second in chips.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Ace-4 offsuit raise from Ponomarenko. Continuing the heater, Jinwoo Kim picks up the beautiful suited connector. The only problem is that he's pretty short. He is in the big blind though, gets a good price, so he's going to make the call here. So we're going to see heads up to a flop, single raise pot, cutoff versus big blind. Ace-4 offsuit versus 6-5 suited as the flop brings Ace-7-4, one club.
What a flop.
Wow. Two pair for Ponomarenko. Open ender for Jinwoo Kim. And your open enders and straight draws really increasing in value when it's a rainbow board, as you just have no real in reverse implied odds making your straight but bringing in the flush.
This is what I call a movie flop. It's almost like engineered for these two hands in particular. Jinwoo Kim simply cannot go anywhere at this stage. Might even consider bumping things up if he really thinks Ponomarenko is getting out of line with his newly acquired chips.
Yeah. And on a board just like this, Ace-7-4, Ponomarenko is going to be c-betting a lot with entire range. And so a re-raise here does have a lot of fold equity against most Ponomarenko's range. Re-raises to 450. Of course, he's going to find that Ponomarenko is at the top of his range with two pair here.
Talk about music to Ponomarenko's ears. I mean, you flop two pair and your opponent check raises you. And now Ponomarenko with the classic decision of whether you reel the opponent along.
Wow, is going to do just that.
That is what he does, and it's sort of the only option here because after all, naked aces are much less likely to be.
Wow.
What a card. I mean, just drills it with the redraw to the club flush.
Oh, wow.
And
Just
Ponomarenko
nuts, yeah.
drawing so slim all of a sudden after absolutely smashing the flop. This is quite a pot we have brewing here. I'm already taking a look at the relative stack size if this does go in. 1.3 million in the middle. Jinwoo Kim, 1.2 million behind, under 1 SPR. Trying to figure out how to get maximum value. Little does he know. I mean, he could bet any amount, and Ponomarenko might beat him to the pot, and he checks.
He's going to check here. incredibly creative. The most obvious bluff does get there though. The straight draw. Wow, Ponomarenko making a world-class check back here.
What am I watching? I mean, these guys could just see each other's cards, it seems like sometimes.
And
the skill level.
Ponomarenko like a stick bug with a crayon, drawing thin. Does not hit his outs. Jinwoo Kim does get the check mark with his straight. The board does pair.
Surprisingly, 3 actually smashes the range of Jinwoo Kim the way the hand is played. Something like a 5-3 off or 5-3 suited, if you think about, would play the hand the same way. And he does go all in, and actually,
wow.
Ponomarenko cannot treat this decision lightly with the 2 3s coming in. Once again, something like a 5-3 or even a 3 deuce, perhaps with a backdoor, might have played the hand this way. Of course, much easier for us to say once we can see the cards face up. Ponomarenko already made a world-class check on the... Oh, I thought he'd called. It's the time banks, of course, but this is certainly a decision he wants to take his time with.
Wow. And it's such a tough spot here because, like, really, it makes a lot of... Like, there's not much that Ponomarenko beats despite having 2 pair here. 5-6 gets there. Any sets on the flop have just boated up. Might take the same line. Only thing maybe he beats maybe is like 5-8 of hearts, 5-8 of diamonds, 5-8 of clubs.
Essentially, all the straight draws that didn't get there, all the gutties like 8-6, 5-8, etc. But the question is, what is ace-4 really worth? It's a bluff catcher at this point.
Yeah.
You may as well have a naked ace. With the exception of if there was something like a trapped ace-king in the cutoff. But once again, in the big blind, I should say, with Jinwoo. But credit where it's due, Ponomarenko really seems to know where he's at in this hand. Could toss in that reluctant call, of course, considering what he flopped, but I cannot commend him enough for not only thinking this through, taking his time, but clearly considering a laydown. And the fact that he checked back the turn just goes to show that 6-5 was one of the hands he was afraid of and probably thinks would play in this exact same way. How much credit does he want to give Jinwoo Kim for an absolute air all-in bluff?
Wow. 3 time bank chips left remaining for him as well, each one worth 30 seconds. Those are the only time bank chips he's going to get for the remainder of this.
Don't forget, these guys have been playing with each other for a while, not only on the final table, but perhaps earlier in the day or yesterday as well. They've had a chance to observe, and just from my observation of Jinwoo Kim, seems a super solid guy. He does make the call. We'll get the bad news, and look at that, the chip leader coming into the final table. Absolutely crippled after that. Essentially a cooler by the turn, but credit once again where it's due. Ponomarenko did consider folding the river clearly.
Yeah.
Could not get away from it.
Just at the very top of his range there. Really hard to find that fold. And Jinwoo Kim finding a really fortunate turn card. Gets the massive double up as Ponomarenko now drops down below our 10 big blind mark, putting him in the danger zone.
5 million apiece in chips. They've taken all the chips over 100 entries started this tournament with, split them right down the middle, and are now battling it out for all the glory. This is what it comes down to, ladies and gentlemen. No deal, by the way, which means one of these guys walking away with 1.26 billion and denying the other the billionaire status that a deal might have achieved. Respect. Always respect, and no deal, heads up.
I got to admit, you know, I think on the back end of 10 days of poker, I might have been the first of 4, the first of 5, the first of 3 to maybe just put that word deal out there to the rest of the table.
Click that deal button, as they say on the online streets.
These guys have been grinding, but just the audacity, if you will, to just be like, you know what? No, I've grinded for the past 10 days. I want an outright win. I want the 53k plus score on my hand and mob. I want the trophy. I just want it all. I haven't come this far to start offering up deals as Knockmin Lei goads Jinwoo to stabbing with 3 high. 1.6 in the middle.
Pure, keeping it pure. Like those guys who never run it twice. Just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's just play some poker.
That reminds me of a few guys. I mean, look at this. This is just power poker. And it's just been the case. This isn't just a one-off. This has been throughout the entirety of this heads-up match.
My oh my. And if I could just take advantage of us having that close-up shot there on Jinwoo Kim as he cut out those chips, double-handed, put them in the middle. 1.1 million is the bet. Even a slight smirk on his face. Sort of the sign of confidence usually, as though it was unintentionally let out.
Some people just want to watch the world burn, you know. Got to go down in a massive ball of flames and knock me in lay.
A huge fold there.
Wow.
Gilbert in the chat pointing out Albert fired all 3 streets quite a few times in yesterday's stream. Well, no one is surprised, surely. Just looking at the carnage we've seen just today. Queens again. This monster is being dealt out, leading to interesting situations here and there. Julian built a healthy stack for himself. Came in one of the shorter stacks.
Oh my word.
It's almost tripled up since then, since the start of the day.
Julian with 9 lives. Fortunate to be here, courtesy of Satoshi's ill-timed 3-bet earlier on, getting John to fold what would have been the winning hand, and now Hijack v Button has queens against tens. He makes the call. Oh my god,
Oh my word. I was just going to comment how John simply flat called in a situation where you're very likely to see 3 bets. Had some sort of sixth sense about it all. And now with Dong having ace king and only 9 big blinds, this is going to develop into a real situation. Dong pretty much has to go all in and squeeze, and he's going to be in a decent spot, frankly, to more than double up, be in a flip situation. Julian has to be licking his lips a little bit. Dong could easily be squeezing with something much, much worse than ace king. Queens is looking just so good. And now, does he want to reel in the customer of John Perry or isolate and go heads up against Dong Chen? And no matter what he chooses to do, how does John react? He's seen the story play out before and has been burned. He did make the right fold with the jacks, but of course would have won the hand. And as much as you want to be extremely rational,
wow.
What a decision.
He folds the
Throws
10
it again. It's correct again. Henry, what are the odds there's a 10 on the flop, man? Come on.
Don't. Come on, man.
It would be just too much to bear.
Ace king for Chen Dong against Julian's pocket queens.
We really are on the verge of the first elimination here. Dong Chen does need some help. Is in a flip. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. I knew it. Maximum pain. That's the mantra of the day. The poker gods have decided to deal out maximum pain to John Perry.
Third card, another deuce.
Wow.
Let's not forget the person at risk, Dong Chen, on the verge. 1 card away. Deuce would also do it.
Is a 7.
Not gonna be it. And Dong is the first person out.
Round of applause, guys, for Chen Dong.
Round of applause, fist bumps all around. What a dramatic hand to exit on. And John seems to be taking it fairly okay. I know I would be losing my marbles sitting there in his spot. Satoshi, still the chip leader. Ace 10 off in the low jack, as you said, Henry. Under the gun +3 on the graphic. Bumps it up. You love to see it. Except the timing might be slightly off here. John having pocket jacks, and Julian wakes up with kings.
Oh my word.
Here
Did
we
he have
go.
kings twice yesterday against ace king?
Indeed, and it worked out perfectly both times. Got it all in with monster pots.
Well, if there's ever a world where John gets away from this setup, this is going to be it. He's open from under the gun. Low jack has 3-bet. Julian from the small blind, moving all in. So the cold 4-bet out of the small. John going to ask for a count.
What a situation. If Satoshi had taken the conservative route, maybe called his ace-10 off, or even folded, something he could have considered, we know how this hand would have gone. Julian all in, John always calling. Now John has to worry about the stack, and the only stack really that has him covered. That is 3-bet him. He certainly cannot go all in over the top without worrying about what Satoshi might have. A proper 3-bet that was, by the way, to 450k, representing a lot of strength.
Oh, well played, sir. Oh, wow. He makes the call.
Didn't he fold King Jack earlier?
Hang on a minute. I'm so confused, but he does have the key card. The Ace of Hearts. The overcard to Julian's Kings. 5 cards to come. Take a bow, Bert, by the way. Bert Perry folding the jacks. Oh, my word.
The moment you said it,
oh, my word.
I expected it. I knew it'd be in the window. I didn't even think it'd be anywhere else. I knew it'd be in the window.
What is happening so far this tournament? The 3 of diamonds does present a gut shot for Satoshi.
Stay alive and the river card.
Ace or a deuce, whoever's calling out the action. 6 of clubs. Wow.
Wow. Satoshi, with his 3-bet, has effectively rescued Julian from busting the tournament. He would have been all in Kings versus Jacks. Bert Perry would have comfortably bad beat Julian with his trip jacks.
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the 406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 6-0! 6-0! Yes, yes, yes! Yes, 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 yes! 1 million! 1 million! Yeah! 1 million!
反正出局超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛，打比赛，打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be? Congratulations, you won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the friend who showing up here at the home. This is my first, second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Nyok Min Lei picking up ace queen on the big blind versus the button open. Taking again the passive route as the middling stack here, again very incentivized to pot control against the big stack and bide his time and outlast the short stack. Both players making top pair here, and three-handed, that's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I said wow because talk about having an underrepresented hand. Nyok Min Lei simply flat called in the big blind. The range of that is super, super wide. Ace queen pretty much at the top of that range. Jinwoo Kim comfortably bets out for value. And now, is Ngok still afraid of the ICM, or does he realize that he has an absolute monster and wants to put more money in the middle?
More money, more fun. Looks like a raise to me. About 400,000? 400,000 raise. Nyok Min Lei.
Alarm bells need to be going off for Jinwoo here. What is Ngok feeling comfortable raising it up with the short stack still in the mix, 3 players left at the final table? He's quick to make the call, and I don't blame him, but taking some time to really think about this decision could serve him well.
Interesting turn card here, pairing the board, improving both players to 2 pair. Jinwoo Kim's kicker no longer plays, has 1 chop out, has chop outs on the river now, needs a king for a chop, and Nyok Min Lei taking an interesting line of check raising flop and now checking turn.
We see the outs actually, an ace, a 10 or a king will do it, so certainly not drawing dead, but cannot win this hand.
Small bet now, 400k. I can understand the check by Nyok Min Lei as Jinwoo Kim might be calling with a lot of 10x's versus the check raise. Which of course now improves to trips. So exercising pot control once again. Just check calling here with the best hand. Aces and 10s, queen kicker as the river brings the Bink City for Jinwoo Kim, smashing every single river and finds the chop out here.
And how the tables have turned now that he's in position with the 2-street betting lead, probably feeling comfortable that his opponent does not have a 10 given that he checked the turn and now the river. He check called the turn, of course, Nyok Min Lei, and now check the river. Jinwoo actually goes all in, and now Ngok has to be in the blender thinking, does my opponent actually have a 10? What a crazy turn of events in this hand, thanks to how Nyok Min Lei played the hand, underrepresented his ace queen throughout, is now calling either as a bluff catcher with his top pair, aces up I should say, with a king kicker, or at best chopping the pot. And given the ICM implications, what a sick spot, Greg. How the hand has gone is so confusing in a way.
Jinwoo Kim trying to get value here from perhaps I could say try to get ace X's off a chop here now that his kicker doesn't play. Maybe some king high flush, some nut flush draws that make a pair of kings on the river. But either way, what a sick spot here. Jinwoo Kim, wow, gets the fold. He's so sick. He's so sick.
I'll tell you what, Greg, that is not one Nyok Min Lei will enjoy on the playback.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker, so that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, you know, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we tried to tie in from the old APT. and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
Hand number 196 of the day, closing in on that 200 hand mark since we kicked things off at 1 p.m. local time over 10 hours ago. Limited pot, these hands could collide on certain board textures. 10-9 v 9-8. Limited pot as we head to the Queen Jack 8 board, and what do you know? Jinwoo Kim has flopped the nut straight. Ngok-Min Lei has bottom pair. And a gut shot to go along with it. Little does he know, be drawing to a chop in the form of the gut shot needs running boat cards.
How do you think that feels, Henry? Just flopping the nuts at this stage, getting bet into.
This is raise from Jinwoo. Got to fast play this. I understand this at the stack depth. Obviously, the wider ranges of heads up. Gonna have plenty of semi bluffs. Want to make sure that's balanced with value as well.
And just think about the very last hand. He was getting completely out of line with 3 high. Gets an opportunity to essentially balance. Look at that. Strings along Ngok-Min Lei. Understandable bottom pair and the straight draw. This spot is ballooning up with Jinwoo in complete control. King doesn't change much, but does make the board a little more dangerous for bottom pair. That straight draw still in the mix for Ngok-Min Lei, and is that going to be enough to keep him in the hand? Jinwoo very likely to continue putting chips in the middle with the nuts here. Well, no longer the nuts, but second nuts.
1.6 million in the middle is the local Vietnamese player. It's the effective stack. Potential scare card for Jinwoo, allegedly. Right. Ngok-Min Lei could still have hands like kings, ace king, king 10. That's obviously if Jinwoo didn't flop the nut straight. So had he check raised with a hand like jack x, queen x, maybe worlds where he would slow down on this perceived scare card, but does fire 900 into 1.6, setting up a very natural river jam.
Great point there, Henry. It does sort of define his range very differently when he continues to fire on the king. The backdoor club draw also does allow Jinwoo to represent some bluffs.
7 of diamonds completing the board. The great thing for Jinwoo is unblocking all of those pairs, of course. So many hands that he can extract.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A very warm welcome back to day 2 coverage of the Asian Poker Tour main event here in Taipei. And I tell you what, we are getting down to the business end of this day 2 as we find ourselves just 21 spots off the money. As I welcome you all back into the broadcast booth. Vidor Singhal alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Vidor, expect the pace of play to maybe slow down just a tad, given that we are just 21 eliminations from making it to that min cash of $2,550.
Well, Henry, these players have been grinding it out. Not only 8 hours today, but also the day 1. Some of them have played multiple flights.
Right.
This is the crunch time. You want to take your time with every decision. So I wouldn't blame the pace of play slowing down just a little bit, as it does with the bubble. But let's not forget, we have almost 220 players, about 190 if you subtract the ones who made it to day 3 online. That's a lot of tables. That's a lot of play to be had. So I wouldn't be surprised if things move quickly. If you've been with us from early on in the day or you're joining us now, make sure you stick with us. It's going to be a fun couple of hours of poker ahead as we try to get down to the money here on day 2 at the Asian Poker Tour main event. We are, of course, playing for a massive prize pool. Let's keep our eyes on the big prize, over $360,000 US to first place. But right now, the milestone to reach is, of course, being in the money. That's $2,500 plus for making it to the money. So as we cut to the table, we have a new feature table here, by the way, which we will be introducing all the players
Oh,
to.
yeah.
Look at that. Nice little shot there. I see some familiar faces. So as we cut to the feature table, thank you once again for joining us. I am Vidor Singhal, along with my co-host, Henry Kilbane. As we get to, as you said, Henry, I believe the business end.
The business end of day 2, yeah, for sure. You know, earlier on I said it'd be bad news for people that be playing all day. The good news would be that they're still in the tournament. The bad news being that they missed the party. But I didn't think, or I didn't take into consideration the fact that we're stopping play at 174. The party doesn't finish until 3 a.m. I don't know about you. I personally, if I make a day 3, very rarely, it's only happened on a couple of occasions, but if I make a day 3, I might be tempted to skip the party. But a party as big as this one that we're throwing tonight, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some dreary eyes in the early levels of tomorrow where players bagged and tagged for day 3 and then headed over to the players' party at Babylon and maybe had a few drinks or two. As we dive back into this, this could be a interesting hand straight off the bat, Vidor.
Ace queen
playable
suited.
hands here.
Ace queen and a king queen suited. A lot of queens out there.
Kitty opening from +2. Swing and a miss for all 3 players. Kitty with that all-important ace of clubs in hand. Going to allow her to continue here into the field, and maybe only Chi going to be interested in continuing with his backdoor diamonds. Complete brick for Wang. Such a pretty looking hand, King, Queen of Hearts. So the 3 of Hearts rolls off on the turn, so no backdoor potential for Yu Chi Liu. See how Kitty proceeds.
Certainly opens up the window for Liu to try and steal this hand with the check from Kitty. Does not take advantage of the position, decides to realize his equity. Check mark for both, which is to say a chop if there's no more action, but where does Kitty think she is in this hand?
Checks through, chop it up. Yeah, tough spot for Kitty to kind of barrel on the river after checking turn. You know, Liu never folding 7s, 8s, 9s, obviously river a set. Getting a jack or a 10 to fold, a tough ask given the line. But that is our feature table. It is none other than Natural 8 Ambassador Kitty Kuo leading the field here. Very playable 67 big blinds. Expect to see her run over the table a little bit on the bubble.
I don't know about that because the man in frame is India's superstar, Abhinav Iyer, a World Series of Poker bracelet winner, the first one from India to win a solo event. He won the closer, I believe, for over $500,000 US.
Wow.
Here he is trying to add to his immense tally in terms of all-time winnings with another 365K USD to play for. He is the shortest stack on the table, 22 bigs though. More than enough to mess around with if needed.
My bad. Sorry.
I have played on a few tables with Abhinav. Just completely intimidating presence. Never afraid to pull the trigger. Very aggressive player. Look forward to seeing what he does on this feature table. A few other faces that we will introduce you to. Meanwhile, back to what you were talking about, Henry, the players' party. Starting at 9 p.m. I did read the Twitter announcement. The DJ only kicks off at midnight.
There we go.
That's when things really pick up. So, if you're on this table or any other table and you make it to day 3, can you imagine the sense of relief that you feel after multiple flights, a full day today? Maybe you want to get in that free drink. Maybe you convince yourself it's going to help you sleep better and play better.
Some EV to be gained. Not Poker Pro asking, was Henry riding a scooter in Taiwan? I have not been on a scooter for 20 days now. Byproduct of getting involved in a bit of a collision. Give me a few months. I'll be back on 2 wheels. Dive back into this. Button the big blind. Let's check through on the Queen 10-8. Looks like it's checked over to Wang on the turn, who's fallen for the trap of firing out 11K. Going nowhere. His top pair. Gets checked through, and a nice little pickup there. An important one at that as well. Back up to a comfortable 27 bigs. Business end of day 2.
So fairly healthy stacks here, Henry, which does mean you have to keep an eye out on the rest of the field, really, because as we approach the money bubble, we're about 20 off. There is a chance that you might want to start coasting with your sort of comfortable 30 big blind stack instead of really trying to hassle with other middle stacks.
One-hand penalty. One-hand penalty, what?
Really, the first time it's just a one-hand penalty. I think that
Wow.
you're supposed to give only warning.
So she folded out of turn and she's going a one-hand penalty. Good news for her.
But now it's folded.
But I still want to argue it's not right. You should give the people warning. I don't mind, but it's happened.
Okay, so Kitty is saying that she should have been given a warning instead of a one-hand penalty. I'm not too sure what the official ruling is, but I would lean towards backing up my team. Have some of the best team in the world.
We give one. Before we gave warning. But sometimes the player moves.
Yeah, but doesn't matter there. You should always give it people. But if it's too serious, the rule, you cannot do that. It's too serious. You cannot just. It's like a long day. Sometimes you play for 5 AM, people make a mistake, right? You can give people warning, but you cannot first and just give like one-hand penalty. It's too much.
I can empathise with Kitty as well. She's saying, you know, long day, mistakes happen. Give a warning, but that is the official rule. I think it's fair, you know, if it's for everyone, same rule applies.
I know, but like sometimes they play long day. People make a mistake at some point. Yeah, I just tell you that.
Yeah, in case you guys watching cannot hear her clearly, she's simply making the case that players might be tired, might fold out a turn by mistake. A warning might be a better ruling than instantly giving a one-hand penalty, but as long as the rules are the same for everyone, fair enough. I don't think it's so out of line that you need to reconsider it necessarily, but as you said, Henry, I certainly empathize with her, and I certainly have done my fair share of folding out a turn.
Yeah, she managed to voice her opinion, and I'm sure it will be fed back to the team. Nothing more to really say on it. Mistakes happen. On to the next hand. Ace-3 bumping up from early position.
Look at this.
How has the dealer found this flop?
Something for everyone.
Bottom pair open-ended for Kim after defending the big. Ikeda, middle pair, gut shot, backdoor spades, and Aya with the queen high clubs. And I mean, look at, how about that for a turn card? Queen of spades, rolling off. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a sizable one.
Abhinav checks his, well, pretty much a monster at this point in the hand from the small blind. Gets the big blind to actually put in some chips with what is now the worst hand, and a call behind with the nut flush draw, the straight draw, and the, I guess, third pair now.
See how he proceeds. Looks like just the call. Makes sense given that we are closing in on the money. Big blind certainly capable of having two pairs and flop straights. Does river the queen high flush.
Black cards everywhere.
Yeah. 81k in the middle. See if he puts out a bet of his own from the small. I'd be somewhat concerned that that 7 of clubs is a scare card for a lot of one pair hands and doesn't want to miss value. Yeah, I like this. Reaching for chips, Vidal, see what size he comes with. It's like third pot. I'm a big fan of this sizing. Bang on third pot.
First thing I would do before folding is double check my holdings, because it certainly looks like I could have a flush if I have 2 spades, 1 club, 1 spade, as was the case with the big blind. Akita does exactly that, but he has ended up with essentially 4th pair. And Abhinav has led out into 2 people. Unless Akita really knows Abhinav's reputation for getting pretty aggressive. Might feel a little gun shy in putting in more chips with 4th pair. Certainly seems to be giving it a think. Really doesn't have any reason to be Hollywooding, so now does decide to let this one go. So Abhinav with some momentum. Up to 36 big blinds already. Started off as the shortest stack, and now there you go, 3rd shortest. Sort of a comfortable middle stack, really. Look at all those flags on this table. Taiwan, India. Of course, we have all kinds of representation from South Korea, Singapore. I love the opportunity to play, to watch different feature tables on day 2. Really cycle through a lot of players, a lot of nationalities.
I saw. I wanted to play the 10K, but
It's just one field anyway.
yeah, and on 1A it was like 60-minute levels, so I thought it's better to play 60-minute levels, and then like.
I didn't know so many players.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
You didn't think? I thought 10K will get a lot of players. I thought 10K would get like 60, 70, but like.
They should make it like 12 o'clock. They should
Yeah,
probably make a
little
4, 5.
3 o'clock or something. Yeah.
Kitty cool. Certainly has some feedback for us.
I think she's going to come on board as a consultant for the Asian Poker Tour at this point.
We tease, of course. All the feedback is appreciated, Kitty. Especially considering they're talking about playing effectively a super high roller at this series, and sometimes you really need to just cater to what the players want when it comes to these smaller field high buy-in events. So feedback will be duly noted.
Oh, definitely. Kitty's played poker all over the world. Small buy-in events to high rollers. She definitely has experiences from a player's point of view. So we go heads up to this flop, and wow, another action flop, not flush draw for Liu. Gut shot for Aya, pair of 4s. Small continuation bet.
You don't feel too good about having 3 overs when you have a pair of 4s, but with the straight draw And of course, the possibility that Liu might have missed on a board like this. Easy continue there for Abhinav.
Yeah, Liu can certainly have all the overpairs, but he also has a ton of hands like this, right? All of the suited broadways, all of the ace-x type holdings. He's going to check through.
This is why position combined with the fact that we're approaching the money bubble is just so powerful. There we go. Abhinav actually guessed the check mark. Liu, despite having an absolute monster on the flop and all kinds of equity on the turn, a bit handcuffed in that hand. Check, check, and Abhinav is going to get yet another pickup. So I believe three hands in a row.
3 in a row. Gone from around 23 bigs up to 43 now. Great start to this level for him.
It gets quite hot during like
Some momentum as we close into the end of the day towards that money bubble. 174 players from this field will make it into day 3.
Abhinav, of course, involved in a lot of pots. Many players we're yet to hear from, understandably, have not been dealt the cards or maybe the desire to be involved yet, but we did see the tally of the players. We have in seat 1, Shenkai Wang and Sun Shao Chen representing Taiwan, along with 2 other compatriots, Kitty Kuo also, Taiwanese. And seat 7, I believe, Yu Yu is the first name, and Yu You is the middle name. So Yu Seasai, always fun to say. They're under the gun with ace-10 off.
He's been active, bumping it up with the ace-10, early position. See the numbers over on the Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel slowly creeping up. Always do us a massive favor, take a couple of seconds to click that like button. It really helps grow the channel and to push this content, this record-breaking main event to a wider audience. As you can probably tell, doing our best to grow poker in Asia. As we see, I'll go for 4 in a row. Gets it through. How about this for a little heater? Almost up to 50 big blinds now.
And how about that situational awareness of the game? I don't know what he might have picked up, but it's not always easy to punish an under-the-gun open with ace-jack off, but he just sensed that, you know, maybe the under-the-gun player was a little bit frisky, acted a little bit quickly, maybe knew that the blinds were coming, wanted a little pickup, and decided to 3-bet. Aggression always good. Works out.
Naturally asking, how's everyone doing? Doing great, thank you, Naturally. How are you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
How are you doing today?
And look at that chip stack from Lou, by the way, and seed 8.
Yeah, I saw that.
Nice little, was
Funky.
that a flower? Actually, are you allowed to do that? Considering the other players can't count your chips?
I was thinking that because
I sense a one-hand penalty. I'm just joking, of course.
I was asking how much he's playing, and Kitty had to translate. Yeah, I'm sure if anyone had a real problem with it, they'd say. Yu Tsai dominated in the big blind. Needs to be careful. It's covered. Fortunately for him, the board doesn't come ace high. A dicey situation
He said check.
for the local player. Kitty with the C-bet gets it done. The min cash of $2,550.
Mine goes to some other party.
201 players will be coming back tomorrow, 27 of which
Not today.
qualifiers from Natural 8.
Yes, exactly.
How about that for efficiency, Vidor? Saving yourself 2 full days of grinding live.
Well, they did play the same
day
amount. Excuse me, Henry, sorry. Go ahead.
I don't think it was as many hours, though, online. It wouldn't have been.
Certainly not as many hours. Yeah, shorter levels, but the same amount of levels, of course. Play, of course, goes much faster online. But as you said, efficiency is the right word.
Thank you.
More so because only when you make the money do you need to come to Taiwan. I mean, what a great feature that is, and something I hope to continue to see in the future.
Especially with the online qualifiers and satellites as well. Players had the choice whether to play an online qualifier if they did win through a satellite or just come directly to Taipei.
It's a huge change. Like, it's like 5 million.
5 million TW. It's a lot.
Anyone will chop. Nobody will play that 5 million difference.
Ah, they're talking about the heads-up match. Kitty saying that anyone would chop. I don't know. I know some ballers out in the field.
Long way away. 2 more days.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine.
Small blind versus big blind, easy all in with the ace queen.
Yeah.
Nothing much to think about for Liu. With 8 high.
What's your deepest run in the World Series main event?
84.
84 for Kitty Ko in the World Series main event.
Okay.
That is very respectable.
Day 6, huh? Day 6.
Yeah, day 6. I'm at day 4, day 5 a lot. Yeah.
Coming back to the heads up, Henry, 5 million Taiwanese dollar in heads up, as Abhinav and Kitty were talking about. That's over 150,000 USD. As you were saying, you know some sickos who might just not want to do a deal. I do know some people who decide in advance, from this point on, I will never take a deal. Maybe from a bad incident, maybe from their bankroll, taking some sort of a calculation. But that's the kind of mindset you need to come in with sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. Especially given just how huge the difference between first and second is. You know, if you're playing against someone that you know has, you know, qualified, or you check out their Hand and Mob and their typical buy-in range is, you know, a few $100. Those are the people that maybe, just maybe, you turn down the deal from in the hopes that nerves take over and you can just push them around a bit, which you see quite a lot of.
Ultimately, if you think you have an edge, heads up. It's not often you find yourself in the spot to play for 150,000 US dollars with an edge.
Yeah, no, 100%. Depending on how deep it is. Neil was saying that by midnight tomorrow, midnight Saturday, so final day, it's calculated that there'll be 96 big blinds in play. He said to me that could be three-handed, that could be heads up. It could also be a champion. I mean, obviously it depends on a lot of variables, but I think it'll actually be closer to 4 or 5-handed, just given the immense ICM pressure that everyone's going to be under, unless there's some overwhelming chip leader. But we'll see. A couple of days to go until we start talking about those 6-figure payouts.
No.
As Abhinav said, long way to go. And I'm loving this, by the way. The two most experienced players, also the most talkative players on the table. Kind of sets the tone sometimes.
Yeah, I think Kitty just said to Aya that she wants to punch him in the face, and Aya's asking Victor to watch the stream. All in jest, of course. Kitty, very active, picking up playable hands. Especially at a time where everyone knows that she should be active. See if anyone tries to resist, push back. Ace-10 in rough shape. Let's see another ace folded. Five deuce, couple of spades. Kitty opting to check. Spade rolling off, now giving Yuchi Liu the nut flush draw. Kitty still the best hand for ace jack.
Who decides to bet with this nut flush draw? Kitty has just enough to continue. Does still have the best hand. Remains the best hand. Now the question is, does Liu take his showdown value, turn his hand into a bluff? I have a feeling, given the bubble pressure. There we go. He does take the check route, and we'll see the bad news. Does the little math on whether his kicker plays.
Kitty getting close to the $500,000 chip mark. One of the biggest stacks in the field. Don't forget, can head over to the AsianPokerTour.com website, click the live reporting tab, get updates from the outer tables.
Yeah. You need to have a lot of bankroll.
Yes.
Oh, you have to have a lot of bankroll to bluff Kitty. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
I have a best hand. What are you talking about?
Yeah, of course, of course.
And Henry, as I was just reminded through an email of all things, today is Star Wars Day.
May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with all the players playing right now.
Star Wars fans out there.
Okay,
It's been
so
a while.
What you there? You have a queen, 5, you 6.
Oh, with 2 diamonds, right?
Yeah.
I had a...
7, 8. In
I had diamonds.
Hyun Suk Kim, I believe we would say.
There weren't
Gentleman from Korea. Just find a playable hand under the gun.
So when you have a
Respectable
flush draw,
stack to begin with, about 46 big
when
blinds.
you have a flush draw, people have a less flush draw. When you have a
Abhinav
flush draw, I
is
have
going
a
to be
less
involved in yet another pot here.
right? So I have a
Understandably
more
defense with King 10 off in the big.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And also because it was a queen 5 deuce, it's pretty.
Loving the pace of
queen
play
five
at
deuce,
this
I'll tell
table,
you
I mean.
something, because it's pretty much a
Flying
flat, because
round.
you never call pocket 500.
Yeah, plenty of hands in,
For me,
seeing
it's
plenty
a-
of
you don't have to
flops.
set it over. You understand my point?
Ton of action.
The total reason why I raised it was because
These
I
guys are
had
not
a
here to bubble
air type of hand.
or to just coast their way
Now
to
you
the
know
money.
what to repart.
They're here to try and win it all.
You should always
360k up
focus on
top.
what to repart. Since you study so much,
Nines take
so
it
I'll
down.
just tell you why
Pretty good
it's
flop
not
for
making
nines.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah, how about it? 220 buy-ins up top in this one.
After you call, then normally they slow down when they have a bluff. Yeah.
Heads-up match of almost 100 buy-ins. Absolute scenes in this main event.
Just in case you're joining us only now in the day, we crossed 1,400 entries, smashing the $1 million US guarantee, crossing the $2 million mark for the prize pool. As Henry was just saying, $150,000 difference between second and first place. First place being over 360,000 USD. And let's not forget, in Taiwanese, that's 7 figures, 11.2 million Taiwanese dollars. When we're in Vietnam, we often talk about how you become a billionaire. Because, of course, Vietnamese dong run in the billions sometimes when it comes to the prizes. A nice little 11.2 million Taiwanese dollar pickup. That's good stuff.
I still actually think King 9 of diamonds is not a really bad hand to bluff with in that spot.
Very interesting situation. I always love small blind, big blind play. Abhinav has decided his strategy in the small blind is going to be to limp even with a hand as strong as ace-8 off. And Hyun Suk Kim has decided his strategy is going to be to raise. 8-6 off, good enough to raise. Check, check. When nobody hits him, look at that. The 6 actually does come in on the turn. So Kim now dominating Abhinav's ace-8 off. Does bet, sort of for protection, also to charge many of the draws that are possible on this board right now.
Yeah, pair of sixes, often going to be the best hand once checked to twice. I'm going to keep him honest for at least one. Problem is that he is out of position for the rest of the hand. Top card pairing on the river.
Yeah, I understand. People say, oh, why bluff a turn?
Abhinav's going to be disappointed, but is going to pick up a lot of information.
Also need to think is what hand
He raised me with 8-6 off on the big blind.
have a lot of sense.
Noted.
For me, it doesn't make sense. I also thinking you don't have so much. I don't
He running us through a hand history from earlier on.
that happened to me, okay?
Dubai Huang saying the Indian player plays quite well. Believe he will get a high rank. I agree with you, Dubai. He seems like a solid player.
If you study so much, and I want to help you, and like why you failed this class.
Henry, as you're well aware, a lot of players from the same country will often do swaps, exchange some pieces when they go to a series. Maybe the Asian Poker Tour, maybe the World Series of Poker. And I do remember the one year that Abhinav actually won a bracelet and a massive, over $500,000 USD. A lot of Indian players came back having rescued their World Series.
Oh, yeah?
After a lot of bricks, thanks to just very small swaps here and there. It's usually for support.
Little 5% balls. Can change your life, mate. How about this? Might be blind. Kim with the trap. Kim with the trap, rather. Key with an interesting one on the bubble. Always lean more towards aggression. Kim's played it perfectly, and he goes for the limp jam. For 55 bigs, and Kitty somewhat shocked after 5xing. He decided to just jam. What's a sizable jam? 55 bigs. I mean, ace king, a lot of hand. I guess given the fact that we're close to the bubble.
Playing the player also a little bit, has seen how active Kitty has been, knows it's very likely to have a hand that can probably not stand the heat.
In the Indian English.
Yeah.
Most of them I couldn't understand.
You can't understand? Stuff, huh?
Yeah. But I know they're very smart. I study USC. I know all the people very smart. I just have a hard time to understand them, you know? Yeah. Your English is
If I'm not
perfect.
mistaken, Henry, Kitty seems to be implying that she and her cannot communicate, were I to try and speak in my neutral Indian accent.
You don't have that strong of an accent, if any, compared to some of my other Indian friends. That being a byproduct of you studying and working abroad, obviously, but...
I get made plenty fun of back home in India.
Yeah?
It's a weird thing. It's considered kind of cringe and elitist to not have your, as they say, desi, which is indigenous Indian accent. I get that. I get that. You know, the funny thing in like school or middle school or high school was if somebody went to a trip to the US and came back with an accent after a month, that's when they really got mocked.
Yeah, I can imagine. I remember doing that when I was a kid.
Did you come back saying you want to dance? And people were like, it's dance, mate. What are you talking about?
Updated chip counts. About 15 off the money. We will obviously have hand-for-hand coverage as well. Should be a fun one with 20 tables. Expect there to be a bit of a stalemate in between hands as we wait for every hand to play out on the 20 tables or so, but given that it's 20 tables, 20 hands, would expect the bubble to be over pretty quickly. As Wang looks down at the rockets.
For a moment there, the graphic glitched, and I was like, wait a second, is someone folding aces? Are we at that stage of the bubble right now?
Do it for the memes.
Shanghai Wang, player from Taiwan. Looks down at those beautiful black aces. So it looks like we have another mystery hand here, Henry. Yu in the big blind.
Yu seems interested. 20 big blinds effective. Going to the turn as the 10 of diamonds rolls off and Yu has turned trips.
Ouch.
Disaster turn card for Wang. Diamonds getting there, checks through to the 7 of spades river. Yu can get some value. It's gone too small. 17K on the river, I believe. Snap called by the aces and an important pickup. Local player.
Hard luck with the aces, but did manage to pot control when needed, minimize the damage. That's really what poker and sometimes having aces is all about. Winning the maximum and losing the minimum.
But she lives in India, right?
Yeah, she lives in India, yeah.
Kitty, by the way, asking about Nikita Luthra, one of the most successful players out of India. Does travel the world playing poker, but hasn't really made her mark on Asia yet. We hope she'll be changing that soon. Another bracelet winner.
Do you know what event she won?
Yeah, the tag team.
Oh, nice.
So actually, Abhinav was sort of the first solo bracelet winner, but Nikita had won a bracelet before that. Funnily enough, she got really serious about poker only after winning the bracelet. Started taking a lot more coaching, became one of India's elite pros.
That makes sense. You see a lot of that. People kind of playing somewhat semi-professionally, and then they have a score. They're like, okay, what do I do with this newfound liquid? Well, I'm going to invest it in my future, invest in coaching, etc. Ikeda, the 3-bet bluff, not going to work. Running into the ace-king of Chen. +1. Be careful in Ikeda's shoes. Doesn't cover Chen, and yeah, I like the hand selection, but
gotta respect aggression. Most times you see it. Just run into sort of top of range here for Chen. Chen also might want to, well, there we go. His hand is good enough. He knows he has a lot of fold equity considering he has his opponent covered. Akira gives it up with a smile, conceding that he might have been fooling around a little bit. Not the strongest of holdings, ace-10 off.
well, ill-timed aggression for Ikeda.
Not the right person.
See if all 9 of these players make it into the money, or if we'll have drama late in day 2 on this feature.
Very good read. Try again next year.
High spirits at the table, love to see it. A chatty table, byproduct of Kitty.
That's what's really cool about, sometimes you have just one player, let's say Kitty in this instance, Abhinav chatty as well. You just set the mood for the table. You have table captains in play, you have table captains on vibe also. Love to see the numbers go up on the YouTube live stream. Would love to hear from you, chat. Who you're supporting? What are you liking? And of course, don't forget to hit the like button. That helps us out a lot. Helps you as well. You'll be notified next time we're streaming.
That's a fun flop dealer. Top 2 for Abhinav. Wang with the 2 overs. Gut shot to the king high straight, as well as some, well, backdoor spades. Wang just 18 bigs effective. No spade on the turn. Drawing to 4 outs once. 59k in the middle. See what size Abhinav comes with. Rainbow board. Something close to half pot. Sets up a very natural river SPR.
Wang might feel a bit handcuffed here. Doesn't have enough chips to justify continuing. His implied odds wouldn't be worth much if he does hit. Of course, he wants to preserve his stack and try to at least get to the money, if not further along.
Sneak his way in.
You can take one more.
You've never tanked anyways.
Oh, I have aces. I use the 10 back. Come on.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
Professional.
So Kitty's still chip leading the table, 440k. Very, very comfortable stack. Only looking to increase it further with pressure on the small stacks as the money bubble approaches.
All right, here's one for you. Little gamble. People in the chat, feel free to get involved. What hand will the bubble hand be?
Ooh, here we go. Hand 105 right now.
No, not the hand. I mean the holding of the player that gets eliminated.
Oh, okay,
I feel like an event like this, I think we're going to have a pretty dirty bubble. I'm feeling like kings cracked, aces cracked, that kind of thing, you know.
Wow, Henry rooting for maximum pain.
I mean, look, I'm already empathizing for whoever it is that bubbles this, you know, just huge event. But yeah, we got 20 tables out there. I think it's going to be like a pocket sixes v kings or something, and it's going to be dirty, Vidor.
Okay, how about this? I'll go the other way.
Go on.
Because we started at 12, Henry. It's now 9 p.m.
Right.
9 hours of play, deep into it. I can only help but root for minimum pain. So let's say ace-king, classic flip, loses to queens.
Okay, I can get behind that.
It's sort of like an it is what it is kind of thing.
Yeah, classic flip to get us into the money. Jeva saying ace-king v jacks on the bubble. I like that. You guys going for the classic flips. Look, I'm not looking for pain on anyone, you know.
I think you are, though. I think you
maybe a little part of me is, but not a poker pro saying small stack shoving pocket eights. Loses to an ace on the board. Okay, we've got some guesses coming through. No name asking for the field. We are down to the final 185 players. It's just 11 off the money now. And tomorrow, the players that qualified into the money over on Natural 8 will be joining the rest of the field. And a long old day ahead of us tomorrow.
That's
Expecting
right.
to play 11 full levels.
I mean, talk about the business end. Tomorrow is the real business end once you're into the money, as you start climbing those ladders. But of course, the milestone to get to the money looming over everyone's heads right now. As you mentioned, Henry, 27 players will be joining us, having qualified on Natural 8, straight into day 3 and into the money. 174 from the field today, about 10 spots away.
There's so many different milestones in multi-day tournaments, isn't there? It's like the end of day 1 bubble, and then making it into the money, then laddering, final 2 table bubble, final table. There's all sorts going on, man. Different stages bring different kind of pain thresholds and play styles.
It's not for the weak, I'll tell you that. Let's not forget the milestone we just went through, by the way. The dinner break milestone. A huge reset.
About that one.
The 60-minute dinner break milestone is no joke. After you've grinded for like 7-8 hours, it can feel like it will make a world of a difference sometimes.
I've been having the big, very defendable Jack 7 suited. To be somewhat concerned that it is one of the shorter stacks opening, but completely whiffs on the king 10-6. And should be over and done with.
Henry, what about if you play with no milestones in mind? Do you think that's a net plus EV decision?
100%. I mean, I think you have to be, so I think there's a benefit to be gained by just ignoring these things for your own sake. But you always have to be mindful of how other people are perceiving it, right? Because that's where you can really just take advantage and, you know, gain some edge. If there is someone that's playing too passively on the bubble, you then have to obviously adjust your strategy. Same goes for pay jumps, same goes for late stages in the tournament. And it's something kind of looping back to what we were talking about earlier on, the higher echelons of the poker world, you know, the Jason Koons, the Mikita Badziakowskis, the Ike Haxtons. Those are the types of guys where they just play the cards in front of them, man. You know, they play through the bubble in different stages and like the ICM, but they're not focused on the top prize. They're just grinding, you know. I think that's a huge benefit to them.
Each hand is unique, each spot is unique, and the ultimate goal is to have all the chips, everyone's chips. So you just build up to that, hand by hand. No dinner break bubbles, no ITM bubbles, just spots.
Or maybe firing a message in the group chat, dinner break in 30 minutes, where are we grabbing dinner, but other than that.
So when you hang out with these elite sickos once in a while, what are they like off the table while still in a tournament? Like, are they completely relaxed or are they zoned in?
That's a good question.
Are they like method actors? Like they're still in character, they're still zoned in?
No, I think it's a nice time for them to kind of just decompress a little bit, you know? When I have had the chance to go for lunch or dinner with any of these guys, it's not always just poker, you know? Talk about life, family, sports, different things that, you know, we're interested in and whatnot. Try and catch up. But you do also, you know, you have the little cliques within the high roller scene that go for dinner together, and there'll be hand histories reviewed and, you know, reviewing spots from the tournament. I mean, these guys are living and breathing for poker, always looking to improve every opportunity that they get. And that involves casual conversation, you know, just reviewing a hand with a peer on dinner break, getting a second opinion as we dive back into this. Chen pumping things up on the button, pocket tens.
But never a bad beat story, am I right?
Well, depends who you're talking to.
Every once in a while.
Not in my camp. Bad beat stories aren't allowed. I see Kim continue here with ace high on the 6-deuce-deuce, button the big blind. Well, how about it?
Bink.
Ace ball corner pocket. Checks through as 4 hearts rolls off on the river. See if Kim comes with some form of block-ish sizing. Looks like quarter pot. A snap call from Chen. Big old sigh there. Chen as his tens find the muck. Kitty's still out in front at this feature.
Co-chip leaders now. Kim and Kitty. Healthy stacks right there. Kitty was super active at the start of this new feature table, but hasn't been dealt a choicest of holdings recently.
Yeah, she definitely had the hands to do it with as well.
Coming back to those bad beat stories, Henry. Often at social occasions, I'm worried when poker comes up. And if somebody knows that I'm involved with poker in any way, I know what's coming. So I open King Queen suited on the button, and I'm like, oh no, oh no. And this guy just called me down. I'm like, yes, yes, whatever you're about to say happened to me 20 times in the past year, bro. I get it.
Yeah, I know how you feel, man.
But it, you know, it is important. I jest that, you know, if you're an amateur, it's just like, it's so hard to get to the mindset where those things don't bother you. And it's important to just realize that not being bothered by bad beats is part of the journey. You don't judge people for being at the start of that journey.
Yeah, you got to kind of just think back to when you started out. How exciting you found everything. Talking of excitement, potential collision here, although we are Closing in on the bubble. A 3-bet from Chen. Might just get through here, but he's got a flat. Play this one somewhat sneakily. Very deceptive from the ace-king, and it's allowed Kim to peel from the small, and now Kitty in the big. Closing the action. So a 3-way affair, a 4-way affair here. Not often you see 4 players going to the flop, just 10 off the money. It's Kitty that's flopped best on the queen 9-7. Kim with the gut shot, backdoor diamonds, Chen with the 2 overs. Backdoor hearts. UUC Tsai going to continue. Chen beats him to the pot. We're going 4 ways to a turn, Vidor, surely.
Wait, what?
Kim's called. Now Kitty with top pair.
I understand Chen calling. I certainly do not understand Kim calling with the gut shot to the dummy end of the straight, as they call it. And now actually Kim picks up the flush draw as well to go along with it. The 8s have turned into a straight draw in themselves. Kitty still has the best hand with top pair. And the ace-king suited has...
UUC Tsai just firing again. Picks up 3 calls on the flop. 10 of diamonds on the turn. He's like, you know what, boys and girls? I'm here for it.
He's drawing that to the 6, excuse me.
Oh, hang on. Wow, I thought Chen was cutting out a raise there.
Look at that. Along for the ride.
Wow, this is absolutely bonkers.
Kim is finally confused, realizing that he has enough equity to try and actually peel off a diamond on the river, maybe.
Yeah, has to be concerned that his 8 would no longer be good, as it would be the lower end of the straight. Well, those diamonds feel live. Kitty folds the best hand.
As it turns out, by the way, the 8 would be good.
Can't say I blame her either. The backdoor diamonds, what do you know? Kim with the loose pill on the flop 4 ways. 162,000 in the middle.
What a weird hand, Henry, but it has certainly worked out in the favor of Kim, who's going to be extending his chip lead in the spot, through the spot. Love that continuation by UUC Tsai with the pocket 8s. Not often you get to bet into 3 players twice.
Why you keep it take off my clothes?
This could have all been
I said he keep it take off my clothes.
avoided pre-flop for Chen. And he just opted to 3-bet. Although you never know, the 8s may have just put him in.
Weird things happen around the bubble, which is why we love it.
Is it bigger?
Yeah, 25.
I mean, the size of the chip.
Yeah, like bigger. Ooh.
So Kim exceeding 90 big blinds now. $554K. New chip leader on the table.
There we go. I love the bubble, man. One of my favorite parts of the tournament.
It's just so fun.
It's such a heartbreaking game that we play, you know. You can play the best poker of your life and just not be rewarded for dozens of tournaments in a row. And then you can just have days where you try and eliminate yourself from the tournament, but the deck just wants you to survive. The poker gods have just decided that it's your day to run hot.
You spin.
You just spin. We've all been there.
The worst part about the bubble, too, when you get called Bubble Boy. It's like the worst needle of all time.
And everyone else claps. Everyone else in the room is happy. Bar you.
The party is continuing and everybody's happy that you're the last one out. Brutal stuff.
Ace Queen now for Chen.
What a game, though. No limit hold'em. Multi-table tournaments. Just as the nuts, man.
So color up. Green chips being brought in. 25Ks. Love to see it. Those new chips, part of the new era.
New chip leader, probably debating how much pressure he wants to apply to the shorter stack. The answer is a lot. It's one of those situations, isn't it, Henry? It's like, I know that you know that I don't have much and I don't need to have much. But the question is, do you want to risk your tournament?
Kim after just flat calling the ace-king. Getting 3-bet out of position with the ace-queen. Does have the best hand. Some good things that could happen for him. Such as that. Queen 7 trade. Top pair, top kicker for Chen. Kim with middle pair. Ace of spades in hand as well. A couple of spades on board. There are a couple of disaster cards for Kim. One of the 2 remaining aces rolls off on the turn.
What a great situation this is working out to be for Chen. Under-repped his hand, ace-queen. Kim does flop the pair as well.
Up the card to the queen.
Under 1 SPR now, Henry. Does change the dynamic. Kim, of course, does have the pair and a lot of showdown value. Might want to check the turn, but knows that he can apply maximum pressure while still having some showdown, some outs as well in case he's behind.
Wow.
There we go.
Just max pressure on the bubble from Kim. I don't think Chen can get away from this. Looks like he's check jammed. The bet was for 73,000. It's just an out-of-line pot. Out of nowhere.
Look at this, Henry. 44K to call 339K. I mean, the pot odds being offered are just immense. And Kim has to be thinking, is there a chance my opponent could be behind? I think one of the reasons that Chen went all in very quickly, by the way, is to represent some strength. What is that? Is that a laydown?
No, he's called. I mean, it's great news, you know, when you're in Chen's shoes, you jam. Your opponent has 44K more to call to win 339K, and he doesn't want to call. Like, it's good news. 1 out for Kim. What an absolute gift for Chen on the bubble. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. This pot just blew up out of nowhere. Wow. Close.
Close indeed.
3 across, 6 of hearts. Chen with a huge double. 63 big blinds now.
Look at that smile, Henry. He's gone from being on the verge of elimination, not knowing where exactly was in the hand, to pretty much knowing he can now sit back, make that min cash were he to want to essentially not play a hand from this point on. It's a great feeling.
Well, Kim, just after winning a really funky hand with the backdoor flush, giving it straight back.
We can all certainly respect the aggression there. Pretty much ran into the top of range. The ace-queen was, of course, underrepresented also with the flat call pre-flop. Can't be results-oriented. The bubble is the time to put pressure. Did try to put maximum pressure. Just got caught up in it.
Yeah, it just feels like ace-7, nut middle pair, has a lot of showdown. You have the ace of spades as well, so you're blocking some of the hands that you'd want to fold out, like ace-high flush draws. I don't know, man.
Yeah, you'd certainly rather see that play with a draw rather than something like the middle pair top kicker.
Yeah, it just has so much showdown. And
a good rule in poker is if you can only get called by better hands, you don't want to be betting.
I've got to get that on a sticky note. Put it next to my computer when I'm grinding. Vidal single, May 4th, 2023.
May the poker 4th be with you.
We've seen a couple of players Taking a little bit of time, but to be fair to everyone, the pace of play at this feature table has been lightning paced.
Oh, inspirational. This is how it should be.
Yuji Liu just taking a little bit of time there. 5 away from the money.
It's a tough part of the game. It is actually plus EV to waste some time when you have so many tables going on. And there really isn't a good way to deal with it, apart from the fact that, of course, we go hand to hand. It's just understood that close to the bubble, such a big tournament, such a big prize pool. You're going to see this from time to time.
Kedo with a spot here. Ace-Jack suited. Kim, who's been incredibly active, popping things up with the ace tray. Kind of just mulling over his options. Does have all of them on the table. 3-bet an option, all-in an option. He's going to take the passive approach, understandably so. Goes again on the bubble. Shades go on. Kitty chuckles to herself.
I enjoyed how measured that was, the way he put on his shade.
Incredibly.
Very precise. Another tank, as we just discussed. Only natural for the shorter stacks. Want to make their way into the money bubble. Doesn't take too much time.
Yeah, Yu just makes a disciplined fold there, by the way. A lot of people make the mistake defending that. Unfortunately for Akedo, it's a board texture where looks like Kim's going to be able to take this one away from him. Kim with the gut shot. Backdoor diamonds, we just heard the floor say blinds going up. 177 players remain.
3 to go.
3 to go. Based off the last couple of hands, I was about to say I expect to see Kim go blasting. Maybe a case of once bitten, twice as shy.
I think when you get the chip lead and you're close to the bubble, something just happens inside you. You just know you're supposed to be super active, put maximum pressure. Perhaps that's what Kim got caught up with. And now that he's no longer the chip leader, taking the conservative route, hits the pair, makes a small bet. Akita could talk himself into some stuff here.
Yeah, I agree. Third spade rolling off. All of those offsuit broadways that Kim can have. Weaker ace-X with one spade in hand.
Or simply something absolutely out of line based on the hand that just got showed down with the a7 off. Certainly, that hand has to be playing in Akita's head. The problem with making the call on the turn is, what do you do on the river out of position?
Yeah, nice fold. Nice fold, Akita. Let's look at the floor.
Look at that.
3 off the money here.
What a great shot, by the way. Where's this shot been all day? Amazing.
How did they get it so high up? I didn't know the ceiling was that high. It must be the lens or something.
Certainly going to screenshot that. Capture the vibe of the bubble, the Asian Poker Tour main event. Taipei 2023, 2 million in the prize pool. $365,000 US to the winner. This is what it looks like, ladies and gentlemen. 3 away from the money. A lot of happy faces amongst the sea of faces you see in front of you once 3 players are eliminated. So what did we discuss, Henry? Ace King versus Queens was my bet for the bubble.
Yeah, a couple of people in the chat in your camp saw Jeva saying Ace King v Jacks. I'm going for Pain. I'm going for Aces cracked, Kings cracked.
Certainly gives our content team a lot to work with when something like that happens. If you've been sticking around for those ad breaks or maybe right before play resumes, you've seen some of the great clips we've accumulated from various APT events. Hanoi comes to mind, a lot of animated characters. Fukuok with some intense plays. Whenever we can capture the pain or the excitement, this goes to show what live poker has to offer. And in case that's something that interests you, anybody in our chat, make sure you check out the website for the summer series. Asian Poker Tour Hanoi coming up later this month, 26th of May. Super easy to reach. Vietnam, a great place for poker. Followed by another event in Vietnam, in Da Nang. Talk about great destinations to play poker. Just a sort of paradise environment. When you bust out of a tournament, places like Da Nang, Phu Quoc, that's where you want to be. And if you busted out of a tournament today, or if you bust out of a tournament today while being in Taipei, there's of course the player party to go to, which I believe has kicked off, Henry.
I believe so.
The images are coming in.
Seeing updates on the socials.
(9:20 p.m. by my watch). Pretty good deal, 3 away from the money. Players party is up for grabs for anybody who wants to attend, including everybody who makes the money today. Pretty sweet.
See, now I'm debating. Do we go back to the hotel, power nap for an hour, shower up, and head to the party?
Then party all night, come back tomorrow. 14 hours or so.
It's going to be such a long day tomorrow. Work our way down through the field.
It's going to be crunch time, dude. The pay jumps are just so insane.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you have the largest tournament in Asia all year. You start off at 25.50, a respectable min cash, 1.7x the buy-in or so. Then work your way up all the way to 365,000 USD. That's a lot of ICM to deal with.
Yeah, that final table is going to be insane. Especially given just how many qualifiers we have. People qualifying in on natural 8. There's going to be some people that are, you know, not too savvy when it comes to final table plays and ICM and whatnot. And throw in a couple of professionals who are very well versed in that area. Just adds for a very unique kind of snail pace kind of play, because you just can't run these tighter players over. It's just not getting too involved.
But such is the nature of the Asian Poker Tour. I'm yet to be disappointed by a final table. And
Same
I mean
here.
that without
That is
bias.
a good point, yeah.
You know, everybody comes in with a different mindset just because of the different nationalities they're from. They've grown up playing different forms of poker. And whenever those styles clash, I mean, I remember at Phu Quoc when we were together, Henry, we saw the chip leader come in and literally punt off his stack into insane bluffs, which were obviously so entertaining, but the last thing you would expect. And so really anything is possible at every stage, including the final table. I just love it. It's not something you see in a lot of different styles or countries that play poker. You often find everybody comes into the same mindset. Not here. Look at that field. That's 180 different styles of playing poker that are clashing.
So it looks like we're hand for hand. So you can see dealers have stopped dealing and they've started standing up.
So what that means is we've had 2 more eliminations, obviously not on our feature table, but somewhere out in the field. And with 175 people left in the field, we will be hand to hand. In case you're not familiar with what that means, it simply means all the tables must finish dealing each hand before they deal the next one. This of course avoids the need to sort of time down, wait for other players to get eliminated. This might be it, ladies and gentlemen. This is why, of course, the camera has cut to the field. We will try and go to wherever the table, whichever table I should say, has somebody all in, but sometimes it's tough to make your way through this crowd as we were trying earlier today.
Yeah, especially with a camera. Here's some music.
So this is the first look, by the way, that you're getting at.
There we go.
The venue here, that nice shot. Absolutely incredible vibes here.
An absolute scene, even down to the bubble, the room's still jam-packed.
Looking at this room right now, I am amazed we fit 3 times these number of players at some point in the day. It's incredible to think about. The production staff, the dealers, the operation staff has just been on point.
Somehow pulled it off. All the work over the last God knows how many months leading up to this event. Have this many players show up to support the APT. Credit where credit's due. So I believe, receiving word that there are tables with all their players. We're just waiting for Neil Johnson. Okay, here we go.
Please don't stand too close.
Here we go.
In the main event.
Neil Johnson about.
All right, attention players, please pay attention. Attention players. I know you're all excited and you're all over that table, but we're not going to do the all-in on that table yet. We faked you out. We're going to do the all-in at the table down here. Right, guys. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're stopped at 176. Okay. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're going to do them in order. Is the clock stopped? Exciting? Okay, the clock is stopped.
Okay. So 2 away from the money, 3 all-ins. We need 2 eliminations to wrap up the day. Might be over in one hand.
All right, guys, first all-in.
Could be it.
First all-in is down here where I am. I love that you're all looking at that table. We're over here. Right, our all-in player, and I apologize if I get the name wrong. David, our all-in player is here.
Man, talk about the tension of being all-in right now.
all-in 的是李红中
Our all-in player is Ivan Lee. He's been called and covered by Jai Wook Shin.
Neil tried getting a translation and then ended up reading it better.
I have King Queen, King of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, all in against Jack 4, Jack of Spades, 4 of Diamonds.
It's like an incredibly short stack.
Man, move away from my trophies. You break them, you bought them. Right, dealer, let's see the flop, please.
Go on, Neil.
Flop is Ace of Diamonds, 8 of Spades, 9 of Hearts. King Queen is still in the lead.
So it's the King Queen.
Let's see the turn card. Turn is the 7. We've now got a gut shot for the Jack 4.
So Jack 10 or a
King
4
Queen
needed.
is still in the lead. Without a Jack, a 4, or a 10, our King Queen's going to double through. Let's see the river. It's a 10!
Brutal. Ouch. See the reaction from
Right,
the
that
players.
10 is going to make a straight, and it is going to eliminate a player. But we have 2 more. We have 2 more. We have 2 more, everybody.
Oof. That is rough stuff.
Right, we got to go to the next one.
Okay, so there may be a chance for that player that just got eliminated to chop a min cash.
Nothing
If
happens if I can't get to the table.
all 3 players bust.
So this, wait, 2 all-ins? Okay.
So we're now at 175.
All right. So
at least.
At least.
perfect. All right, guys.
all-ins.
On this table, we have 2 players
Look at
all
that.
in.
Look at the phones out.
Covered by a 3rd player.
Wow.
Seat number 1, Fan Chi Wei. He is all in.
And excited.
Seat number 7, Chan Ping Xian. He is also all in.
Oh,
they are
that's
both
excited.
covered by Takaharu Iko from Japan.
Okay, so the big
All right,
stack.
seat 1, Fan. Let's see him.
Let's jam
Pocket
over the
Kings,
short stack.
Cowboys. Ace 10 of spades.
Here we go.
Covered by Ace King of Hearts.
Oh, man.
Sorry, really quickly. Who's
Well, King's in good shape
okay?
for sure.
So he's covered. He's covered twice.
Loving that excitement.
Wow.
He's all in
seat
on the
7,
stone
Ace
bubble.
10 of spades is covered by the Cowboys and the Ace King of Hearts.
This man is an
Dealer,
inspiration
let's
and
see
a
the
treasure.
flop, please.
So ace high flop would be showers for both players as the ace king
6
covers.
of spades, Queen of clubs, Deuce of hearts.
All right, some backdoor flush draws.
The flush draws are alive, backdoor straights, etc. But the Cowboys
50%
are
of the
riding
time we're
high.
going to see a flush draw on the turn.
Christie, turn card, please. 5 of diamonds.
Pretty clean.
5 of diamonds has airballed all the flushes and all the straights.
Ace and an
The
ace
Kings
only.
are still riding at the moment. Needs to dodge ace either of the
Does he
2
have dice in
remaining
his hand?
aces.
2 outer needed to get us into the money.
River card.
Would be brutal.
It's the
Jack of spades.
So our pocket kings are going to double up, but our ace 10 of spades has also been eliminated. Please
And
stay
there we
there,
go.
because we have 1 more all in.
Oh, wow, there's another one.
Wow. So we have
Where is my 3rd all in,
gone
guys?
down to 174 at least. And anybody who's not all in right now is officially in the
Yep.
money.
All right, we're going to the 3rd all in.
So the 2 players that have been eliminated are rooting for this 3rd
That
player
is
to
a
be eliminated.
congratulations, everybody, but we have a
To
3rd all
three-way
in.
chop the min cash.
Yeah.
Wait, 1 second, wait. Okay, so this is my all in player. Sorry, what is your name, sir?
So
Kato is all in.
another all in.
CK has him covered. We have a Queen of Diamonds, 10 of Spades, King of Clubs flop. Show me. King, Queen of Spades,
A
2.
monster.
Jack of Hearts, King of Diamonds for an open-ender.
And a monster as well, so to speak. Plenty of outs for the all-in player.
So the all-in player at risk with the open-ender. Needs an ace
All
or a
right,
9.
top 2 against an open-ender. Dealer, please deal a turn card. 9. Right, that's going to give us straight. We have outs to a house and a chop.
Oh, the all-in player
needs
is the
a
one with
king,
top
a
Yeah,
2.
queen, or a
No, the
jack
all-in player is the one with King
to
Jack.
take this pot.
Oh, the guy. I'm loving these smiles.
Dealer, let's see the river card, please. It's a deuce.
Okay. Oh, wait,
We
you
have
might be right.
3 eliminations, everybody.
eliminations.
Congratulations. You have made the money.
Well,
at the
how is
largest
that
APT
for
in
a photo
history.
finish, so to speak?
Congratulations, everyone.
Let's just take a moment to appreciate the claps all around. But what has just happened is with 176 players left, we had 3 different tables going all in at the same time. All 3 of the all-in players, well, actually there were 4 players. The one with Pocket King survived.
Right.
3 players got eliminated. We are now down to 173 players, but because of hand-to-hand, they effectively all got eliminated on the same hand. They have all been
Dealers,
the last
we are
person
still
to get
paused.
eliminated.
Do not start dealing yet.
So
Dealers,
I
we are still paused.
suppose we will be splitting the min cash between 3 players.
Yeah.
A little bit of a sort of a clawback there. I feel good about that.
Also a bad beat for that last guy with top 2. Like, he just needs to fade the open-ender. He gets the guaranteed min cash instead, going home with what? $850. But look,
half a buy-in.
They'll take it. They'll take it. Some rake back, as you mentioned, some clawback, if you will, to being eliminated on the bubble as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. But also,
all right, once again,
Henry
congratulations.
There we go. Congratulations, obviously, to the final 173 players from this day 2 flight. They're going to be joined tomorrow by the 27 players that qualified over on Natural 8. What a day of poker it's been, Vidor. I mean, we came back with a buzzing room, and even then at the end there on the bubble.
What a finish.
It's just jam-packed.
And we end up with around 200 players going into day 3 of the APT main event tomorrow. Playing for it all, $2 million in the prize pool, over 365,000 USD up top. That is one of the biggest tournaments of all time, certainly in Asia. It's going to be an incredible day of poker tomorrow. I am certainly looking forward to the new 27 players that are going to be joining us.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing them in the mix. But do these people out on the floor not know that there's a players' party going on? An Asian Poker Tour players' party kicked off, what, 35 minutes ago over at the Babylon Lounge, close to Taipei 101. The whole team's there. Greg goes all in, as well as some of the other team. They're going to be throwing out some dance moves. Elke, I assume, is going to be there as well. Free drinks, DJ starting at midnight. It's going to be running through until 3 a.m. But tomorrow, we're going to be back, same time, 12:30 local time for day 3 coverage.
It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a fun one. We're going to be there to take you through all of it. We hope you'll join us as well. In the meanwhile, my name is Vidar Singhal for Henry Kilbane. We will be kicking off from here, but we hope to see you tomorrow at the APT main event. See you tomorrow.
Peace.
"会员填写完整之后，请帮我记班员，请帮我留在位置上。请确实检查所有会员的筹码以及摊倍都有放进码袋。
go.
概率其实差不多，看到没有？差蛮多，30多%，35，
拍咁細嘅。
貼唔到。頭先係咩嚟㗎？你好大喎應該。
OK。
係咯，你 check 完。
你有咩啊？有冇 A 啊？
我自己一 pair。
冇 E。
你 check 咗2槍試下抽佢。
我好驚個 floor 啊！我唔想 river。
我見你都係 check 得好快啊！都要試下，我自己一 pair 嘛。咁啊，我
好嘞。好了。
Sponsored by Nashville 8, happening in less than 19 minutes. The next group is sponsored by Nashville 8, 3 million each closing the gap.
林峰，我的饮料呢？我喝啊，我还在啊。150万，少一个零。
bigger. Ooh.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.